So good morning to all of you. People online as well. We have joined today to discuss environment tests. We have had 4 tests. So we are going to discuss these 200 questions. Now the format of this is going to be, I'll go through all these questions. There are some questions which maybe need some elaboration, right? There are some questions which we can also solve via some knowledge or some elimination. We'll try to see that. Other than that, here there will be some questions which are tough in nature also, right? Specifically, there are questions maybe related to species, and there's a test where you see a lot of tough questions, right? So while you may want to attempt these questions, but you also need to know there are some questions how to attempt it in the exam. Maybe you have to leave also some of them, right? And maybe there are some questions where there is an excessive level of detail, right? So the idea is how to use these the discussions. I'll be broadly speaking to two set of candidates, right? One who have done the environment classes and who are doing these tests. Let's say somebody who has directly jumped onto the tests to their performance. People who have done their classes, it could be any source, maybe they've done it here at SUNYA, okay? So whatever information, for example, if you're finding new, okay, in the respective sections, this can be updated, right? And there are some questions here which may be very factual in nature, right? That will also test you, because the point is some questions are easier, some are medium, and some are deliberately made difficult. So it's not that you have to cram every set of information that is asked. Our main idea is how to attempt questions, right? Environment may you see various types of questions getting asked. They may be static only, or current affairs, or static plus current affairs, or a mixture of that, right? So one thing is this, right? Or if you are following any other notes, because this is also going on YouTube, so people who are watching this online, whatever sections, for example, you find new, we in these tests also, there are a lot of updates. For example, questions on COP30 or related to COP30 are also there. Many new update related questions are also there. So in case that is not updated, you can add it here. Now, the people who are directly attempting the test, okay, again, I would encourage you go back and revise whatever notes you have later on also. And our notes, or let's say the reflections, let's say you have any mistake raised, some of you keep on making this. So here also, broadly try to see which pattern of mistakes are you making, right? So here, if it is a repetitive pattern, maybe it is a kind of a logic which you're getting wrong, that should be here, right? Second thing is your learnings overall from the tests. For example, many of the questions which we have asked you are inspired from PYQ themes. For example, peacock tarantula was in news. Based on that, 3 statement-based questions has been asked, right? So, वो learnings, what are you seeing? This is more important. In fact, I'll go as far as to say, even more than your marks, right? Because here, let's say you go for an aggressive attempt and let's say you solve all the 50 questions. It may happen that you have 20, 30 negatives in a certain test. If this happens, of course, your score will go down. Okay? But remember, these are sectional tests, and within sections, these are topic specific tests. So it will happen that in one test, for example, test 2 or test 3, you will have almost 25, 30 questions on biodiversity. And maybe that is a weak portion for you. So if you get lower marks, don't worry. Main thing is, what is our learning? What are we learning from this? If I've had an important learning, I will try to update my notes accordingly. The idea is, if these respective themes are getting asked in a future test, I want to get this right. Okay? This is how we want to set the expectations for ourselves, right? We will keep this, and in fact, we'll ensure that both these portions we are able to address. That is the whole idea. Okay? Iske beyond, you don't have to worry. Okay? And just try to take the maximum learnings. In some questions, I'll also tell you some value addition if needed. Okay? If a question is almost simple, we will just understand what is the answer to that and we'll move ahead. Okay? So that is the basic idea in this case, right? Okay, so we begin one by one. The very first question here. Now this question also, and people online also, if you have a doubt, just mention the question number, the comment section, and then I'll respond to that. Okay? So main here idea is, of course, answer is important, but more than the answer, we also need to know the thought process behind arriving at the answer. In some questions, yes, there is a logical way to find the answer. We'll try to do that. Okay? Now, which of the following process is directly facilitated by detritivores? In this question, the four options are also asking you your knowledge of detritivores as well as decomposer. So what is a detritivore? They can be, let's say, millipede, okay, ants, termites. They break down the leaf litter, for example, right? They help in breaking it down. After it is broken down, it is acted by these microbes, decomposers like bacteria or fungus. So in that sense, I can say detritivores make the job of decomposers easier. If I look at the statements, and the question is asking you which is directly facilitated by detritivores, right? Now, if we know the decomposition process, for example, in that also we know, if I start with the last one, release of inorganic phosphates into soil solution. This is nothing but mineralization, not related to detritivores, but related to decomposer. So this will not be there in the answer. So in fact, if I remove, I can also get the answer, but let me see other statements also. Mechanical breakdown of leaf litter. There's a big leaf. Big leaf will be broken down into small parts. 3 has to be in the answer. So this is your correct answer. 1 and 3. Immobilization of nutrients in microbial biomass. See, detritivore main aspect that they will do is physical breakdown, mechanical breakdown of the leaf litter. But the nutrient part or the mineral part, this is the work of decomposer. Right? We've seen a step known as catabolism. Catabolism is the release of enzymes by these decomposers. Same thing, humus formation, because if you break down the leaf, right? Now, a big leaf is broken down into small aspects. It has a better surface area. This surface area can be used also for humus formation. This will aid in humus formation. So that is why the answer is 1 and 3. In fact, if you just eliminated the statement number 4, you directly get your answer. The answer is A, 1 and 3. Okay. So I think if somebody goes by elimination, you can do this. Even if you go by knowledge, you can do this question. Should have not been very difficult. Right now, second question. Which one? 1 second. Acha, then it is, let's say, typo on the part. Acha, these kind of questions also you tell me, so that I'll just share that final list so that we have all the correct answers with us. Okay. Acha, you were saying the answer given is B. Acha, okay. The answer should be A. The answer should be. Okay. Then it's fine. Okay. Okay. So we will make that, and in fact, if this happens in any of the other questions also, you tell me. So I think in question number 1, the answer should have been. Okay. Okay, good morning to the people online. Yeah, we'll move ahead now. Now, we have a question on estuaries, right? Now the question says to us, estuaries have restricted or no direct connection with the open sea. This is wrong. What are estuaries? We've seen this example in ecotones. Okay, right? If the river flows into sea, it will have to have a connection with this. This becomes wrong. Definition becomes wrong only, right? This statement becomes wrong. Estuaries, they exhibit continuous salinity gradient ranging from fresh water to marine conditions. Okay, they generate more organic matter per unit area compared to forests, right? Or the open ocean. This is related to the idea of an ecotone. These are high productivity zones, right? So second and third statement are easy to understand. In fact, first one is also easy to eliminate. Our answer here will become, which of the following is correct? Only 2. Okay. So here directly the definition becomes wrong. So this should be easy to eliminate. Now, this also is a question which should not be very difficult. In the Himalayan meadow, early snow melt due to rising temperature caused flowering plants to bloom earlier. ठीक है, earlier than usual. However, pollinating insects emerged at their normal seasonal time, वो अपने टाइम पे आए, resulting in reduced pollination success. Okay, so if I'm talking of plants, who pollinates them, there will be insects. For example, they can be insects. The above is an example of mutualism. Both of them are benefited. Now let's see what are the inferences that can be drawn from this situation. First thing is, abiotic changes can indirectly modify biotic interactions. Can they modify? What is abiotic changes? Anything which is non-living. So if you think of temperature, sunlight, various things that are there, right? pH, all of this. Can it, let's say, affect or can it modify biotic interactions? सोच के बताओ. Can it do so? It can do so, right? So one is there. Then mutualistic relationships are insulated from environmental variability. What is the meaning of insulation? They are not impacted. If you just read the question says it results in reduced pollination success. इसका मतलब है this has to be wrong, right? The mutualistic relationships are, simple thing is, they are also impacted. They are not insulated. If the environment varies, they will be impacted, no doubt about it, right? Climate variability can also alter ecosystem synchrony, right? Synchronization means, again, for example, in what sync the blooming happens, flowering happens. So climate variability, if the climate changes, will it also change it? Yes, it will also change it, right? So what is the correct answer? 1 and 3. Second one is wrong. And here also, if somebody has read the paragraph carefully, you will get this question right, because mutualistic relationship or this will not be insulated. Okay. Obviously, the only nuance, for example, will be there's a very small type or very specific type of mutualism, right? We've seen, if you remember, obligatory mutualism, right? For example, fig and tree. Ab usme, even if the environment changes, it is only the other species that is the only specific species that is going for mutualism, as opposed to pollination. Pollination means you can have other pollinating agents also, right? So that can be the only exception. So here the answer becomes B. Okay. Now we have ecotopes. They are particularly useful. Ecotopes, for your reference, becomes these are. Here only you write it. There are some terms. In fact, in our environment classes also, I gave you a handout. Ecotope ki definition hai. What are ecotopes? Distinct, okay, or the smallest distinct fundamental unit for the study of ecology. As simple as that. These are the smallest distinct fundamental units. Okay. Smallest distinct fundamental units for the ecology. Now, why we classify ecotopes? Very obvious thing is stratification of landscape into distinct units. So let's say if I have a big area, I can classify it into certain ecotopes. That is the main meaning of this. Okay, so ecotopes are used for stratification of landscape. Yes. Can they help me in mapping the landscape structure, function, and temporal change? That is also going to be a direct benefit of this. Even this is correct. Now, prediction of genetic diversity of an individual species, this it will not be able to do, right? And if you think of it, for example, even if you know that this is a particular ecotope, but from this you cannot overall predict the genetic diversity of a species. For this we have other parameters. For example, if you think of measurement of ecosystem diversity, you have heard about Shannon index, Simpson index, etc., etc. So there is again a lot of calculation that is done. They will go into species richness, species evenness, right? There's a lot of calculation being done. Purely ecotopes cannot do that. Ecotopes, aap socho simple tarah se, they help you make or understand the ecosystem better, as simple as this, right? So they will help in stratification. Stratification kya hua? Stratification is simply creation of layers. The layers can be in an aquatic ecosystem. It can also be terrestrial ecosystem. So they are small distinct units. That is nothing but an ecotope. So first two statements are correct. The third one, the prediction of genetic diversity of an individual species is beyond the scope of an ecotope. They cannot do so. Okay. Ecosystem, but even a more distinct unit than it. Ecosystem is a more comprehensive unit. For example, for the best analysis, we classify an ecosystem. But even within that, I can also have small ecotopes for stratification. So इसमें ज़्यादा location और distribution aspect ज़्यादा है. In an ecosystem, it will have proper functions. No, alpha, the biodiversity, it is created for that small local area. Okay, so that is an ecosystem. But between ecosystem, it becomes beta. Okay? But uske liye we need something else. So we need alpha, then to predict the genetic diversity. Uske, if we don't have it, हम नहीं कर पाएंगे. Okay? Okay. Now, it's a huge paragraph. How many of you attended this question? पूरा आंसर छुपा हुआ है इसमें, right? A field ecologist, etc., etc. So instead of reading this entire thing, you tell me what is the answer. Niche. I don't think इसमें कोई बहुत problem हुई होगी. Difference between habitat and niche very quickly. Chalo, which is a bigger circle, habitat or niche? Habitat. Environment, habitat, niche. Which is the biggest circle? Environment, habitat, niche. Okay? For example, if habitat is the address, niche is the unique functional role the species would play, right? So again, the two species would not have the same niche, etc., etc. Okay, same thing. There's a two bird species which take up two different spaces, so not much to explain here. Main thing is niche. You got it correct. That's good. Now, we're talking of ecosystem accounting. Question number 6. Now, ecosystem accounting. This question, there's a small nuance that is being asked here. It views ecosystem assets primarily as resource stocks with a limited recognition of regulating and cultural ecosystem. Just read this statement. Do you find any issue in this statement? क्या problem है इसमें? अब देखो, अगर ecosystem accounting क्या है, देखो, if you want to have good accounting, right? Because you want to quantify. If I say wetlands provide $2 trillion of services, for example, I need to account for all the services, right? अगर मैंने regulating services को limit कर दिया, क्या accounting limited हो जाएगी? Will the accounting be limited? Yes or no? तो ये statement ही गलत है. This statement is wrong. To have a good accounting, they should first of all recognize also, and in their economic study, it should be an important factor, right? So it sees them as resource stocks, but beyond that, it will recognize the regulating and even the cultural ecosystem. It will do all of this in the accounting, right? So this statement first becomes wrong. If you see your options, अब क्या होगा? So the following is correct. So 3 is SEEA, the framework of, underline this, United Nations. It supports linking ecosystem services values with the national economic development and planning. अब उसमें ऊपर देखो, ecosystem accounting seeks to replace. Be careful of these terms. It does not want to replace. It simply wants to complement. So in this question also, one is if the statement tries to restrict the definition, be careful. Second thing, if you are very sure anything is replacing something, for example, in I think test number 2, there's a mention of CAQM, Commission on Air Quality Management. Of CAQM replaces a body, EPCA. वो सही है. That you are aware of. But this is a broad statement overall. What is the answer to this? See? हाँ देखो, limited recognition देखो. You have an ecosystem, 4 services are there: provisioning, regulating, supporting, cultural. If you quantify them, all of them, आप जब उसको एक economic value दोगे, when you want to give that, so you want to give this also. For example, it can regulate what? Air. But if you are limiting the regulation, the accounting will also be limited. आप सोचो, if they actually limit this part, देखो, economic accounting is what? Think of simply like a formula or Excel sheet. ठीक है? If I have recognized all the 4 services properly, all of them will get, let's say, $100, whatever is the amount. If I limit this, So my calculation will also be limited, yes or no? But in reality, what happens? Bhai, everything has to be done. Otherwise, somebody will say, bhai, your ecosystem accounting is also flawed. It is not very comprehensive. If I want to arrive at an estimate I am saying. So here the simple idea is ecosystem accounting has to include every service, as simple as that. हाँ इसमें ये स्टेटमेंट ये कहना चाह रहा है, व्हाट स्टेटमेंट ट्राइज टू से दैट यू वांट इन दिस, देखो ये दिस इज अकाउंटिंग, इन इट्स अकाउंटिंग दे आर सेइंग क्या वो लिमिट कर रहा है, इट डज नॉट लिमिट इट एट ऑल, राइट, इट विल अग्री टू ऑल दीज सर्विसेज, दैट इज व्हाई वी आर गोइंग फॉर दिस मेथड, ठीक है. Okay, now there are two statements. I think this also should not be very difficult. How many of you attempted question number 7? क्या attempt किया? देखो, so easier questions will go faster. In an ecosystem, energy once transferred to a higher trophic level never flows back to the lower trophic level. Energy transfer between trophic levels is progressively degraded in low grade heat during metabolic processes, making it unavailable for reuse by producers, right? Which law are you trying to recall here? 10% law. 90% energy gets lost where? Two things. One of them is mentioned, respiration and metabolic losses, right? So here what is the answer? So यहाँ पे remember 10% law, right? And 90% energy goes to or is lost in two things, respiration, metabolic activities. ठीक है? So not much to explain here, simple question है. This is a good question. We have also discussed this in detail in the class, and a very important term here that is mentioned is this. इसको भी देखेंगे. Now, in certain ecosystems, the pyramid of biomass can be inverted while the pyramid of energy remains upright. पहले तो सिर्फ बताओ, is the statement correct? Right? Give me example of pyramid of biomass which is inverted. Aquatic ecosystems. Pyramid of energy always remains upright. We know that. Primary producers with low biomass but high turnover rates can continuously supply energy to higher trophic levels. Pehle, here there is a statement or term, even this term can be asked, what is this turnover rate? What is turnover rate? Right. So ab iske liye best example to understand turnover rate is phytoplanktons. They may be more in number. They are created, consumed, created, consumed, created, consumed. That is known as a high turnover rate. What is high turnover rate? The moment they are created, they are consumed, they reproduce very quickly, and they are consumed very quickly. This is known as a high turnover rate. ठीक है? तो अब यहाँ पे क्या है? What we have written is in certain ecosystems, the pyramid of biomass can be inverted. Correct? Primary producers, they have a low biomass, true, but they have high turnover rates. Let's take the example of phytoplanktons. Can continuously supply energy to higher trophic levels. बिल्कुल ठीक है. But here remember, we are talking of which type of pyramid? Inverted pyramid. Inverted pyramid, especially inverted pyramid of, we're talking of biomass. This is a very specific case that is mentioned, that is why. So primary producers, they have a low biomass. They have high turnover rate. So they are created, consumed, but they are the ones which are responsible for flow of energy, right? Phytoplanktons eaten by zooplankton, right? And then that is how the flow of energy happens. So what is the answer here? 8 pe A, okay? Now, top predators often exhibit highest concentration of pesticides such as DDT in an ecosystem. True or false? True. These pesticides are very important, fat soluble and resist microbial degradation. So if I say DDT, can I say DDT is a persistent organic pollutant? What is persistent? It means it is going to resist microbial degradation. It is going to be present for a long time. Okay? And why fat soluble? If it is water soluble, it will be lost very easily. So these pesticides, ये भी सही है. Third पढ़ो. The energy transfer, here we are seeing efficiency between trophic levels increases the absolute biomass available at higher trophic levels. बताओ. तो यहाँ पे if you have trophic levels, the energy transfer efficiency will not increase. Yes or no? Will it increase? नहीं होगी, right? यहाँ पे main चीज है, it will decrease. And at the higher trophic levels, the biomass always is going to decrease. So this increase is wrong. So if you now look at it, but what should be the answer? See, only one of the statements is correct, and that explains statement 1. So in this type of 3 statement question, you have to examine everything, right? So 1 you don't have to read, but here these 2 you need to know carefully what is correct, what is not correct. Okay, so I think this here, the answer is C, should not be very difficult to understand. Again, just for your memory, which convention regulates POP? 1 second. So we were saying which convention? Stockholm Convention, right? So okay. So this I think, देखो एक बार ध्यान से, this is not difficult. The species that benefits depends completely on the host for the survival, but the host remains unaffected. बताओ people. चलो इसी के साथ just tell me the codes. Parasitism in plus and minus, tell me. Parasitism is plus minus. Commensalism is mutualism. Amensalism, right? So here one species benefits while other is unharmed. Now examples of commensalism. इसका इसी का example बताओ. At least 3 examples we have seen. चलो सबसे one is yes, epiphytes. In which biome? Tropical rainforests. They take the support of the tree, but they do not take nutrition. पहला example. Second, cattle egret. This is also there in one of the test questions. Cattle egret is a bird. Bird is there on this cattle. Okay, that can be an example. Okay, sucker fish attaching itself to a remora. Okay, now, chalo, let's see this question number 11. Unlike the carbon and nitrogen cycles, the phosphorus cycles does not have a significant gaseous phase. True or false? True. अगर phosphorus की जगह, if the question would have had sulfur, आपका आंसर क्या होता? Sulfur. No, sulfur also has a gaseous phase, right? Phosphorus will have a only sedimentary phase. Sulfur will have both. Okay? So this is correct. Second statement, let's see. Sulfur enters from the atmosphere from several sources like volcanic eruptions, from the surface of the ocean, and gases released by decomposition. True or false? True. Dekho, again try to recall your sulfur cycle. Whenever you think of a cycle, at least when you have to revise it, you need to know the sources of each cycle. Can sulfur be released from oceans? Batao, kaise? How? DMS is dimethyl sulfide. How many of you remember DMS? DMS is released from phytoplanktons, right? Phytoplanktons release DMS. Oceans release kar rahe hain. See? Sulfur can also be present as sulfates in the oceans. Yes. Sulfur can also be released from decomposition in the soil. Can be released from volcanic action. Can also be released from weathering of rock. Can also be released from I can say these deep या hydrothermal vents. इस सब कुछ हो सकता है. So whenever you revise a cycle, the point is you should know the source and you should know the sink. What releases it? Every time, in fact, some time back, I think 1 or 2 years back, there was a question. What is the which is the biggest source of release of SO2? Any idea? Or one एक step आगे जाओ. Thermal power plants. Okay, the biggest source is that. This is a direct statement of UPSC. The biggest source of SO2 emissions is what? Right? अब हो सकता है next time, this year they may ask you, what are technologies to control SO2, or maybe indicator species of SO2? These can be possible questions. Next, third statement. Nitrogen fixation on earth occurs through both biological activity of microorganisms and industrial process. दोनों सही है, हाँ है ना? ठीक? चलो, talking of biological activity of microorganisms, you give me examples of certain microorganisms which can help in nitrogen fixation. Chalo, good. Anabina, nostoc, spirulina, right? This happens in the oceans. Can you give me example which happens on land? Rhizobium, good. Rhizobium is the symbiotic association. Azobacter is symbiotic or non-symbiotic? Non-symbiotic. ठीक है, free living हो जाएगा. ठीक है? How many statements are correct here? All the three. So in some questions where, for example, nitrogen cycle will always be important. When you're revising it, you try to recall. Do you know this or not? Yes or no? ठीक है? आगे बढ़ते हैं. Question is hydrarch succession. ठीक है? This is a type of ecological succession. Ecological succession can be hydrarch also, xerarch or mesarch, depending on how is it starting. Yes or no? Hydrarch means क्या हुआ? Water based way. So here things should start from water and end up as a forest. In this also you will see, if you Google it also, images, there were phytoplanktons which became hydrophytes or floating plants, and finally this became a forest. So here, if I have to start, the best possible answer has to start from these two. Ab submerged hydrophytes is more better, and then floating plants, and then reeds, and then forest. Okay, so your answer becomes A. Ab mosses, yeah, lichens, this is generally will be seen, ये आपको मिलेगा when there is a bare rock, when nothing exists, right? Where nothing exists, the bare rock will be invaded by lichens. What are lichens? Symbiotic association of algae plus fungus. Okay? So here in 12th the answer becomes A. If I change it and if I ask you xerarch succession will start with, it can start with lichens. It can also be xerophytes. Phytes means plants, very small such plants, right? Okay. Now, a question is there. Can any of these species, because just very moderate amount of water, right? So any species that does not require too much of water, too less of water. So it's a broad range. Okay. Now, regular. Start करके अगर ultimately if you have sufficient forest, that can also be there. But generally desert will be an example of xerarch. Okay, starts with less water. Now let's talk about mangroves. Okay. Now here also I think a couple of points are only asked from you, sediments, etc. Now, before we answer this question, world's largest concentration of mangroves are found in which part of the world? Sundarbans, right? World's largest, Sundarbans. Now, another term, so mangroves के लिए two terms we say. One is halophytes. Where are mangroves found? Intertidal regions. Okay. If I know this definition also, intertidal regions. Now the question says regular tidal action is essential for mangrove growth as it facilitates oxygen to roots and assists the nutrient exchange. True or false? This is true. Ab, it is saying facilitates oxygen to roots. Normally what happens? Mangroves present होंगे saline conditions में, waterlogged conditions में. What modifications do these roots have? क्या बोलते हैं उनको? Pneumatophores. Pneumatophores are what? Aerial breathing roots. ठीक है? This we know. So if you want to just write, यहाँ पे pneumatophores पर write, यहाँ पे write pneumatophores. Okay, you'll remember it. Mangroves are commonly absent along high energy coastlines where strong wave action prevents establishment of fine sediments required for their rooting. This is also correct. Okay. So here, both the statements, if I know generally the distribution of mangroves, I will get this question right. Other than this roots, what other adaptations are there in mangroves? So stilt roots or kuch? What is vivipary? हाँ, So the seed does not fall on the ground, it germinates in the tree itself. Okay. Now, in this question, I have to tell you maybe one thing more. The question is on sea urchin. Okay. Who eats up sea urchin? Right. So we have seen, for example, kelp eaten up by, which is eaten up by, which is why we say sea otter can also be an example of keystone species. Okay. Up यहाँ पे in this question there are two terms. If you do not know, you will not be able to answer it. Right? There are two terms. One is crustaceans, one is echinoderms. How many of you know Cnidaria? पढ़ रखा है ना? Any example of Cnidaria? And one example, so you always have to tell me. तो अलग हो गया. Cnidaria में, can Cnidaria have symbiotic associationship? I've given you half answer. आप try करो. Yes, the answer is coral. Cnidaria का the best possible example, one is coral, one is jellyfish. One of the questions UPSC had asked, which of the following can have symbiotic association? In that first statement was Cnidaria. This is Cnidaria, C-N-I-D-A-R-I-A. Why am I telling you this? If you go for animal classification, you will have vertebrates and you will have invertebrates. Crustaceans are invertebrates. These are invertebrates. Echinoderms, invertebrates. ये सारे examples किसके हैं? Invertebrates के. अब, can you know or do you know any example of crustaceans? Crab, lobster, etc. Okay? Even krill can be an example. So, जो भी terms है, if a term is new to you in these tests, you have to make some notes there and there itself. जब आप revise करोगे, crustacean नया term है नहीं पता था, तो crab हो गया, or lobster, etc. You can write them as examples. Okay? Which can possess a certain calcareous exoskeleton. Okay? The point is, the question is asking which of the following is correct. They are not crustaceans. पहली बात तो ये तो wrong है. They are actually echinoderms. Today you get one example of echinoderms is sea urchins. The homework should be you need to know at least one or two examples of echinoderms. So for example, चलो आपने आंसर ही दे दिया. I wanted to ask you, what are sea cucumber? Sea cucumber are echinoderms. Okay? Characterized by spiny skin, radial symmetry, ये ठीक है. अब ये third point is factual. You will not know this as कोई chance ही नहीं आपको पता होगा अभी. ठीक है? And this makes this question very difficult in the exam. Okay? The largest known sea urchin species found in shallow waters of Mediterranean. For this, what is the answer? The largest known, it is present in Japan. Okay, so this is a very, very, very factual part. So this makes it wrong. And last one is they possess bilateral symmetry throughout their cycle. Okay, so it is not bilateral symmetry, but basically they have radial symmetry. Okay, so in this question, basically the only takeaway I want you to have is these are echinoderms. And one more example of echinoderms today that you know is sea cucumber. We have more questions on sea cucumber coming in. And now if you see crustaceans, you will at least have a couple of examples handy with you. अच्छा, mollusk में you will have these, I think snails, etc. Some of these examples. हाँ, तो वो सारे वो अलग से category. Okay. Now, how many of you attempted this question? इतना मुश्किल नहीं है वाला, right? Let's see which of the following is correctly matched. Let's start with the bottom. Benthic zone, bottom region, not in big issue. Now you have profundal zone, deep, dark, cold layer, light does not penetrate, etc. Is that correct? That is correct. And when the statement says light does not penetrate, you can also write another term here, aphotic. This is also aphotic, right? There are two terms. One is littoral zone, okay, and one is limnetic. Which zone has higher productivity? Littoral? Limnetic, तो इसमें हुआ क्या है? Littoral is high biodiversity, shallow, sunlit shore area. Limnetic is open water region. It is having phytoplanktons, etc., but it is not having as high biodiversity. So if I were to draw something like this, right? Or chalo, isse better, I can also make a continental shelf and slope type of a thing. 1 second. Let's say this is the ocean. In this part, you will have a lot of rooted attached plants. Okay. So this region is your littoral zone, right? So near the shoreline area, a lot of vegetation, rooted vegetation is present, whereas the limnatic zone is your open oceans. Limnatic zone is bigger, broader. It will have more area exposed, lesser productivity. This region is very high in rooted plants. It is having a lot of biodiversity. So littoral zone, more biodiversity. Limnatic zone, less biodiversity. Okay? So keep this in mind. So how many pairs are correctly matched? Only 2. Now, light availability. Ab dekho, this question mein the answer is given directly to you. Light availability has little to no influence on primary productivity of ecosystem. Can this ever be true? ये तो गलत हो गया. Nutrient enrichment beyond the assimilative capacity of an aquatic ecosystem can reduce net primary productivity by altered trophic structure. Batao. What is this? Give me an example to prove this point. Algal blooms, right? So for example, nutrient enrichment agar zyada ho raha hai, beyond the capacity, can reduce the productivity. How come? If there's a big algae on top of the ecosystem, problem kya hoga? Sunlight cannot come in. Then photosynthesis will be impacted. So net productivity will be impacted. इसीलिए इसमें लिखा है beyond the assimilative capacity. If it is within the capacity, for a very short brief time, the productivity will increase, right? But over a period of time, it will not increase, right? This is a problem. So this is correct. Temperature regulates aquatic primary productivity primarily by controlling stratification driven nutrient mixing. This is also correct. Okay, we have different regions in the ocean. Open ocean, the bottom part. So temperature regulates this productivity by controlling the stratification driven nutrient mixing. This is correct. ठीक है? इसी के साथ एक और term we have also asked you, but what is that term? Deal vertical migration. क्या होता है? Zoo planktons, they will move up and down. So in the night they will come up, they will take up the nutrients, again they will go back. That also helps in nutrient mixing, and that is a very good example of carbon sequestration, natural. Okay. Okay, now we have another term. This is a more micro question on harmful algal blooms. Different colors have been asked to you. The very first one is red tide. Okay. Red tide is a common term used for harmful algal blooms. यहाँ तक ठीक था, but it is saying in the both marine, in 2 different ecosystems, right? So red tide is specifically used for marine ecosystems, right? Second term, green tide blooms generally enhance seagrass and coral reef growths by nutrient enrichment. Okay. So here the main thing is it is not actually happening. उल्टा क्या होगा? When there is a green tide, it will lead to hypoxic zone. Hypoxic zone will ultimately become dead zones. This is a problem. Lastly, so it does not enhance the seagrass. उल्टा seagrass कम हो जाएगी over a period of time. Brown tides are predominantly driven by benthic macroalgal points. So benthic नहीं है. This is above. Brown जहां भी होगा, it should have certain biomass available slightly above. So this is generally the pelagic region and not the benthic region, right? So here all the 3 are wrong. This is a very micro question on harmful algal bloom. Generally, even if you know the term red tide, what is that, you are fine. But this is a question many of you would have not known this. For example, this question can be a source of information for you. The different types of algal blooms. Okay? Now, if I ask you, all algal blooms are harmful? Nahin? Okay? Red tide also we know is a misnomer. It does not have to be red always. and it is not at all related to the phenomena of tides. Okay, which of the statement is correct here? None, all are wrong. But this is a very micro question. अब देखते हैं. Sea snot events. What is a sea snot? सुनाए? Just what is the phenomena related to? But not kelp forest, but this is again related to eutrophication only. The other name for this is known as marine mucilage. It is more slimy and more sticky in nature, right? But phenomena related to the idea of eutrophication or nutrient enrichment. As simple as that. Okay? Now there are two statements here. These knots are more frequently observed, okay, in semi-enclosed seas such as Marmara Sea. Okay? This is correct. Semi-enclosed seas experience restricted water exchange and higher nutrient retention. Higher nutrient retention is related to nutrient enrichment. बिल्कुल. This will cause what? Eutrophication. ये तो बिल्कुल सही है. And it is semi-enclosed, so the water exchange is very restricted. So this nutrient enrichment or the slimy or this growth which happens will stay for a longer time, right? So that is why which Marmara Sea, which countries are close to this? Look at the map. हमने sea snot का एक, we have also seen which area in the classes, even in your batch also. ये batch पे भी करा हुआ है. सोचो, any idea? So Marmara Sea, yeah, otherwise just bracket में लिखो map. You should know. In fact, with this, you also write one more thing. Montreal Convention regulates the movement of ships around the region. This is what you should also know additionally. Because sea snot will disturb the movement of ships. This will be a problem. So let's move ahead. Now, this is a question wherein some features are there and locations you have to match it. Right? We'll try to see whatever we can extract from these questions. The very first question, question number 19. पहला देखते हैं. Sundarban's world's largest mangrove ecosystem. Is this correct? Gulf of Kutch, coral, mangrove, seagrass mosaic with strong tidal influence. True or false? True. Okay. In fact, यहाँ पे because the word coral is also mentioned, the Zoological Survey of India actually had carried out its bio-rock technology here only. Right? Next, Godavari estuary. Now you tell me what is an estuary. We've already seen a question on estuary. Kunal, estuary. बिल्कुल सही, right? Absolutely correct. That is why these are ecotones. Significant mangroves in Koringa Wildlife Sanctuary. बिल्कुल सही. Koringa Wildlife Sanctuary is the area where your Asian water bird census of 2025 was carried out. Okay. By the way, now 2026 is currently happening. Asian water bird census. Asian water bird census is supported by which body? How I remember it, I'll tell you. Name is water bird. So my mind says bird. So my mind says BirdLife International. अब मैंने कैसे याद किया? ये नहीं होगा. BirdLife International नहीं होगा. कौन होगा? Wetland International. Very close. ठीक? Whenever, if I give you this as a statement, it is coordinated by BirdLife International. You will be tempted to mark it right. No. तो आप सोचो wetland से मुझे birds याद आएंगी, पर BirdLife International नहीं होगा. The answer is Wetland International. And in India, who supports this? BNHS, Bombay Natural History Society. ठीक है? So we have significant mangroves in Koringa. That is true. Right? And if we talk about region wise, you can even cross check it later. India में patch wise, I'm not saying state wise. Patch wise maximum is in Sundarban. Second one is Bhitarkanika. Third one is Koringa. But ये patch wise है. अगर आपने इसको सही मान लिया, देन यू विल मेक द मिस्टेक, यू थिंक इट स्टेट वाइज. नो, स्टेट वाइज स्टिल मैक्सिमम इज वेस्ट बंगाल फॉलोड बाय गुजरात. स्टेट वाइज अलग हो जाता है, पैच वाइज अलग है. ओके, फाइन. वेम्बनाड, वेयर इज वेम्बनाड कोल? केरला. This is true. It is also a Ramsar site. There are 3 Ramsar sites in Kerala: Vemanad, Ashtamudi, Shashtamkota. These 3. All the 4 are correctly matched. So in some questions, if there is a fact or detail, we will try to know about it. That can also be helpful. Okay. Now, we're talking of alpha diversity. Okay. Now let's see this. It represents species richness within a defined habitat or an ecosystem. Okay. अब सेकंड बड़ा ध्यान से पढ़ेंगे. इट मेजर्स टर्नओवर ऑफ स्पीशीज बिटवीन 2 एडजेसेंट इकोसिस्टम्स. बिल्कुल, ये तो गलत है. इट इज सेंसिटिव टू लोकल हैबिटेट हेट्रोजेनिटी एंड माइक्रोक्लाइमेटिक कंडीशंस. अब देखो, पॉइंट इज डाइवर्सिटी, sensitive. Even if you do not fully understand this, any small changes that will happen around this region will impact the diversity. Yes or no? What is microclimate? Normal climate is more general in nature. Microclimate is more area specific, area sensitive. So for example, in an area, if you have more forests, right, that will have more cleaner air, that will have better, for example, more mycorrhiza, that will have better diversity, as opposed to a deserted land. So it is sensitive? Bilkul, yes, it is sensitive. Alpha diversity will be sensitive to local habitat heterogeneity and microclimatic conditions. What is the meaning of heterogeneity? It is the opposite of homogeneity. Homogeneity is uniformity. This is diversity. बिल्कुल सही है. Which is correct here? Only 2. अब इस क्वेश्चन को लगाओ स्टार मार्क. This is a good question. Okay. There are some questions that you should revise, and in your PRP test or whatever test you are following, you should have a habit that for each 50 or 100 questions, you should have 10 to 15 star marked questions. You always have to go back and see. Okay? This can vary for the different people depending on your basic knowledge. But इस question में बहुत कुछ you can understand from just one question. Yeah. Species turnover, यहाँ पे overall, right? The turnover means the overall species in that or the ecosystem. That is overall turnover. Just we saw the turnover rate, if you recall. हाँ हाँ, अभी आएगा. अभी को वो क्वेश्चन में कर लेंगे. ठीक है. Now, diatoms and dinoflagellates are phytoplanktons. Till here it is clear. Which perform photosynthesis. Will this be clear? Yes. Up talking of phytoplanktons, here only you try to recall other examples. 2 examples are written in front of you. Right. So ये दोनों और याद रखो. Ocholithophores, cyanobacteria. Right. Diatoms, by the way, are very important for silica. The silica cycle. Now, jellyfish are classified as zooplanktons because they drift in the ocean currents. अब ये जो statement है, this statement again tries to ask you, are you sure about the different terms? You have planktons, which means phyto and zooplanktons. You have nectons. Nectons are powerful swimmers. If I think of image of jellyfish, will it be swimming properly? It will be moving. So jellyfish क्या होना चाहिए? Powerful swimmer. It should be a. Now jellyfish will be under which phylum? Cnidaria. We just saw that. Okay. Because they drift. So second statement becomes wrong. Third statement again helps you recall zooplanktons. Both this copepod was asked by UPSC. Copepod and krill. Krill is crustacean. They are zooplanktons. बिल्कुल सही है. Can you give me other zooplanktons? You write it here itself. सोच के बताओ. ठीक है. So one is foraminifera. It was asked by UPSC once. Radiolarians, yes, and zooflagellates. So this simple one question will help me revise more terms one by one. 21. What is the right answer? B. Okay. So यहाँ पे one thing is necton. No, microscoping में krill will be slightly bigger in size. Okay, and second thing is some species, for example, even when I say phytoplanktons, if you go one step in more detail, some species will remain phytoplankton or zoo for a small amount of time. In this zooplankton, some species will later on transform to another species also. तो उनका पूरी life cycle के नहीं होते वो. Only in the larval stages they are there. ठीक है? But basically speaking, even if you look at krills, copepods, these are smaller but not as microscopic as phyto. So from phyto, so they will be bigger in size, as simple as that. They will be eating up these plants, and that is how the food chain evolves. Yeah? No, jellyfish, it is big. It is big. So here it is not. That is why it is a nekton. Powerful swimmers, this is a nekton. Can you give me any other example of nekton? Socho? Fish or can turtles be nekton? Yes, they can swim. Bilkul. Okay. Now, sea grasses. Ab dekho, first thing, whenever I say seaweed and sea grasses, which is flowering, which is not flowering? Sea grass is flowering. Seaweed is non-flowering. Very clear. Sea grasses are flowering plants. True. True roots, leaves. True. Seaweeds are marine algae lacking vascular tissues. Bilkul sahi statement hai. And this statement directly asks you the conceptual difference between a sea grass and a seaweed. Sea grasses form underground meadows that support species like dugong. True or false? True. Seaweeds mainly attached to a rocky substance, traits, and are harvested for commercial use. Fine. Unlike seaweeds, whenever you have a question like this or statement in general, comparing two options, you be very careful. Unlike seaweeds, sea grasses cannot perform photosynthesis. Ab batao. So obviously wrong hai. Dugongs are what? Herbivores. Herbivores are eating grass. So bhai, this has to perform photosynthesis, right? And they depend on symbiote. So this becomes wrong. Cannot perform photosynthesis. How many statements are correct? Only two. Okay. India's first dugong conservation reserve, Gulf of Mannar. Okay. Now, very long statement is there, but you will be easily able to answer this. 23rd. Padho aur batao. You can actively solve it here also, even if you were attempted earlier. एक दो कीवर्ड से सीधे इसका आंसर आ जाएगा. बताओ. कौन सा आंसर? Sea cucumber, right? What is a sea cucumber? Phylum. Echinoderm. We just saw. Other example of echinoderm that we saw today? Sea urchin. Okay. Answer here is the moment you see, for example, ek to bottom dwelling can be a hint. Invertebrate can be a hint. Okay. Muddy sea. Important role in recycling, decomposition of organic matter. We know this is also a detritivore. How many of you remember this? Right? Seabed, high commercial use, heavily trafficked, dedicated conservation reserve has been established in Lakshadweep. I think this statement has also been asked in one of the future questions also. So this conservation reserve has been there in Lakshadweep. Which act creates a conservation reserve? Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Okay, that you get protection from. Okay. So not a very difficult question here. Now let's move ahead. Now, there are few terms mentioned here. A continuous population of insects feeding on a single plant species gradually splits into two. One of them adapts on flowers, okay? Whereas the other one, one adapts to feed on flowers and the other one on leaves within the same habitat, okay? Over time, mating occurrence, this preferentially changes within the group. Which mechanism is actually happening here? इसमें even if you don't know these tough terms, by the way, but you easily can solve it. आप बताओ कैसे करोगे इसको? बिल्कुल सही है, right? Because it is there on a single plant species, right? And here both of them, one is feeding on the flowers, one is feeding on the leaves. They have differentiated their niche. So answer क्या होगा? right? Now, how many of you recall in the classes we had also done Darwin's finches? Their beaks were different. Okay? Another thing is, for example, if two species are same, but somehow they have been now, they have a different geography. Let's say there's an island which has totally changed how they are performing. For example, geographically, there are species which have become geographically isolated. Geographical isolation will also produce some changes. वो हो जाएगा आपका ऊपर. Physical barriers क्या हो जाएगा? Allopatric speciation. So here what is the answer? Sympatric speciation because of this term, ecological niche differentiation. With this also we in the class and in general I talked to you about Gauss's competitive exclusion. Okay? And there is also something known as resource partitioning. Right? Just remember that. Peripatric may also I can go in slightly even more detail. I think it is better if you just go through the model answer. Otherwise, actually speciation is very detailed topic. Okay? Slightly beyond the scope of our discussion. Abhi ke liye, only the very simple one line you want to remember. I'm not expecting UPSC to go in so much of detail. Okay? Now, let's have a look at this. This is again a simple topic directly linked to what you need to know. Patch A, number of species 10. Patch B, number of species 8. All species occur in similar abundance. One में क्या लिखा है? One species dominates, other are rare. By the look of it, which has more species richness? A, very obvious. What has more evenness? B. B has more evenness. अब देखो. Let's see the statements. Patch A has higher species richness than patch B. True or false? Patch B has greater evenness. Evenness जब होता है ना, we talk evenness as relative abundance. Okay. Now, despite higher species richness, patch A may not have higher overall biodiversity than patch B due to lower evenness. True or false? This is true. Why? Overall biodiversity के लिए I need both richness as well as evenness. Now, if you think if one species is dominating and others are rare, by default, this ecosystem will also not last long enough. There will be challenges in this ecosystem because one of these species is becoming rare. Yes or no? So, what is the correct answer here? D. All the statements are correct. Okay? So, we are done with 25. Now, let's see. This is a question purely if you know the English, you will understand. How many of you attempted this question? ध्यान से देखो. Regions with greater habitat heterogeneity. First of all, you just tell me what is heterogeneity. Diversity. ठीक है? If somebody just found this term difficult, चलो, you are forgiven. But इसका opposite क्या है? What is the opposite of heterogeneity? Homogeneity. Heterogeneity means diversity. Now you read. Regions with greater habitat heterogeneity tend to support higher biodiversity. बिल्कुल सही है. अब second statement पढ़ो. Uniform environmental conditions allow species to widely disperse and occupy larger ranges, thereby increasing the overall species richness. Carefully read, and here only directly you have the answers. Why no? Yes, these two terms, right? So you have, in fact, in very uniform conditions. First thing what will happen is the niche will be very restricted, right? If in an area if you have more diversity of environmental conditions, species will also have adaptations. They will have more linkages. They will have a more complex food chain and food web. That you understand? This is why this is different or wrong, right? Or if it is a uniform condition, why will the species disperse? आप ये बताओ ना. If everything is almost same, they will not move out as much. Whereas if there is high temperatures or sometimes there is a variation in temperatures, for better habitat or other plant, they will move to other area. Yes or no? That is that part here. So here, what is the answer? C. Statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. Which one? Competition में क्या हो जाएगा? Species interaction हो जाता है in a competition. Here, I'm not talking of species to species. I'm talking of the environment. Competition is different. Competition is, let's say, all of us are competing in the same room for air. That is separate. But what if in this air is or temperature is very fluctuating? So there is a competition. It is biotic. The environmental is abiotic. Okay. More species evenness can be there, but in सारे cases में ना there will be a lot of ifs and buts. कुछ तो हम constant करेंगे, कुछ temperature पे देखेंगे, etc. etc. Okay. चलो, this is the easy question. Incorrect. पूछा आपसे. Regions with low primary productivity always exhibit high biodiversity. पहले बताओ, is it true or false? Low primary productivity will not have higher biodiversity. As simple as that. High primary productivity will have high biodiversity. What is high primary productivity in environment? Productivity क्या होगी environment में? Rate of biomass production, right? Primary means by plants, autotrophs. So जिस region में you have higher biomass productivity, that means you can feed more organisms. As simple as that. If you can feed more, you will have complex food chains, food web. Yes or no? So this will always exhibit higher. तो ये तो opposite ही हो गया, गलत. First statement is wrong. Second, frequent large-scale disturbances such as cyclones always increase biodiversity. Goes with ये तो हो ही नहीं. This cannot be true. Wrong. Okay. Stable climate conditions reduce biodiversity since species require constant environmental change to evolve. बताओ. Species will want stability. Yes. So this becomes wrong. Okay. What is the answer to this? Which is incorrect? Oh. Now. No. देखो दो चीजें. Stable climatic conditions reduce the biodiversity. Here two things are there. In this question, what we are saying is, for example, stability. What is the meaning of stability? Stability means the fluctuations will be not as high, right? If the conditions are stable, the stable conditions reduce the biodiversity, etc. देखो, species ultimately will want less fluctuations. This is true, right? ये statement तो गलत है. If we go back to the previous question, uniform environmental conditions allow the species to disperse widely. They will not go to other habitat ना, आप ही सोचो. They will be restricted in their own habitat. If they are restricted in their own habitat, that is the good part, right? And occupy larger ranges. ये भी नहीं होगा. Large range में आप जाओगे, वहां तो fluctuation हो जाएगा ना. So why would they want to go ahead and go into some other region? If the condition is already stable, species go to larger ranges. Why? Think of migration. Or let's say think of a bear who goes for hibernation. क्यों? Because there are not uniform conditions, because there are adverse conditions. आप सोचिए देखो, just practically put in some examples, you get your answer. It is precisely because of changing environmental conditions that species disperse very wide. Yes or no? ठीक है? So now this part is also clear. Okay, now 4 terms are there. Hope spot. Directly सही लिखा है. Critically marine biodiversity zones, right? Hope spots. Now, just to recall, who gives the concept of hope spot? There is a scientist and then there is a body. Scientist is Dr. Sylvia Earle. Okay. Which body is there? Mission Blue. Okay. India has two of them, Lakshadweep and Andaman and Nicobar. यहाँ पे in the model answer it should also be written, but if you just want to write it, Sylvia Earle. Mission Blue is the organization. Okay, now sentinel species, here only just write down, these are also known as, easier name for them is indicator species, which means their presence or absence reflects specific environmental condition. That is correct. Priority species. Now here it is written, they act as an ambassador icon for a defined habitat for a certain environmental cause. Okay, for priority species. So here, the moment you see ambassador, but still for priority species, here you can just write, this is priority species is a term used by WWF. That's it. Separately, they have given this term. Okay. Okay. Just a second. Paper. Acha, यहाँ पे ना, this is not properly mentioned. In this Umbrophilus, phile means to love. This means actually shade. This statement is not very clear in what it is trying to ask you. For now, you just cut it and it put a dash, right? Shade loving species. Shade loving species. Shade loving species. Okay. All right. So what is, which one is correctly matched? The first two. The fourth one is not, I think, correctly mentioned in the paper. Which one? Shade loving may, for example, if you look at this, a tree is there, yeah, jahan pe the canopy is in such a manner that this is directly, this is a specific example, by the way. This is example also we've seen in the class. A big tree is there, a small tree is there. For the small tree, what is the issue? It is not getting the sunlight. But in this example, we are not very sure whether it likes the shade or not. In this specific case, it loves the shade. They grow better in shade. Okay. And if they go better in shade, uske saath zaruri nahi dusri species ho. So this will be a separate example also, because if you want to say कि sir, well, आप ये सोच रहे होगे whether Embryophilus will always be amensalism or commensalism. The point is, some of them can also be without a specific interaction also. So for example, अगर मैं tropical rainforest की बात करूं, when you have proper canopies, right? Some species can properly grow in the shade also without proper sunlight, क्योंकि in these canopies you don't get the sunlight coming into the deep regions. ठीक है, तो वो भी एग्जांपल अलग से बन सकता है इसमें. 28 also ना, ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे अभी तक I think 1 was there and 28. ठीक है. Okay, now let's come to mega diverse countries. Now the question says they are recognized by Conservation International. अब देखो, mega diverse countries are also supported by Bird Conservation Monitoring Center of UNEP. This is also correct. They're also supported or recognized by Conservation International. This is also correct. Both statements are fine. Okay. In some books or publications, you'll also find WCMC UNEP. In fact, WCMC UNEP in 2014 had given 17 such mega diverse countries. But the same thing is also supported and recognized by this body, Conservation International. So Conservation International we also find in biodiversity hotspot also. ठीक है? तो ये सही है. अब इसमें देखो, it must possess high overall species richness along with significant levels of endemism. ये बिल्कुल ठीक है. This is correct. How many mega diverse countries do we have? Right. So for your reference, just write here 1/17. Biodiversity hotspots are identified by Conservation International. True or false? True. But if they had also mentioned they were coined by, or the idea was of Norman Myers, right? Hope spot was Dr. Sylvia Earle. Here the idea was of Norman Myers. Later on, this idea was taken up by Conservation International. Now, it must contain at least 1500 vascular plants as endemic. बिल्कुल सही. and must have lost at least 70% of the original habitat. This is also correct. Now, in the above mega diverse country, you try to recall what is their criteria. मेगा डाइवर्स में क्राइटेरिया नहीं वो ठीक है, स्पेसिफिक बताओ. One is चलो they should be surrounded by a marine habitat. What is the specific? यहाँ पे 1500 है, here it is 5000 plants. So 5000 plants and it is surrounded by a marine area, right? That is all. Okay. So 1 and 2 now you know. Now let's come to third one. IUCN hot spots. Cut कर दो देख के. IUCN is not doing anything with respect to these hotspots. Which body is doing it? Conservation International. How many statements are correct? Only 2. अब देखो, one more concept again related to Conservation International. High biodiversity wilderness areas are identified by IUCN. This is incorrect. They are identified by Conservation International. But the question was, HBWA are inspired by IUCN, then it is correct. Right? So there is a very small nuance here. अगर inspired होगा तो सही है, but identified by Conservation International, they are very large ecosystems that retain this. Now, if you look at high biodiversity wilderness areas, you tell me why are they designated? So as to prevent them from becoming a biodiversity hotspot. Right? They are very rich in biodiversity. But if we don't take adequate let's say considerations, they will ultimately become a hotspot. Okay? Now, Amazon Basin, Congo Basin are examples of HBWA. This is also correct. There is also one more question I think on this same. Which of the following is not HBWA? I think that is also there. So what is the correct answer here? 2 only. Now, here are some examples one by one. Kaziranga Park protecting one horned rhino in situ. Seed banks क्या होगा? XC2. Captive breeding. This is wrong. Right? Next. No, zoo will always be XC2. Yes? So zoo लिखा है XC2 है. Last आ जाओ. DNA banks preserving genetic the material of endangered species. Okay, this is XC2 hai. What is the right answer here? Huh. 3 pairs are right. There's only one that is incorrectly matched. ठीक है? नहीं मैं आपको I'll give you examples. देखो, think of global seed bank. सुना है आपने? This is there in Svalbard, Norway. India also has it. If there's a DNA bank, what they will do? They will take up some of the, let's say, genetic material. They'll store it in labs. When they store it in labs, it will be put in very cold conditions. You will do cryopreservation. This we also do for coral reefs. Very recently, world's first coral cryo babies, they were installed in Great Barrier Reef. So DNA bank है, जहां भी आपको banks type का दिखे, you will take something and you store it in the labs at very cold temperatures. That is simply an example of XC2, not in their natural habitat. Because if I go to a fish area, let's say, मैं अगर isolate भी करूंगा, but where will I keep it? I will have to keep it in a safe stored space. And these DNA banks are also helpful for further research and education purpose. So let's say 10 years later, a particular university wants to do a study. They'll take the samples from the lab and then they'll do the study. So they have to be stored in vitro, which means in labs. Okay? Now, there's a mention of a realm. Okay, Indo. Achha, by the way, Indian subcontinent has two realms. One is Indo-Malayan and one is this Pale-Arctic realm. First point to remember here. Now, the Indo-Malayan realm covers this. This is characterized is having tropical, subtropical forest and high endemism. This is correct. The Indian mainland falls entirely with the Afro-tropical realm. ये तो गलत हो जाएगा. Why? Yes, we have Indo-Malayan and Pale-Arctic. This is not correct. And this question, even if you look at geography part, how Africa separated itself, right? So there is a distinction also between the two. So this is wrong. The moment you see keywords like entirely, etc., this becomes wrong. Afro-tropical nahi hai. We have two realms. One is Indo-Malayan and one is Pale-Arctic. Pale-Arctic is going through Himalayas. Indo-Malayan is going through the subcontinent and Southeast Asia part. Okay? So that is the answer. So what is the answer here? One only. Okay, now this question I think you can easily solve it. Simply you apply your knowledge. Now tundra, can tundra have coniferous? Batao, hoga? Can I remove tundra? Right? Will tropical have high species richness and multi-layered canopy? Absolutely true. Tropical grasslands, savanna with scattered acacia trees, right? Taiga, permafrost layer preventing deep root penetration. Permafrost is the feature of tundra. So how many are wrong here? 2. Now what is the correct answer? Okay. इसमें कह दिया what is the answer? Acha, so then this is also this has to be corrected then. The answer has to be B. Very clear. And you are solving it how? You are solving it through simple. Just seeing the keywords. Tundra में the keyword भाई coniferous तो हो ही नहीं सकता. Can you give me any example of coniferous? सुना है ना? Coniferous. Okay. What is the characteristic feature of coniferous? Needle-like leaves. Okay. ठीक है. Now let's have a look at this. So this also just a couple of keywords and you get your answer. Just quickly have a look at this question. Dominated by grasses, prairies, pampas. बताओ. What are known as granaries of the world? Prairies. ठीक है. Where are prairies in which temperate? Yes or no? The answer is temperate grasslands. Any example of tropical grasslands? Batao. Savannas. Okay. Right. So here just a couple of keywords and you have your answer. Which this is not a difficult question, but you need to train ki haan bhai, which point I need to know and then I need to eliminate. Now next, savanna biomes, and you have hot desert biomes. Two obvious questions are there. Tropical climates, yes. Distinct wet and dry seasons supporting grasses, बिल्कुल सही है. Drought tolerant trees. Hot desert biomes, they show low net primary productivity. True or false? This will be true. Due to extremely low precipitation and intense evapotranspiration. This is also true, right? The answer is now. This is a question, of course, you need to know some part of geography as well. But here, let's see this third statement first. Western Ghats is restricted to western coastal escarpment and does not extend to Deccan Plateau. So, सोच के बताओ. False. If you think of Karnataka, if you think of Maharashtra, there is some extension which also goes to the Deccan Plateau. How many states Western Ghats is spread? 6 states, right? And remember, the entire Western Ghats is regarded as a UNESCO Natural World Heritage Site. Entire Western Ghats. Okay? We'll also see Western Ghats today in other questions also. So third statement becomes wrong. What is the answer? Other two are fine. Himalayan zone has high altitude cold desert ecosystems, correct? Snow leopard, ibex. And then Deccan Peninsula, largest biogeographic zone, covering tropical deciduous, that is also right. Okay, now there is a mention of Pisces. What is this Pisces? Right? And here, what this is the reference to birds, so this becomes wrong. Then you have Aves, so warm-blooded vertebrates with feathers and pneumatic bones. This is correct, right? These are basically, and birds will be warm-blooded, right? Humans are also warm-blooded. Mammals are warm-blooded, right? Amphibia, example of amphibia. Frogs, बस वो तो सबको पता है. और बताओ. Toads, salamanders, all these are examples of amphibia, right? So here, because they're amphibian, that is why we say they have a dual mode of life. Okay, smooth, moist skin. Do they breathe from their skin? Yes, which is also why they're also threatened by climate change, right? So here, what is the answer? Acha, road. हाँ, incorrect पूछा है. Only one. Easy question. Just see it and you should know the answer. Zones. Littoral zone, right? Littoral zone was having the highest productivity, followed by limnatic zone, profundal, slightly deeper, and then aphotic means there is no light. Bentham means bottom dwelling. So there, this will also be less productivity. Aphotic is a bigger zone, so it will also have that also, right? Correct. Now, penguins, crocodiles, tuna, sharks. So first thing is you need to know these terms. See, we already know warm-blooded and cold-blooded. What is the other term from warm-blooded? Endo, ecto. Cold will be. Now you look at penguins are endothermic animals that maintain constant body temperature even in extremely cold conditions. Batao, true? So you need to, if you know endo, then you will get your answer. Crocodiles are ectothermic, true. External heat sources to regulate, this is also true. Now tuna, what is tuna? It's a fish. Tuna and some sharks exhibit regional endothermy, allowing certain parts of the body to remain warmer. This is true. And you can underline this term in case you do not know. This is regional endothermy. So some parts, right? Maybe their eyes, brains, right? Swimming muscles. They are adapted more. It is not the entire body, only selected organs, right? Which are warmer than the other. Okay. Now, let's have a look at question number 40. So, iska what is the answer to this one? C. Okay. Again, same term. Ectothermic animals such as reptiles, most reptiles are far more common in tropical and subtropical regions than polar regions. Okay? Ectotherms are capable of maintaining constant. False, right? The moment you see this is false, the answer becomes C. A plant having a vascular tissue but lacking flowers and fruits cannot be classified as an angiosperm. True. Second, angiosperms reproduce through seeds enclosed within fruits which develop from flowers. True. Now here a couple of terms that you should know. One is you should know cryptogams and you need to know phanerogams. So crypto मतलब क्या होगा? Something that is hidden. So here in cryptogams, what happens? Their reproductive organs are hidden. In phanerogams, they are visible. So here cryptogams में क्या हुआ? reproductive organs are hidden. Here they are visible. Cryptogams, how they reproduce. Okay. They reproduce with spores. Cryptogams. यहाँ पे phanerogams में seeds. अब why are we discussing all of this? Cryptogams में, without going into too much of more technical words, you have heard terms like mosses, lichens. Okay, so here you have I've written TBP. These are technical names. Bio के नाम में halophytes, bryophytes, pteridophytes. Halo, bryo, pterido. If you're finding these names difficult, we can remember some examples. Halophytes का example क्या हो जाएगा? Algae. Bryo का example is mosses. Okay, and pteridophytes. Right? So let's say ferns. Normally people think all of them are same, but all of them are different. Mosses, so algae, mosses, ferns. If you know this, this actually helps you remember the degree of differentiation. So for example, you have algae. Algae was thallophytes. You have this is bryophyte, this is pteridophyte. अब देखो, a question can come, arrange them in the degree of differentiation. Which one is most undifferentiated? In these three, ferns will have more differentiation. Ferns will look like they will have certain stem, leaves, roots. This looks like more like this. So algae, mosses, ferns, maybe there is a way to structure them. They fall under the category of cryptogams. Cryptogams में their reproductive organs are hidden and they reproduce via spores. Right? Phanerogams में we see two, angio and any example of gymnosperms or angio? Right. So if you look at pines, for example, these are your, okay, so they will have certain enclosure, the cycads, etc. So sometimes this classification is also very helpful for clarity, that I need to know halophytes, bryophytes, pteridophytes, all these are basically cryptogams and they are arranged as per differentiation. Lowest differentiation, undifferentiated is algae, slightly more is mosses. So mosses आप देखोगे green colors, it will have appearance of like a leaf. Ferns you will like, this is the most differentiated. This knowledge is also helpful if you get a question on ecological succession. Sometime back UPSC had asked you which of the following is present on a bare rock. One option was algae or lichens, one was moss, one was fern. Fern हो ही नहीं सकता था because fern is very differentiated. Can we say this? That is why just a step ahead we are going. Now coming back, so you remember this classification. Here also this question is slightly in more detail. Question number 41. Both statements are correct. So angiosperms reproduce via seeds. But your homework should be know also about gymnosperms and a couple of examples. Additional part I've already told you, cryptogams, phanerogams, this whole classification. Here the answer is A. Both are correct and statement 2 is the one which explains this one. Okay, that I'll have to see once. Yeah. Specific in this case of pineapple or let's say strawberry, वो देखते हैं. अच्छा, how many of you seen a sand dollar? देखा है? Okay, so these are basically the sea species only. Okay, and sometimes in the beaches also you will see some photos of sand dollar. In case somebody has not seen it, so you should know. This can be a surprise question for some of you. ये है क्या भाई sand dollar? Now they are able to efficiently move along the seabed without relying primarily on tube feet. Absolutely correct. And they use cilia bearing spines for locomotion. This is also correct. And this is why they're able to do so. The answer is A. But a question like this, if we are able to, for example, go into and look into how it looks like, we'll solve. So in questions like this, in a couple of, I think, questions, I'll do it here only. If I'm able to, I think, for some reason, I'm not able to type. ठीक है, ये आप देख लेना. Sand dollars, how they look like, for example. But main thing is, again, cilia beard spines are there for locomotion, for their movement. So they don't rely on the tube feet and they can still move. This is a very easy question according to me. Mutualism, parasitism, commensalism, amensalism. Okay, mutualism, mycorrhiza, true or false? True. Parasitism, kaskata, going on plants. ठीक है? Commensalism, ये तो बिल्कुल गलत है. What should be this example? Lichens, mutualism, this is wrong. Cattle egret feeding on insects. This is commensalism, this is also wrong. How many correctly matched? Only 2. Now, few things. I think this is also relatively easy. First 3 are correct. Polar bear has a thick layer of fat. Cactus has a very important CAM photosynthesis. How is CAM different from other photosynthesis? As I gave you this as a homework also. C4, right? तो इसमें होता क्या है? Something is special which happens in the night. That is the regulation, right? To reduce water loss. So what happens especially in the night that you have to see? Mangroves, pneumatophores for gaseous exchange, true? Right? Last is penguins. अब इसमें लिखा है they have hollow bones to support powered flight. This is false. Right? The powered flight, etc. If you read it carefully, you'll also laugh at this statement. Okay? This is totally wrong. Which of the player is incorrectly matched? Only one. Easy, but in case you do not know, you will struggle. Which is not a vertebrate. अब देखो, amphibians are vertebrates, reptiles are vertebrates, mammals are vertebrates. The answer is mollusk. Now, location, a large tropical nation in South America crossed by equator, बिल्कुल सही है. Amazon. Archipelagic country in Southeast Asia within the coral triangle. Okay, so high diversity, marine, etc. अब इसमें again your homework becomes the 6 countries in the coral triangle. Okay. Next, a country in South Asia bordering the Himalayas and the ocean. कौन सी country है? So again, it has Western Ghats. It has these hot spots. So I think all these 3 are correctly matched. Okay. So your answer should be P1, Q2 and R3. So answer for 46 is B. Now, class में ये हमने देखा भी हुआ है, by the way, but still this exact line also we have seen. According to FAO, GFRA, India ranks 9th globally. True or false? True. Which country ranks first? Russia. Okay? This is correct. Now, IUCN, अब देखो, this is a report of this year. So a question can also be World Heritage Outlook report is released by IUCN. Now, it says it characterizes Western Ghats and Manas National Park. Right? अब इसमें, this is not critical, but right here, significant concern. Significant concern. Okay? By the way, this report highlights total of 3 areas in India of significant concern. 2 are mentioned here. Okay, so what is the answer here? Only first is correct, A. Relatively very easy question, population, community, ecosystem, biome. अब इसमें biome को, if I make it this, yes or no? This is the change I need to do. Biome influenced by climate. Ecosystem is biotic as well as abiotic factors, right? This is the change. So if you look at it, यहाँ पे देखो, this, what is the answer? A, yes or no? replace the description of ecosystem with and interchange it with biome? Yes or no? It's a very long statement, but the answer is very simple here. In 48, the answer is A. GIB, Great Indian Bustard, is designated as the flagship species. Okay, a flagship species only refers to the species whose conservation protects all the species. True or false? Okay, what is the example of this species? What is this species? Yes. It is the umbrella species whose conservation equally protects the other species in the region. Right? Flagship species, think of an ambassador. Right? Think of a mascot. So this term is wrongly used here. Right? GIB is true. So answer here is 1. Let's see the last one. So this one. No, but here biome ko you cannot replace it with this, na? No, it is saying replace the description of biome with this. Acha, because of this part. Acha, 1 second. Acha, replace the description of ecosystem and interchange it with biome. Okay, I see this. But it's maybe a small localized. You're saying this is the definition of ecosystem. Okay, अब इन दोनों में a small point है ना, ecosystem में primarily structured by trophic interactions. In these two, between, if you have both of them, a better definition is this one. नहीं वो ठीक है, but this term also has been asked. अगर if you look at which of the best term defines an ecosystem, तो UPSC ने जो आंसर पूछा, याद करो, it is the community of organisms interacting with one another and their environment. This was this definition of UPSC for ecosystem. So biotic, though we know, but I also want to include abiotic aspects in this definition. Small, localized ecological unit primarily structured by trophic interactions. It is still not a very specific or good definition because यहाँ पे बहुत close options पे जाओगे. This definition में there is no dispute at all. Right here, if this statement was not there, अगर मुझे तब consider करना होता, तब I would have gone for this. But if this is already given, no definition can beat biotic as well as abiotic. Even this is true for an ecosystem also. The ecosystem में it is biotic interactions is what? It is generally the trophic level interactions. Right? Autotroph eaten up by heterotroph eaten up by. So that is related to species. In this part also, what is not very clear is how are they interacting with abiotic factors. इन दोनों में ज़्यादा better definition कौन सी है? ये obvious है, because it is this part highlighted here. What about this part? This again goes to that 2015 question. So they had asked you which is the best definition of ecosystem. The very first definition was a community of organisms interacting with one another. Most of the students had marked that. But उसी के नीचे देखते हैं आप C option, the community of organisms interacting with one another and their environment. So that first part was biotic, second part was abiotic. ठीक है? Now, so this I think we have seen. चलो last पे आते हैं. This biodiversity index measures both the. So इसमें the answer is direct. Shannon diversity index. There are other terms also mentioned, not that important. Okay, for that I think one line each is also there in the model answer that you can go through. But in biodiversity, the best indicator is Shannon or the Simpson biodiversity index. Okay, so here same thing. It measures both, and you have to know both the terms, species richness as well as evenness, that we have seen here, right? So this ends the test 1. Now let's go to test number 2. Okay. Acha, now voice should be audible here, right? Now, the Biodiversity Act 2002 classifies how many of the above as biological resources, right? This is also a very nuanced question. Biodiversity Act किसकी बात करेगा? देखो, microorganism has to be, okay? One is correct. It does not include human genetic material. It also excludes value-added products. Both are excluded. The answer is only one, right? So here, if I just read out, biological resources includes, तो यहाँ पे आप लिखो plants also, it includes animals, it includes microorganisms, that is mentioned, but excluding value-added products, and of course it never includes human genetic material. उसके लिए you have other things, आपने पढ़ा होगा human genome project, etc. These are separate projects going on, but that is not covered under the Biodiversity Act. Here only plant, animal and microorganisms biodiversity, that is related to Biodiversity Act of 2002. Only this is regarded as a biological resource. Now, which of the following is abiotic factor? I don't think this is a tough question. Water, tides, waves, aerial substrate, क्या होगा? All of them. All are abiotic factors. Now, the question is on carnivorous plant and it is slightly more in detail. Let's have a look at it. The evolution of carnivorous habit, is this the right word is mentioned in the question? Habit or what? Habitat? आपके में? अच्छा. The evolution of carnivorous habit independently in many plant lineages is an example of convergent evolution. Now, so first see the terms and then I'll tell you. Insectivorous plants obtain nutrients by trapping and digesting not only various invertebrates but occasionally even amphibians and mammals. ये true है. Okay? Even some small insects or these, they can even take it up. Of course, insects to invertebrates हो गए. But even some frogs, etc., they can take up, or even this. So this is true. They can trap all of them. Third one, the ability to digest prey and absorb the amino acids separates true carnivorous plants from proto-carnivorous plants. There are two types of plants. Whenever this term is mentioned, proto with something, proto means like carnivorous plant, but it is not carnivorous plant. The difference between a carnivorous plant and a proto-carnivorous is a real carnivorous जो plant होगा, that will have the capability to absorb and digest. So how is it like? It will have pitcher-like mechanisms. Physically it looks the same, but the proto-carnivorous plant does not have the ability to digest and absorb the amino acids. वो किसके पास होगा? In the true carnivorous plants only. So we have seen two terms. One is true carnivorous. They can digest and absorb. Proto ones are, they are looking like them, but they cannot digest or absorb. For proto में there are some examples. So I'll just tell you a couple of them. अच्छा, तो अगर if you've already googled it, so excellent. I'll also just tell you one thing. You know, just Google it up once. ठीक है, अभी एकदम से तो out of memory I'm also not able to recall this. No, they don't. That is the difference here. They are not able to digest them. But that is also not correct directly. But in body में they have a mechanism. Okay. But they don't have the ability to absorb it. That is how there is a difference. Carnivorous plant क्या करेगा? It will directly absorb it. So proto में it looks like a carnivorous plant, but in reality the body does not have a mechanism to do so. That is the main difference. Okay. If somebody is able to find an example, you can just write it कहीं पे. कोई example मिला अभी तक? अच्छा, it is mentioned तो ठीक है. That you can then go through. I had also seen some of the example. जैसे if you want to, अब मुझे now you Rory Dula है. They are able to trap them, but they don't digest the prey itself. Okay. And इसमें भी what happens sometimes when they trap them, the insect that is inside. Sometimes some other bug comes in and it tries to eat them up. So indirectly they take up the nutrients. This happens in proto carnivorous plants. Okay. Now the evolution of this happens independently in many lineages. ये भी बिल्कुल सही. Convergent in evolution is that in different locations, different types of carnivorous plants can independently occur. This is true. Okay. This is a convergent evolution that many things are operating independently. कोई link नहीं है साथ में. But they will start to have this particular part. Now, इससे भी ज़्यादा more conceptual question can be, why certain plants become carnivorous or insectivorous? Less nutrients in the soil. So of course the soil will be deficient in, let's say, nitrogen, etc. They will be deficient in that. Does India have any carnivorous plants? India में है carnivorous plants? Yes, we can give that example, right? Even in the northeast part, you can also find certain carnivorous plant. In fact, in the last year, there was a rare insectivorous plant seen in Keoladeo. Okay, उसका नाम था ऐसा कुछ. एक बार सर्च करना spelling ultricularia, something like this. This was seen in Keoladeo. Ab Keoladeo also, if you think of Rajasthan, or think of maybe certain soils are deficient in resources. So ऐसा नहीं है कि it is only there in some part. It was also seen in Rajasthan. Of course, you can also find it in northeast. यही सर ये नाम होगा ना? हाँ, utricularia. हाँ, bladderwort. Okay, so just remember this name. Of course, there can be other name. Pitcher plant. Okay, this was. अच्छा इसमें ultri नहीं है, बस this is utri, UTRI. L हटा सकते हो. Utricularia, Keoladeo. This was in news last year. Now, let's see a species which has been introduced. Now, this is a very interesting question. Many times people have a confusion. If a species is introduced, whether it is invasive, automatically it is not invasive. There are some doubts that people have in their mind. To understand this, first let's see the flow chart. This is given. This is in the National Biodiversity Authority. एक बार इसको देखते हैं, उसके बाद we will be able to easily solve this. Now, first question to ask: has the species been introduced from outside the political boundary? ठीक है? If it is yes, बाहर से आई है. Has the species established a reproductive population within the boundary of India? Agar, if the answer is yes. Has the species been reported as an invasive alien species? If the answer is yes. Has the species been well recognized for its negative impact on biodiversity ecosystem services function? If the answer is yes. If the species warrants to be declared as invasive alien species. If it is no, the species does not fall under the category of alien invasive species in India. So do you see so many checks? So अब आप सिर्फ यहाँ पे, if it is just introduced from outside, it can be a non-native species, it can be an invasive, sorry, it can be an alien species. But आप उसको invasive कब कहोगे? India में at least. So if there are so 1, 2, 3, 4, which means one is introduction, second is reproductive population, third is क्या इसको report करा गया है, third is reporting, fourth is well recognized for negative impacts, fifth is तब आप वो करोगे उसको. So after 4 steps you declare it as a invasive alien species. This is going to be, this is directly how National Biodiversity Authority or our, this is given in its proper report. This is what we are going to follow. अब आते हैं इस question पे. Now you see the question and now you tell me. Now this question is easy. इसमें the question says, when does the species described does not fall under invasive? Introduced outside but has not established. If it is not established, it will not be. Second, introduced, has established but not well recognized. So क्या होगा? Both the cases. In the both cases, you cannot call this as invasive species in India. Yes or no? इसके लिए the best way is when you have to recall, you don't write it, you just write it 4 keywords. One is introduced from outside. Next, reproductive population. Third, reported. Fourth, well recognized for negative impacts. ये याद रखेंगे 4 keywords in this sequence if you remember. Then only you will call it. Right? ठीक है? Now, this is of course a factual question. This you'll not be able to answer directly. Elimination भी ऐसा directly इसमें not possible as much. Use and all. अच्छा, you know the answer? Yeah. कैसे? हाँ हाँ चलो ठीक है, then that is good. But how many of you know sick and diseased fishes के लिए? हाँ बोलो. No, that is good. So dental part is fine. Chalo, that is there, but maybe somebody will say it's a dental I know, but I don't know about sick fish and diseased fish. So eugenol is used in, main thing is dentistry and pain relief. यहाँ से आप बना सकते हो इसको clove. अब other parts are also true. It is an anesthetic, anti-inflammatory, true, antioxidant, ये सब सही है. But main thing is it is also used to euthanize sick and diseased fishes. So यहाँ पे if somebody used it, the dentistry, of course, clove वाले है ना, now the dental clinics are also using this, so you could have used it. तब अच्छा है, good. Highest percentage, the answer is clove, bud oil. Okay. हाँ, aquarium में also it is used. Yes, correct. जिसको experience है, हल्का सा idea है, they will be able to solve it directly. Good. Now, this is a tough question on parasitic plants. पहली बात बताओ, what are parasites? What is the interaction? Plus and minus. Okay. Now, parasitic plants may they're asking you what is not correct. Okay. Now, here nearly all parasitic plants are angiosperms because the hostorium, underline the term hostorium, this is the parasitic roots. Even they can ask you what is hostorium related to, direct answer क्या होगा? Parasitic roots. Okay. They have evolved with that of lineage. This is correct. All the parasitic plants connect to the host either through xylem, phloem or both. ये भी correct है. Third, it is not possible that a facultative parasitic plant can be a holo parasite. Okay. Now, there are two types of parasitic plants. One can be, this we have done, obligatory हो सकता है या फिर even in parasite this is true. Obligatory parasite क्या होगा? Requires host every time, हमेशा. Facultative means all the time. In certain specific instances, it will use the host, but not always or not entirely. Now, there are two more terms. One is holo parasitic. Okay. Ab holo parasitic में it is better if you also write it what is holo parasitic so that you will have some clarity here. कि भाई holo parasitic होता क्या है? Holo parasite में लिखेंगे this is totally non-photosynthetic. It is totally non-photosynthetic. अब देखो, if it is non-photosynthetic, there is no way it is going to get nutrition. It has to be dependent on something, right? So it is not possible. Whereas when I say facultative parasitic plant में हमने क्या लिखा है? Does not require host all the time. If it does not require host all the time, how will it get energy? Chlorophyll, photosynthesis. It has chlorophyll. It has, or it then does photosynthesis. Holoparasitic, it is non-photosynthetic. It has no chlorophyll. So here, this is a very technical statement. So it is not possible that a facultative parasitic plant can be holoparasitic. अब बताओ true or false? This is true. It is not possible. ये सही है. The takeaway here is just that there will be certain obligatory parasitic plants also, and there will be certain facultative. Now, if the question was obligatory parasitic plants can be holoparasitic, true or false? उल्टा मैंने कर दिया स्टेटमेंट, बताओ सोच के. Obligatory parasitic plants can be holoparasitic. बताओ सोचो. How many of you saying yes? The answer is yes. Obligatory will be holoparasitic. Obligatory means they're always dependent. Who will be always dependent? They will not have generally chlorophyll, right? They will always require a host. इसलिए वो holoparasitic होंगे. ठीक है? Now come to the last one. To overcome the host defense mechanism, parasitic plants attached to the roots, underline the word temporarily, and may detach when this is not correct. This is not correct. So they will be present, attached, overall, permanent लिखेंगे. It is not temporary, but it is permanent. This is the catch. It is not permanently, but it is permanent. Okay. So this is a slightly detailed question wherein this is a way too much of detail on parasitic plants. Generally, if you get a question, आपको simple parasite से पूछ सकते हैं. Second level of question will be just even a one line. What is Hostoreum roots related to? Okay. That is good enough. Okay. Okay. Hostoreum के साथ एक example, if you want to write, you can even write sandalwood. Sandalwood is also having proper parasite. Which one? Which one? No. Holoparasite में for some time it is this. What आप क्या कह रहे हो? प्लांट और एनिमल का जो बेसिक डिफरेंस होगा, इट इज नॉट जस्ट ओनली लिमिटेड टू दिस. एक दो और फीचर का डिफरेंस है. तो भी सिर्फ क्लोरोफिल की बात कर रहे हैं, राइट? द बेसिक डिफरेंस इन प्लांट एंड एनिमल इज द डिफरेंस दैट यू विल सी. ओके. सैंडलवुड इज वन एग्जांपल दैट यू कैन राइट. उसमें भी यू गेट अ हॉस्टोरिया. इट्स अ पार्शियल रूट पैरासाइट. इट्स अ वेरी कॉमन एग्जांपल. सैंडलवुड. ओके. Now, this is a factual question. इसमें just underline करना है. Now, we have seen one Strobilanthes. How many of you remember? Strobilanthes कुंथियानिया क्या है? बताओ क्या है? Strobilanthes कुंथियानिया is नीलकुरुंजी. Strobilanthes charavanthensis, this is your shola. ठीक है? This is declared as data deficient under IUCN. In data deficient, there are only two things to remember. First two, inadequate information on the distribution correct and on the population status correct. Biology, you can cut it, not required. So here the answer is only two. Data deficient may, you don't have inadequate, there is inadequate information on the distribution. Second, inadequate information on the population status. That makes it what? Data deficient, simple, IUCN. Now, which of the following is considered eusocial insects? This question you can also solve through some logic. Social insects कौन से होंगे जो खूब पार्टी करेंगे? Right? They have a huge collection. So here if I look at, I have to eliminate the insects that are very much solitary in nature, generally speaking. Okay. Second thing, when I say eusocial insects, I'll just tell you, for example, in the eusocial insects, they will have division of labor. Okay. Cooperative care going on. Overlap of generations may happen in this. Right? Eusocial insects. Now, honey bee mein, do you see a huge worker population? Queen bee, this bee, that bee? We have seen that. Ants mein, do you also see that same thing? Yes. These two are eusocial. These two are not eusocial. Okay? Other two are most solitary. Other two are right? Which of the four does a waggle dance? Honeybee. Okay? Which of the four is a fungus farmer? Ants. And ants may be leaf cutter ants. Okay? Which of the four is an indicator species for wetland ecosystem? Dragonflies. Okay? So what is a butterfly effect? So it means multiple cascading effect is a butterfly effect. A small change, in fact, it is said a small change or decline in butterfly population can lead to catastrophic damage. So English में भी term use होता है butterfly effect, right? Huge long-term damage. Okay. Now, this question has been asked. I'll tell you the rationale. Chinese pangolin was in news. Allah's cat was in news. And wild dog, dhole, in general in news. I'll just tell you the context. अब देखो ये था context. Survey captures the first photo of Palla's cat in Arunachal. Okay, this is the elusive Palla cat. Okay, this was seen. One of the most elusive, तो दिखते नहीं है, but have been documented. कहाँ पे? Arunachal. Even in Sikkim, Bhutan, so in the eastern Himalayan range, you're going to see it. Okay, it was seen in Arunachal again in 2025. Now, the question is very different, by the way. The question says to us, I have to know first which is the mammal. The problem is all the four are here mammals. The first criteria is applicable to all the four. Second, it is protected under Schedule 1 of Wildlife Protection Act. Which of the four is protected under Schedule 1? अब इसमें this porcupine, these species, अब देखो Schedule 1 में which will have higher degree of protection? Yes. Schedule 2 will have lesser degree of protection, right? So in this case, in the question that is given to us, first Chinese pangolin is there. Chinese pangolin is critically endangered, lesser in number, heavily protected. Okay, ये है सही है. Palla's cat क्या है भाई? It is elusive. You don't see it as often, right? It's a small cat. It is also protected under Schedule 1. But if you look at these porcupines are very much abundant species. You'll see more and more of them. They are protected, but they are not protected under the Schedule 1. Right? And the same is true for the wild dog, Hole. Okay, they are also protected, but they are not protected as a Schedule 1 species. The answer here is this, only two. अब ये question भी partially you can also solve it through some elimination. How many of you have seen that? Bear Grylls, right? Man versus wild. अब देखो, India is home to highest number of extant reptile species. If this was true, every week or every 2 months, Bear Grylls would have been coming to India. Yes or no? This is not correct. And having high number of reptiles, you would have seen many videos. This kind of lizard, this kind of monitor lizard, snake, or let's say some reptiles are being found. India is high, India is third, but not the highest. ये तो गलत है. Right? This simply, I think most of you can solve it via elimination. If this would have been true, you would have read about it at least somewhere, or you would have seen some videos. This is a false statement. Second statement, how many of you know this is true? India is home to 3 species of crocodile. True or false? So you have ghadial, you have magar, you have saltwater crocodile. ठीक है, बिल्कुल सही है. They can be found in Ganges River. ये भी ठीक है. Among the states in India, Tamil Nadu has the highest number of endemic reptile species. Okay, this is slightly trickier. The answer here is Tamil Nadu. First two statements you can do it. Third वाले में you may agree on that day, you may not. हाँ, they can. In fact, इसका एक बहुत अच्छा example है. Irrawaddy dolphins, for example. Irrawaddy dolphins are found actually in Irrawaddy River. That is a freshwater river. But in India, they are also found in brackish. Second thing is, these ecosystems में salinity does not vary that much. Because what you say as brackish is what? How much? 5 to 35 ppt. Freshwater is 0 to 5 ppt. And it is not always watertight. Like, talking of Ganga River, right now, if in fact, अभी बहुत famous documentary भी है news में. 2 weeks back, I think one of the famous person has come, and the coliform, high levels of coliform bacteria and pollution and biomatter. Even then the species are surviving, at least some of them who are able to survive. आप सोचो. इतना परफेक्ट तो मतलब दिस इज ओनली फॉर आवर एकेडमिक बुक्स, so 5 to 35. In some cases it can be slightly more, it can be slightly less. Okay, what is the correct answer here? Only one. Sorry, this B, which is 2 only. This is correct, it is found. The third wala, Tamil Nadu has the highest number of endemic reptiles. नहीं, ये थर्ड स्टेटमेंट अलग है, पूरा अलग है, राइट? थर्ड स्टेटमेंट इज सेइंग एंडेमिक रेप्टाइल स्पीशीज, सेपरेट. Okay, now slightly tougher question. Which of the following is a fish? Actually all of them are, but main thing is none of them is critically endangered. Okay, any critically endangered fish that you know? You know this Mahasir fish, you know? In that one of the Mahasir variety is critically endangered. वो आप ढूंढोगे. Mahasir is a fish, and Mahasir there is a blue-finned Mahasir, there is a humpback Mahasir, multiple. One of them is critically endangered. Mahasir has been asked once. ठीक है? Second one is which species? एक और fish species है. Whole. सुने? Whole is a very expensive fish in Gujarat. Okay, but you just later on see what is the IUCN status of Ghol, GHOL. So bas just remember that. So because Mahasir has been asked once, so from this question, of course, this is a tougher question because you may not know which of the following is critically endangered. None of them is. इसमें एक चीज याद रखेंगे. Gangetic dolphin, for example. Dolphin, any dolphin, the 5 river dolphins which are there, freshwater, all of them are endangered. All these dolphins are endangered. Are dolphins fish? बताओ. Are dolphins fish? True or false? Simple question. Is that tough? Dolphins are what? Mammals. Dolphins are under cetaceans. Cetaceans where you have whales, you have mammals, you have porpoise. All these are mammals. Fish is separate. Okay? Difference between a mammal and a fish. Think from warm and cold-blooded. Right? Okay. So इसका आंसर क्या है? None. 11th. Now, next. Also, this is also tough questions. In test number 2, you have many species-based questions. They will be tough if you are not very well aware. So you have Indian ornamental spider, you have a peacock, tarantula, and the question asks you a huntman, third species. Okay, this is question number 12. So here, first one is correctly matched. The Indian ornamental spider is native to southern India, correct? It is arboreal. What is arboreal? Moves from tree. Tarantula क्या होता है? Spider. ठीक है? Peacock tarantula native to Andhra. True. Photosensitive behavior. This is also true. Indian huntsman spider यहाँ पे लिखा है. This is endemic to Assam. This is not correct. This is found throughout. Okay? So it is found in overall India as well as Southeast Asia. So it has a broad distribution. Right? And this is also important. They actively chase their prey. Normally, what do spiders do? They make their webs. In the webs, they are caught. This actively chases the prey. Right? So this is also important. The question says which is not correctly matched? Only one. Interesting question, but this should not be very difficult for you. If a community reserve is declared on a private land, it has to be declared on a private land only. Yes, so this should not be difficult. How many of the above form CRMC? अब देखो, a community reserve is managed by Community Reserve Management Committee. Conservation reserve is managed by Conservation Reserve Management Committee. So in this, if it is declared on a private land, owner of the land, yes. Representative of state, ये भी होगा. representative of panchayat or tribal community, all the three will be the part of this committee. Now, if I ask you, this committee gets this backing from which act? Wildlife Protection Act. Community reserves are protected under which act? Wildlife Protection Act. In the specific section 36 of the Wildlife Protection Act, we have a mention of community reserves, and in that there is a sub clause which tells us about Community Reserve Management Committee. ये उसका भी और nuance है कि who can be a member in this Community Reserve Management Committee. All of them can be a member. Okay. आंसर क्या होगा? D. Put a star mark. This is an important question because community reserve has been asked. In fact, UPSC had asked you who manages community reserve. In that they had mentioned Chief Wildlife Warden. वो गलत था. आंसर क्या है? Community Reserve Management Committee. हाँ, you were saying something. हाँ, will be a part of the committee. There is a committee that will be followed. Committee में you'll have multiple members. So who can be a member? This owner will also be their member. अब आप सोचो इसको उस तरह से. You create a community reserve. Let's say there's a tribal who's owning the land as per FRA also. That can be made an owner. बिल्कुल सही है. The owner can be a part of the committee. हाँ, we have to go for who manages it. Simple Conservation Reserve Management Committee. Okay. Now, this is also an easy question. MPA, Marine Protected Area. Question is saying, how many of them have not been achieved? कुछ भी नहीं हुआ है. Answer क्या हो जाएगा? All the three. Aichi targets, etc. Aichi targets, if you know, could not be achieved. Aichi targets are 20 by 20. नहीं हुआ achieve. 30 by 30 तो वैसे ही recent है. 30% of land and sea to be saved by 2030. How will it be achieved so early? Same IUC in what progress no take. ये भी this has not been achieved. Okay, the MPA coverage is very limited. It will take time. This is not achieved. All the three names, Dev Bhumi, in fact, Umang Lai, we have seen in the class also. ये सारे क्या हैं? Sacred groves. Okay. Now here, this is a question where you have two more facts. One is to know the state. Second is to know what is it known for. Right? So in this case, the answer is not correctly matched. में क्या पूछा है? The answer is none. All three are correct. Correctly factual question. देखो देव भूमि उत्तराखंड you can know, and you can also know alpine meadows. हाँ है ना? Can you give me any example of this? Just overall example of alpine meadows in Uttarakhand. This is also UPSC question. The region contains alpine meadows. Yeah, exclusively alpine meadows. Which protected area are they talking of? Pin Valley तो कैसे हो सकता है? हाँ, हिमाचल हो जाएगा. Valley of Flowers, Nanda Devi. वहां पे होंगे alpine meadows. What is the meaning of alpine? High altitude. ठीक है? Tarpkavu, Kerala, सही है. Thayam, if you know Kerala, then this and this will go hand in hand. Thayam happens in Kerala. Ritual dance. Umang Lai is Manipur. Okay. And this also is correct. A particular religion also. Right? अब यहाँ पे आप ये भी लिख सकते हो Lai Haroba, if you've heard about. This festival also happens. Umang Lai, say Lai Haroba. This is also true. All right. So this is question number 15. Let's move ahead. They don't have it, but if you get a statement, MPAs are protected in India, true. Why? Because the national parks or the wildlife sanctuaries which are there close to marine area have been designated as a marine protected area. They can have it, but point is marine protected area is a coastal regulation zone. What will this be? So let's say this is the coast. CRZ rules will be, let's say CRZ 1A, 1B, like this. Marine protected area will be more on the water side. So for example, if I look at Andaman and Nicobar, in Andaman and Nicobar, some close whole region can be designated as a marine protected area. True. And in this region, you can also have this region because it is on the coastal side. overlapping with CRZ. CRZ will be protected under Environment Protection Act 1986, whereas the overall area will be protected under Wildlife Protection Act 1972. ठीक है, CRZ जैसे ही आएगा Environment Protection Act बन जाता है वो, ठीक है, वहां पे बिकॉज वाई, उसके रीजन है, CRZ talks about regulation of pollution and other activities. The moment it is pollution, you have Environment Protection Act. But when it is wildlife and other activities, then it is Wildlife Protection Act. This is what you need to know. चलो next आ जाओ. Very easy question. Wildlife Action Plan. Areas outside protected networks often as a vital link. बताओ. The answer is eco-sensitive zones. These are buffer zones. Ab eco-sensitive zones are supported by which act? Is the word eco-sensitive zone mentioned? No, but they are protected by the Environment Protection Act. Second thing, what is the limit of eco-sensitive zone? Is it 10 kilometer, 1 kilometer? Ab one has also been diluted. Now it has become case-to-case basis. Okay. So here, if you get a statement, EPA defines that 1 kilometer or 2 kilometer will be a eco-sensitive zone, that is wrong. EPA does not define anything. It simply depends on government notification. That government can change it, increase it, decrease it, totally depend on the government. Now, BHS, सबसे पहले, the moment you see BHS, you tell me under which act? Which act designates BHS? सोच के बताओ. बिल्कुल, Biodiversity Act 2002. Second thing, how are they designated? State government will consult the local bodies to designate BHS. First statement, to notify, state government are required to consult with local bodies, absolutely true. To frame the rules for management, etc., state governments are required to consult, ये भी सही है. Third, state governments are required to frame schemes for compensation, rehabilitation of people who are affected by the notification of BHS. This is also fine. Fine. What is the answer for 17? All the three. Main thing for you, the takeaway for you is, एक तो statement number 1, and second thing you have to know is the act. Which act? Biodiversity Act 2002. अब CRZ 1A, 1B, 3. इस क्वेश्चन में कहीं पे लिखो the Great Nicobar Project. That is the inspiration behind this question. Great Nicobar Project. Okay. Second also, right? In Great Nicobar Project, I'll tell you the one of the controversy. Which protected area is in use because of that? Any idea? Galathea Wildlife Sanctuary. Now the issue was that the CRZ of this was downgraded without any scientific assessment. CRZ 1A was reduced to CRZ 1B. Right? A Great Nicobar Project happens to be a huge transshipment corridor project. Right? Up in a project, problem or in general you want scientific assessment, you want environmental assessment, you want social assessment, आप चाहोगे सारा. In the Great Nicobar Project, number 1 is this Galathea Bay is rich in biodiversity, very rich in biodiversity. Second, it is also rich in tribes. The tribes and biodiversity have a linkage. Now, to do this project, you have to cut down a lot of trees in the region. This will impact the biodiversity as well as the tribals. Yes or no? So, हुआ क्या issue? The CRZ has been degraded. This has been criticized. The government can also is giving the counter view that this is a strategic project. Normally in EIA we only say environment, economics and social aspect. इसमें चौथी चीज intersect कर रही है in this project is strategic aspect of it, security related, right? So that is the background knowledge. That is why we are seeing this question, because this is in news only because of Galathea, the degradation that has happened here, uska jo that has decreased. Now you see CRZ 1A, 1B and 3. So CRZ 1A आपके हिसाब से these will be most sensitive, सबसे ज़्यादा sensitive. So earlier it was having CRZ 1A status, most sensitive. If something is most sensitive, will it have more activities or less activities? Less activities. So bhai, exploration of natural gas will not be allowed. And for your reference, CRZ 1A in the bracket, right, most sensitive. It is the most sensitive. हाँ. वो that nobody is going to ask you, but that is the context. Okay. So statement number 1 is wrong. Statement number 2 is the intertidal zone. Even now here, manual mining etc. of these minerals is allowed. That is correct. CRZ3 और पीछे और relatively undisturbed areas. This is correct. Even agriculture will be allowed. अब आप सोचो, right? Which means see CRZ is nothing. If you look at the high tides and the low tides, the region which is very close to the water surfaces, these are most fragile region. If you think from Goa में, if you have seen beaches of Goa, you will see shacks. ठीक है, यहाँ पे कुछ construction होगा. But if you go far deeper, then only you will have critical infrastructure like hospitals or residential buildings. Our idea क्या है? The region which is very close to stop all the activities. That is why sand mining can be banned. But the reality sometimes is there are sand mafias. They will violate these CRZ rules. So idea is CRZ में you have certain classification, CRZ 1A, 1B. So most sensitive is 1A. And in this you also need to remember the classification mein which committee? Shailesh Nayak committee. Okay. So in this question we had more things to learn. Peripheral also. 2 and 3 is correct here. The answer is this, only 2. Statement number 1 was wrong. CRZ 1A was wrong. Now, which of the following sites have been identified as, अब देखो, if you get this statement only, critically vulnerable coastal areas, only this are designated under, answer is CRZ, and they are under EPA. Anything of CRZ is EPA. अब इसमें क्या है? These all are our CVCA, critically vulnerable coastal areas. ठीक है? All this that you generally see are all critically vulnerable, right from Sundarbans to the Gulf of Kutch, all these regions. So if you look at it, इसमें, what is the answer to this one? All, सारे के सारे. ठीक है? तो इसमें just if you look at, so there are even more regions. Think of all these coastal regions. These are CVCA. So even if you now get the term coastal, क्या नाम है? Coastal vulnerable, critically vulnerable coastal areas. If even you get the statement, या तो बनेगा किस rule से, or they are under which act. Okay, this you will keep in mind. Now, Kaziranga, UNESCO, yes. All the 4 statements are correct here, right? IBA, this is actually a very easy statement, right? They will have biodiversity, so it is an important bird area. अब this is a factual part. It is located on the edge of Eastern Himalayan biodiversity hotspot, correct? Right? It has the largest population of the wild water buffalo anywhere. ये भी सही है. And here also you can put a plus sign and also add. Kaziranga is famous for big 5 species. Now, the reason to ask you this question was, recently, the director of Kaziranga had got the IUCN Kenton Miller Award. वो हम कर चुके हैं. So, this is the geography environment based question on Kaziranga. In addition to this, if you recall, we've also seen river Brahmaputra and Kaziranga. Kaziranga is to which side? South or north? Answer is south. Orang is to the north of Brahmaputra. Kaziranga is to the south of Brahmaputra. Right? The other factual part I told you was IUCN's Kenton Miller Award was given to the director, the IFS officer, who was heading, right? Kaziranga. इसीलिए सवाल है. तो many questions that you find here, you think अरे बहुत डिटेल पूछी है. Reason could be something else of current affairs. What is the answer here? All. Now, restoration of grasslands in a tiger reserve primarily aids tiger conservation. How does it increase it? If you increase the prey base, help करेगा, right? If you reduce the migration of tigers, will this help? Right? If you improve the connectivity for tiger movement, all the following will help. This is an easy question, right? If you do not, for example, if you do not reduce migration of tigers, they will go into human habitat. Can it lead to man-animal conflict? This is an easy question. 21. Now, अब देखो, you will get some questions very factual in nature. Founded in the north by Banas River, Chambal River. Anybody here from कोई है यहाँ पे इस स्टेट से, राजस्थान से? और हैज एनीबडी विजिटेड दिस? तो नहीं है तो चलो सीख लेंगे. The answer is Ranthambore, correct? So here the main takeaway is this. For example, if I look at, this is your Chambal River, this is your Banas River, these two, this is the Ranthambore National Park. Okay? अब इसमें भी, see, now if you were to ask me questions, sir, do I need to remember every national park and every river that crosses? Nahi. Even if you try to remember it, you will forget it. So here the best bet is whatever you are seeing in either your classes or any tests which you have gone through, just make a note of it. If it comes, excellent. If you get a very random question on what kind of rivers are, let's say, in any national park, otherwise leave it. ये बहुत ही ज़्यादा, because if you look at rivers and national parks, a question had been asked many years back, almost if I say 10 years back. Then they had asked you Ram Ganga River, etc. कि national parks के साथ उन्होंने पूछा था आपसे पूछ के, ठीक है? But for our reference here, Banas River, and to the south by Chambal River. So south में Chambal River है, north में कौन है? Banas River, Ranthambore National Park. Other than that, one second, हाँ, it includes, अब देखो, Kathiar, Gir, this is a broad forest. This is also there in Gir, but Gir में ये rivers नहीं correct थी. Okay? It is an important birding destination. Yes, large lakes हैं यहाँ पे, Padam Talao, Malik Talao and Raj Bagh Talao. This is true. Answer here is Ranthambore. Now Mukundra Hills, where this is? This is Rajasthan. Ranthambore, we have seen. Gir National Park, famous for Asiatic lion. Okay. Recently, the IUCN's green status of Asiatic lion was done. Okay. And green status tells you the population increasing. Asiatic lion mein population is increasing. Kuno National Park, which state? MP, named after Kuno River. And which cheetah is coming here? African cheetah. What is the second home for African cheetah? Gandhi Sagar. What is the second home for Asiatic lion? Barda. Now, FRA. It recognizes community individual. Hayana? Yes. Right to intellectual property. Absolutely true. In fact, to prevent biopiracy, I've also made you write FRA. One is, of course, the Biodiversity Act 2002, Indian Patent Act, but even FRA. FRA helps in intellectual property rights. Third point is very important. National parks and sanctuaries are also included in recognition of rights. Bilkul sahi. Right? This is correct. Now, fourth one is very easy. State government has been designated as the competent authority. No, not at all. Gram Sabha. Gram Sabha, right? What is the answer? 1, 2 and 3. So not a very difficult question. Chalo. No. In Kuno. It is in Madhya Pradesh only. हाँ. CFR अलग है. अच्छा, उसमें भी अलग है. उसमें भी there are. No, CFR is community, जो आप पूछ रहे हो, that is CFR, community forest rights. CFR, first to get a CFR in village, separate fact. First to get a CFR in a national park is a separate fact, right? So Kangar Ghati से पहले even Simlipal was the first national park inside a national park to get a community forest rights. Simlipal. So in this CFR there are 2 or 3 facts separate. तो अब CFR जब पढ़ोगे, first to get a CFR in a village अलग हो गया. First to get CFR inside a national park is different, and then later on Kangar Ghati was also news. Kangar Ghati मैंने पिछली बार पढ़ाया था क्लास में, और उसी के साथ सिमलीपाल भी है साथ में, ठीक है? तो community देखो, when in this act you have, for example, the rights. There's a habitat means what? They can live in that area. How will they live in that area? कैसे? That is the legal rights that are also being given to them. Community forest rights are also related to the minor forest produce. from that area. तो वो भी अब there have been landmark legislations here. The moment in this act came in 2006, उसके बाद से there have been many such, because क्या होता है, dispute होता है. The dispute is sometimes between Forest Conservation Act of 1980 versus this act. तो उसमें the moment they are awarded, then that becomes the news. So that term is CFR. You should again read. कुछ factual parts इसमें अलग अलग है. Village अलग है, inside a national park अलग है. Okay, चलो. How many of you attempted this question? क्या हमारा इसमें? Answer is wildlife sanctuary. Not much to explain. Very factual part. This covers maximum area, and if you think of also the size and the numbers, you can also go through this. National parks roughly 107. How many wildlife sanctuaries? More than 550. Okay. Now, this is a slightly factual question. Areas where tigers have gone extinct, after which they have been successfully reintroduced. The answer is the first three. It is yet to be done in Buxa. So Buxa mein, if you hear, in fact, if you, maybe this is a slightly older news, if somebody has followed the older of tiger census, Buxa, where is Buxa, by the way? West Bengal. Okay? Buxa is West Bengal. And Buxa, not now, but some time back was in the news for having 0 tigers. Okay? But इसीलिए अभी till now, it will have a project in the future. But Rajaji, Mukundra and Ramgarh Vishdhari, these ones, यहाँ पे tigers had gone extinct, but now they have been examples of successful reintroduction of tigers. Now, where is Rajaji? Mukundra, अभी देखा, Rajasthan. Ramgarh Vishdhari. Okay, okay. So not very difficult. Here the answer is only 3. Buxa is not following both the conditions. Buxa mein only one part is correct, the first part, but not the second one. This is an interesting question. Some of you would have made a mistake in this question. While doing elephants, we have done synchronous all India estimation. This is a most recent estimate. This is for the first time DNA based mark has been done. True or false? Absolutely true. For the first time, DNA based. How many elephants in India, according to this? Greater than 22,000. Maximum elephants in which state? Karnataka वो same है. Maximum elephants in which region? Western Ghats. वो भी question है कहीं पे, है ना? ये correct है. It has used M stripes for application. M stripes application to estimate elephants. आपने जैसे M stripes देखोगे आपने cancel कर दिया होगा. आप लोगों M stripes is for tigers, but has this been used? This has been used. M stripes has been used for estimation. Right? Third, acha, who has developed an M stripes? NTCA plus WII. देखो, directly what is used, one is DNA and second is SECR. This is specially explicit capture recapture method. But even the use of M stripes has happened in this. So we cannot remove it. What is the difference? No. Whoa, that is not the difference. Same, see, M stripes, the methodology or the application is used for estimation. True, that is true. Because in this, see, M stripes has one of the largest collection of all the tigers, right? With that, can you also know the habitat around the region? आप use कर सकते हो. ये को, this is the estimate method. ऐसा नहीं है, we've manually counted all the elephants. I want to know this. So in many regions where you find these tigers, for example, very close by you will also have elephants also in the region. हाँ, it is, हाँ, वही वाला M stripes है. ये अलग M stripes नहीं है. It's the same M stripes, but many people, the moment they will see this, they will cut this option, saying नहीं, this is there only for tiger. This is a trap here in this case. Okay? No act. Elephant reserves. Right now, India has 33 elephant reserves. This is because of project Elephant. Year is 1992. This is a century-sponsored scheme. There is no legal protection to elephant reserves. कहीं भी नहीं, कहीं पे भी नहीं. Merged with Project Elephant is merged with Project Tiger. This is only administrative aspect. Only the administrative aspect. NTCA still takes care of Project Tiger. First thing. How many tiger reserves we have right now? 58. Only the administrative part has become easier. Legal part has not changed. नहीं, it does not come. देखो, merge किया हमने, ठीक है? That is true. We have merged Project Elephant and we have merged Project Tiger. But it does not mean कि NTCA is overall taking up every management of Elephant Reserve. अब इसमें जब merge किया है, NTCA takes the use of M stripes. So for the estimation, census, something has been used. But does that mean कि Project Elephant is now at the same stage as Project Tiger? No. Only for the administrative purposes. अब ये census is what? It is an administrative exercise. Here it is there. But automatically कुछ change नहीं हुआ है. Because अगर ये होता, we would also have to change the Wildlife Protection Act. Wildlife Protection Act में in 2006 when the amendment was done, we had created NTCA. The tiger reserves are given a proper backing. Everything is properly there. There is a critical tiger habitat. बहुत चीजें हैं. But वो same चीजें law पे नहीं हुई है. Administrative हुआ है. This is a simple administrative exercise, census. That is why M stripes is there. So you can make this linkage. The Project Elephant and Project Tiger have been merged. So administratively, measurement wise, you can have this. वो हो सकता है. ठीक है? Okay, what is the answer to this one then? All? So M stripes में it has used the same methodology, as simple as that, right? अब जैसे कि for example, we have seen vegetation, human disturbance, habitat characteristics, etc. वो सब हमने इससे देखी है. Simply for field data collection. That is the benefit of it. Now, ये क्वेश्चन आसान है. अब बताओ. Ascending order, which should come at the last? सबसे ज्यादा कहां पे हैं? Western Ghats. There is only one option to get your answer. This question can also be solved in another way. You have very high numbers of maximum elephants are in Karnataka. You have also very good number in Tamil Nadu as well as in Kerala. वो भी आंसर क्या बनेगा? Western Ghats. India में roughly you have 22,000. Almost I can say 50%, 11,000 या उसके आसपास are there in Western Ghats. Almost. So it's a huge number. And there is no other option which ends with 1. That ये हो गया आंसर. What is Markhor? अच्छा लिखा ही है. World's largest wild mountain goat. It had a very rare appearance in the recent current affairs in this area. Where this area is? Any idea? Jammu and Kashmir. Seen in the Baramulla area. Right? So यहाँ पे Girpora Wildlife Sanctuary is there. Now there is a mention of Changthang. Where is Changthang? Ladakh. ठीक है? अब इसमें भी अब देखो, now it is known for its majestic spiral horns. Normally when you look at a goat, it will have, in fact, increasing the different kind of horns. For example, if you look at Nilgiri Tar, its horns are different. यहाँ पे horns are different. That can be again a point to note. Exceptional ability to move across steep mountains among the alpine meadows. So Markhor याद रखेंगे नाम. World's largest mountain goat and this Girpora Wildlife Sanctuary, Jammu and Kashmir. Now next देखो, all these three are there in the news. Kumbhalgarh was in news because of it declared as the eco-sensitive zone. Many regions will be declared as eco-sensitive zones. This is there. Its base rocks are basically metamorphic. This is true. Now, Chinnar, I first come to this. The only location for rehabilitation of star tortoise. Star tortoise क्या है? Heavily trafficked tortoise. सबसे ज़्यादा tortoise traffic होता है. That is star tortoise. Very small. The only place in India for its rehabilitation is this Chinnar. Where is Chinnar? In the bracket right now, Kerala. Chinnar is Kerala. Okay. Now, Pangol Akha in the bracket right now, Sikkim. Origin of Rangpo River, Jaldakha River. And here, this is the junction of Pale-Arctic as well as the Himalayan realm. All the three are correct. These three regions have been in the news. तो उसी से इंस्पायर करके थोड़ा सा स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन पूछा गया है. Okay, what is the answer to this one? All. अच्छा, चलो, let's see this question. Hypersaline alkaline soda lake supporting hollow alkali. अब देखो, in this question, if somebody knows the context, आपको सीधे आंसर पता होगा इसका. But I'll tell you how to arrive also extremophile microorganisms that thrive on high sodium, high carbonate levels, important for astrobiology and climate studies. कितनी चीजें लिखी हैं, right? अब what can I eliminate? मुझे बताओ. What will not be in my consideration? I will eliminate Loktak. Loktak has Fumdis. It is a freshwater lake. नहीं है ये. This is not there. Tomoriri. Same thing. Right? It is not a saline lake. Freshwater lake hai. I can eliminate it. Now, Sambar Lake I can still consider. Why? Sambar Lake is India's largest saline lake. In fact, the largest inland lake bhi yahi hai. Largest saline lake. Now I'm confused between two. Lonar Lake, Sambar Lake. How many of you have heard about the Lonar Lake? What is the reason for formation or the origin? It has a meteoric origin. अब देखो, यहां पे कुछ और चीजें हैं. I'll tell you 2 or 3 ways to solve this question. If you know, some time back, Lonar Lake was in news. Lonar Lake had turned pink. सुना किसी ने? In our previous classes also we had seen Lonar Lake becoming pink. क्यों? Because of a hollow bacteria, hollow archaic bacteria. Okay? If you know a hollow archaic bacteria, simple answer है microorganisms. Answer becomes Lonar Lake. Hollow archaic bacteria. Right? This can be one way to solve it. Now, other way can be if I look at it is hollow archaic. Check just the spelling. Okay. Now, if I look at Sambar Lake, yes, it is saline lake, but all the other conditions are not true. Right? So here, for example, saline to theek hai, but if I look at Lonar Lake, one is crater origin, so astrobiology, climate studies, yes. Second, it is highly alkaline. When I say soda, so again a lot of intense chemical reactions also happen in the lake, right? Which is why certain bacteria or certain extremophiles are formed. So the answer to this becomes Lonar Lake. But if you are confused between Sambar and Lonar, you are still in the right path. Usme bhi best answer kya hai? Lonar. And best answer by a big margin, right? So this is the answer to this. Now, Oxbow wetland situated Ganga Mahanadi, Bihar's first. अब देखो, अगर question was not this and it was Bihar's first Ramsar site, what would be the answer? तब answer होता काबरताल. अगर होता Bihar's first Ramsar site. But what is it saying? Bihar's first community reserve. What is the answer? क्योंकि देखो Nagi Nakti, these are Nagi Nakti were man-made. Okay, this was the first one. Many people would have marked this one. Kabartal किसने mark किया है? अच्छा, the answer is Gogabil. Kabartal is only true because if you just saw only this keyword, Bihar's first. Bihar's first Ramsar site is Kabartal, and Kabartal is Asia's biggest oxbow lake. हाँ, तो अगर if somebody knew, otherwise अगर किसी ने बहुत जल्दी से पढ़ा, then they'll make the mistake. Otherwise, of course, the answer is Gogabil. Okay. Where is this Udaipur Jheel? Bihar. And very recently, there is a Ramsar site of Patna, which is in UP, in Eta. हाँ, ठीक है. थोड़े से confusing names हैं. Try to remember. This is also a relatively easy question. Let's see this. Biosphere reserves protection is not only for flora and fauna, but also to the human. True or false? Cold desert biosphere reserve is a part of, ये भी सही है. From 12 sites, now we have 13 out of this also. Cold desert biosphere reserves, which state of India? Himachal. This is a mistake. This can happen. Third, Biosphere reserves core zone forms or under 1 to 4. This is also correct. So there is a core, there is a buffer, there is a transition. Okay, and for this part इसी स्टेटमेंट में इसके नीचे लिख लेंगे कोर लिखा है, बफर लिखो 5 to 6 and transition is not characterized, just for maybe a more factual question. Core is 1 to 4, buffer is 5 and 6 and the transition zone is uncharacterized. Okay, so what is incorrect in this question? Batao. Done? Right? Now, let's move ahead. NTCA, let's see this. Primary objective is addressing livelihood interest of local people in these areas. ठीक है? Second statement is very interesting. Read it very carefully. Chairperson of bodies established by 338 and 338A of the Indian Constitution are members of NTCA. बताओ, what is 338? And what is 338A? So they are also the members of the year. Many of these tiger reserves are also there in tribal habitat. So from that, this is there. So this is a slightly twisted way of asking you a statement. So the members, the chairpersons of body established by this are members of NTCA. ठीक है, correct. Core, हाँ. Reasoning is, see, many tiger reserves, for example, are under the tribal areas. If you look at, for example, अगर ओडिशा की बात करें, Simlipat Tiger Reserve. Simlipat Tiger Reserve में there are many such protected areas. So when this NTCA was created, NTCA is not just about tiger population. NTCA is also talking about tribal people, because if you have to create a tiger reserve inside a protected area, for example, you have to take care of both wildlife also and also the human, and especially the tribes are there. So who will represent their interest? They will represent their interest. In this case, I think both of them are present. NCSC ke liye, I think the reasoning should be in certain scheduled areas, for example. Okay, so maybe from that angle. Okay. No, livelihood interest around the tiger areas. That is correct. They have multiple objectives, and even one of the primary objective is this. One of the primary objective is scientific management of tiger reserves. That is also true. But how will you have scientific management of tiger reserves? Right? Tiger reserves also give you a lot of ecotourism, right? वो भी क्या होगा? Livelihood interest of local people. देखो, if you want to conserve a species, or you have to include the local community, how will you incentivize the local community? But there's a limit that the government can give them money without anything. So they have to ensure ecotourism only. Ecotourism होगा तो there will be a livelihood interest of local people will be integrated, right? नहीं ऐसा नहीं, जरूरी नहीं है. Not necessary. Not necessary. It could also be that, for example, if we go into the details, at least you will find some tribes in these regions. Okay? So it could be. So that I would have to check. But मेरे हिसाब से, if you look at any tiger reserve, for example, be Rajasthan है, मध्य प्रदेश है, so there will be certain tribes in those regions also, ना? Tribes तो होंगे वहाँ पे. Core areas of tiger reserves have the legal status of national park, whereas the buffer and the peripheral are managed. बताओ, true or false? True. Highest protection is for the core area of tiger reserve, and then it reduces. All the statements are correct. Now, some of them have been in news. Okay, these are the more recent ones. Guru Ghasidas Tamor Pingla, which state? Okay. This is again a question, in case you did not know, you can still find a lot of value or some understanding here. Here what happens? To just see this. Okay. Guru Ghasidas, see here, all the 4 are correct. You will get names one by one. Okay. So Guru Ghasidas, Okay. You should know the states also. Virangana Durgavati, where is it? MP, we've seen this is a more recent one. Amrabad is there. So underline this, Chenchu tribal community. Sundarbans, swimming. Even this, और यहाँ पे also लिखो man eaters. Tigers can be man eaters. कैसे? Why? Why would tigers become man eaters in Sundarbans? Any idea? सही है. आप ये सोचो, just think from practical perspective. Why would they be man eaters? See, देखो, already the conditions are aligned. Would you have enough herbivores? Not necessary. Okay, so that is also why they will be. There are very proper documentaries also on this. Tigers becoming man eaters. One of the reason is this: limited prey base, harsh saline conditions. They're also swimming, and in swimming they can also catch the prey. Right? We have heard about this Royal Bengal tiger, Sundarbans. Here all the four are correct. Mike, ab dekho, this is a easy question, but this is a very logical question. This question you can also solve through logic even if you don't know the answer. Dekho, in Asian Africa, Mike, Mike is initiative of which convention? CITES. It provides information base to support international decision making related to conservation of elephants. ठीक है? ये बिल्कुल सही है. Second statement: elephants are native to Asian Africa. नहीं, elephants are native. True. अब पढ़ो फिर से statement number. Does the second statement help you explain statement number 1? In this, देखो, this is purely a logic question. See, if the elephants are native, this does not automatically mean they will be trafficked, they will be killed, they will be poached. Yes. In addition to their nativity, the statement should have also told me they are increasingly threatened by illegal activities. तभी तो my statement आएगा, yes or no? So this is only half information. So both the statements are correct, no doubt. But statement 2 does not explain statement 1. How many of you agree with this? कौन सा? नहीं, this is true, but elephants are native does not only mean कि इसी की वजह से you have a Mike initiative. There are many species which are native to a region, but that does not require a specific initiative. इस initiative में क्या है? Monitoring the illegal killing of elephants. ठीक है? So one extra piece of information should have been that they are under threat in these regions. Simply अगर कोई species native है, that does not automatically mean it is under threat. Right? Next, National Board for Wildlife was constituted in 2003. Factual statement है, but this is true. It replaced the Indian Board for Wildlife. True. ये पूरा statement true है. Now, National Board for Wildlife, you will remember, gets its authority from Wildlife Protection Act 1972, headed by which person? Prime Minister. Animal Welfare Board of India, statutory body under which act? Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act 1960. ठीक है? Wildlife Crime Control Bureau grants hunting license in case when a protected wild animal becomes dangerous to human life. Who does this? Chief Wildlife Warden. Who appoints CWW? State government. Okay? This becomes wrong. The first two are fine. Strengthening institutional structures to implement the Biodiversity Act. This is question number 37. The answer here is UNEP. Okay? इसको एक और तरीका है सोचने का इस क्वेश्चन को. How many of you know this project? क्लास में सबने करा हुआ है. Biofin is Biodiversity Finance. Biofin is supported by UNDP, Biodiversity Authority and MOFCCC. It is not supported by UNEP. So that knowledge also can help you solve this question. Right? So directly related to Biodiversity Act, it has to be NBA, and these two will always be there. But additionally, even UNDP is there, but you are not UNEP. Right? So Biofin is Biodiversity Finance. उसमें भी आए विच ऑफ द बॉडीज आर हेल्पिंग इट, द फर्स्ट 3 ओनली. ठीक है. Now factual question, ICFRE, there are few institutes that are mentioned here. Now इसमें how can you use the elimination? Wildlife Institute of India is not under this. Wildlife किसके अंडर है? Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So one you can remove. Up then you have other institutes. Okay, GB Pant, Arid Forest, Tropical Forest Research Institute, and Vigyan, one Vigyan Kendra. Okay, so this GB Pant is also under Ministry of Environment. The last 3, these are under Indian Council of Forestry Research and Education, ICFRE. Now, for you, ICFRE has a utility. Few questions I'll also tell you. India had launched Green Credit Program in 2023. This is the overall biggest program India ka nationally as well as globally in the recent times. There are total 8 activities. If you do them, you get a green credit. Okay? These activities are vetted by, certified by ICFRE. So you will write somewhere ICFRE certifies the green credit. So your homework still remains, what are the 8 activities for which you get a green credit? उतना याद रखेंगे. ठीक है. So this Jodhpur, Jabalpur, One Vigyan Kendra, all these are under ICFRE, whereas WII is under MOFCCC and GB Pant is also under MOFCCC. Now, this is a question. In which conditions will an aggrieved person go to NGT? For this, I need to know what is not under NGT. 1972 is not under NGT. 2006 is also not under NGT. अब बच्चे ये दो बड़े अजीब से acts, CAMPA and actually these two are also beyond NGT. In NGT you have Water Acts, you have Air Acts, you have FCA 1980, you have this one Public Liabilities Act of 1991. Okay, so I think this is also mentioned somewhere. हाँ लिखा भी होगा. और 2 more which I forgot to add. One is EPA 1986 and one is Biodiversity Act of 2002. So Water Act 1974, its amendment, Air Act 1981, Forest Conservation Act 1980, Public Liabilities Act 1991, Environment Protection Act 1986, Biodiversity Act 2002. They will be under NGT. बाकी acts नहीं है. कौन से नहीं है? 3 prominent acts. Indian Forest Act 1927 नहीं है. 1972 is not there. Forest Rights Act is not there. Okay. So here main thing is what is not there and what is not there. Here 2 new acts were asked to you. Foreign trade, maybe you have not heard about it. This is also not under NGT. Similarly, Compensatory Afforestation Fund Act is also not under NGT. Okay. अब this is audited by, बताओ, which body? The National Campa Fund and the State Campa Fund are yearly audited by which body? CAG. Answer is CAG, right? They are under which account of India? Public account. Okay. Okay. What is the answer here? None. Next. Radio frequency is non-ionizing. बताओ. Is radio frequency ionizing? Non-ionizing. ठीक है? Radiation is excluded from definition of pollutants as given under Air and Environment Protection Act. Okay. This is true. And third one, none of these acts, Wireless Telegraph Act, none of these acts cover the health impacts of radiation on living beings. बिल्कुल सही है. All the 3 are correct. All the 3. Okay, now, what is the function of Indian Council of Forest Research and Education? Development and maintenance होगा. Green Tree Grows Mela, yes. administration of green credits program. Very, very important. In fact, you should put a star mark on this. This is why this is asked. True. But managing Indian carbon market registry, no. Which body is there? Bureau of Energy Efficiency. This is under Ministry of Power. And carbon credit trading scheme is operated through this. Bureau of Energy Efficiency under Ministry of Power. Okay. And of course, BEE, is it a statutory body? Yes. Which act? Energy Conservation Act of 2001. It is a statutory body. Confusing part क्या होता है? When we see BEE, we generally think of Ministry of New and Renewable. ऐसा नहीं है. Bureau of Energy Efficiency is under Ministry of Power. So whenever you see your notes, Ministry of Power and Ministry of New and Renewable, in Ministry of Power, please remember it is having BEE, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. This is a statutory body, Energy Conservation Act of 2001. ठीक, अब इसमें चलो एक और nuance क्या हो जाएगी? CCTH etc. It is Energy Conservation Act, but of 2022. This has been amended. This is under Energy Conservation Act of 2001. Okay. Now, National Red List Assessment. This is in the news. अब इसमें है क्या? Prepared by ZSI, BSI, IUCN. ठीक लग रहा है? All important bodies are there. Launched to fulfill the commitments of CBD, Kunming, Montreal. This is also fine. Yes or no? 42. Huh. This is also fine. And last one. It aims to publish a national red data books for both flora and fauna by 2030. All these are correct. See, we already have the red list, global red list by IUCN. At the India level, we have national red list assessment. This was in the news. Prepared by ZSI and BSI. These two bodies will be there for flora and fauna, right? Collab करेंगे IUCN के साथ. IUCN has something known as Center for Species Survival also. So this is there in the news that India will have its own national red list assessment, but it will be under IUCN. Both Zoological and Botanical Survey are under Ministry of Environment, and both of them have their headquarters in which state? Kolkata. Kolkata. हाँ. West Bengal. Now, River Ganga order. What they are saying, what is not correct. Okay. So directly here the answer becomes D. Now this National Mission for Clean Ganga is not under Environment Protection Act. This is registered as a society under the Society Registration Act. Society Registration Act 1860. Other things are fine. The state Ganga committees are required to conduct Ganga safety audit. बिल्कुल सही है. Empower Task Force dissolved the National Ganga River Basin Authority. Fine. All of that is fine. But the order, it establishes NMCG under the Society Registration Act of 1860. Now, no, there are many times a task force is created, empowered group of task force that is going to do a specific work. So they've given it the powers. That is fine. हाँ, वो हो सकता है ना. In the case of River Ganga, first is we have a broad, there's a ministry, there's a specific mission. In that mission, there's a task force. If they've given it empowered powers, it can do so. Now, the main चीज़ है, act has been changed. ठीक है? Now, State Environment Impact Assessment Authorities. Okay? The main takeaway in this whole part is it reviews the specific projects under. Now, there are two things that are mentioned: Category A as well as Category B. Okay? इसमें दोनों तो नहीं करेगा. If it is the state, so इसको कट करो. It only does for Category B projects. It does only for, right? So Category A के लिए you have a separate body which is doing this. Efficiency is rated. This is correct. They are constituted by the center. Okay, this is true, and this is done in consultation with state governments. But main thing is from the name only. See, there are category A. If you read EIA there are category A projects also, category B projects also. Category B projects will fall under the ambit of state respective bodies. Category A will go into the center related bodies. And then there are some exempt projects also. There are strategic projects also. The criticism of EIA is many projects are now going into the exempt and strategic sector. They will not be subject to EIA. That creates a challenge, right? So here that is the main part. So here two statements are correct. That is what we have seen. Acha, now this is also an important question, especially because of the second statement. E-waste management rules are not applicable to micro enterprises as defined under the MSME Development Act of 2006. This is absolutely correct. It is not applicable to these micro enterprises, e-waste management rules. Now, e-waste management rules may also write one more keyword for your memory. It will talk about EPR. What is EPR? Extended Producer Responsibility, right? Up second statement is very important. Wetland conservation rules. First tell me, wetland conservation rules get power from which act? बताओ किस एक्ट से पावर मिलती है wetland conservation rules को? So what will be the biggest threat to wetland? Pollution होगा? Pollution के लिए which is the big act? EPA. So answer is EPA. Wetland conservation rules. We don't have an act for wetland. We have wetland conservation rules which get power through the Environment Protection Act, right? Now, wetland rules are not applicable to wetlands falling under the areas. Bilkul, this is an absolutely correct statement. If an area is falling under the Indian Forest Act, it will be governed through Indian Forest Act or Wildlife Protection Act 1972. So wetland conservation rules will not be applicable in these cases. In fact, for this question, you should also read your model answer once. So सारे के सारे acts mentioned हैं, which is not applicable to wetlands. So it is number 1, Indian Forest Act, Forest Conservation Act 1980, Wildlife Protection Act 1972, right? State Forest Acts, CRZ also of 2011. It is not going to be applicable to all of them. A simple reason है भाई, they already have their protection mechanisms. अब CRZ will talk about one thing and let's say wetland will talk about something else. It will create a confusion. So anything which is not under this will be then, which is a wetland, will be subject to wetland conservation rules of 2017, which is getting power from Environment Protection Act 1986. Both statements are correct here. Now, any person having custody or possession of an animal, article or uncured trophy listed under Schedule 1 may voluntarily surrender it to the Chief Wildlife Warden. सही बात है? Can they do so? Yes. When a person surrenders it, the state government is required to award compensation. Nahi. State government is not liable to any compensation. Second, it becomes the property of the state government. As simple as that. So this statement is wrong. Illegal possession of a wildlife trophy specified under this may lead to imprisonment. Fine. So here in this question, the takeaway for you is surrendering of a wild species, for example, or a trophy. Two things will happen. And by the way, this is question more likha hona chahiye tha. As per the amendment of 2022, as per the amendment, two things will happen. One, it becomes the property of the government. Second thing, you are not liable for any compensation. Dono cheezein, right? So what is not correct here? One, only one. Indian Forest Act, forest produce. Ab dekho, think the moment you see, whenever you see Indian Forest Act, think of Britishers, right? Britishers will try to maximize the revenue. They will talk about management of forest produce. They will say what is ultimately a forest produce and what will be the fines for that. Yes or no? Ab dekho isme, forest produce includes mineral, surface soil, rock, but only when they are found in or brought from a forest. This is also a part of Indian Forest Act. Okay. Wild animals, their skin, tusks, horns are considered forest produce whether they are found in forests or not. This is also correct. Third, the act provides that the practice of shifting cultivation shall be deemed a privilege in all the cases. What is shifting cultivation? Moving cultivation, especially in which part of India do you see this? Northeast. Is it a good practice overall? No, it is not overall. It has a lot of harmful things also. So ये part भी इसमें लिखा है, especially for the tribal areas, it shall be deemed as a privilege in all the cases. This is also true. Now, in this you make a arrow. अब अगर if an area is designated as a certain community reserve, then such practices can also be limited, by the way. But community reserve will be under which act? Wildlife Protection Act. So two different acts have two different mechanisms to deal with them. In the original Indian Forest Act of 1927, there's a specific section. If you read, so there's a section of 10. It says that the practice of shifting cultivation in all the cases shall be deemed a privilege, subject to control, restriction, abolition by the state government. और इन सब चीजों में कुछ भी होगा, main चीज is it is to be done by the state government, right? So state government is going to take care of all these considerations. Okay, so keep that in mind. So here this is right. This is a more detailed question on Indian Forest Act 1927. Other than that, you just remember here two things in Indian Forest Act. One is reserved forest, protected forest, revenue forest. First thing. Second is what happened to bamboo post 2017 amendment. Okay. This is actually written in the schedule only, this specific section. तो उन्होंने इतना ज़्यादा specify कर रखा है, तो directly question is made from the PAIR Act in fact. In all the cases, that is there. उसमें भी last में then the condition will be limited only by the state government. Okay, so in this question again, इस पे you just also later on see the model answer of this act, a section. This is a very detailed question. Normally you are not expected to know this level of detail. Okay. But in some questions, the questions are slightly more detailed. Chalo, let's see this. The Forest Conservation Act of 1980 now. Now let's have a look. Establishment of checkposts, fire lines and wireless communication within a forest does not require prior approval from the central government. True. Okay. अच्छा एक और चीज है. Whenever you see this act, in your mind remember this. 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act had put wildlife, okay, forests from state list to concurrent list, which means for any non-forest activity, taking the permission of center was mandatory. कोई भी non-forest activity. What is a non-forest activity? Anything which does not contribute to afforestation or reforestation. Right? So that is why it's such a broad definition. But check post banani hai, fire lines or wireless communication within forest area, it does not require. So some activities have been moved out. Who can do so? Power is with the center. Right? Renewal of existing mining lease which was originally granted before 1980 requires fresh approval. ये भी बिल्कुल सही है. Right? अगर if you want to renew it, again you have to take the approval of central government. क्यों? Mining activity will also be a threat to the forest regions. Right? Third, if a non-forest land is unavailable for compensatory afforestation, the central government may allow the activity to be carried out. This is also true. May allow the activity to be carried out on a degraded forest land. Okay. Now, in this, the only update you should remember is the Goda Varman case of 1996, the deemed forests. Okay, and then the amendment to the Forest Conservation Act of 2023. Okay, any of that sort can also be integrated, and that can come. Ye question, if you just see the statements, you will get to know the answer. Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act. Ab dekho, no plant variety that uses the terminator technology is eligible for registration. First of all, tell me what is terminator technology? Which country leads in that, or which company? Monsanto. What is terminator? अब same चीज है. इसका अच्छा नाम ये है, genetic use restriction, which means you will always be dependent on the seeds of Monsanto. अगला साल आया फिर से आप यूज करोगे. What it creates? Dependency. Right? So now let's see, even if the second statement, this treats the use of this technology as injurious to public interest and to the life of humans. बिल्कुल सही है. This is injurious. Okay, so the name of the company I'm telling you is Monsanto. Right? It is almost the world's leader in this case. Right? And no variety which uses terminator is eligible. So इसका मतलब है they are prohibiting it. Statement 1 is also correct, 2 is also correct, and 2 explains 1. The answer becomes A. So terminator technology, what is the other name for this? Genetic use restriction technology. That is what they use, Monsanto, for example. That is injurious. That is also causing, let's say, threat to life of humans, animals, and plants. Now, with reference to bioindicators used in environmental monitoring, crustose, foliose, fructose are actually, so actually this is related to lichens. But this is far too a detailed question for you to know on lichens. Even for now, just remember lichens as symbiotic association of algae and fungus. इसलिए detail में this is a very depth based question. No need to be bothered. If you attempted it and got it wrong also, don't worry. इतना मुश्किल नहीं आने वाला है सवाल. This is very much complicated. All right. Let's now move to test number 3. In case you want to have a sip of water for 1 or 2 minutes, you can do so, but I'll just start in 1 minute. Okay. This is a very much dynamic test. In fact, if you have to revise, all the 4 tests, your priority has to be revised test number 3. Test number 3 will intersect with pollution and climate change. All the COPs, everything is covered here. And even because, and this is a very dynamic test that you have. Chlorpyrifos, jitni bhi, whatever things are in news are covered in this test number 3. Okay. And today again, your objective is to be that out of the 200 questions that we discussed, there will be around 30-40 questions that ultimately you will put a final star mark. So the questions which are easy to you, then you don't need to revise and re-revise. The ones you are getting it wrong, or there is a trick, or there is some additional information, that you should prioritize. तो आपके पास एक अच्छा information pool आ जाएगा. One, you already have your classes and notes. Second, let's say is this. Third pillar is your PYQs and any other questions that you found. इसको ही आप revise करेंगे बार-बार to have more nuances, more clarity of thought. Acha, people who are watching this online, I think somebody asked this. See, this is a part of the environment PRP course. This is separate. The environment module, it consists of your classes and it also has other MCQs alongside. These two are separate things. Okay. Now, settle ho gaye sab log? We will start with this part now. Okay. Test number 3. Test number 4 is almost a revision. So some questions are same concepts are repeated. That will go faster. इसको एक बार देखते हैं अच्छे से. ठीक है? We will almost be done, I think, by 2. Okay. Now, question is on secondary pollutants. What is the idea of primary? Primary directly emitted from the source. Secondary means वो react करेगा to form something. Which of the following is secondary? आप बताओ. Right? Pan is secondary. Ozone is secondary. DDT is directly sprayed from the source. And carbon monoxide is also there. This is the secondary. So answer secondary क्या हो गया इसमें? 2 and 4. Simple based application of concept. The very first question. GRAP. Okay, so many times in the news. Let's quickly see the statements of GRAP. What is GRAP? Graded response action plan, right? So यहाँ पे what we are seeing is one by one. The very first statement I think is very obvious. What we have asked is incorrect. CAQM statutory authority पहले तो true or false? So tell me the act. Which the CAQM Act. Okay, so it is a statutory authority. It is responsible. For your reference, remember CAQM is replacing which body? EPCA. Okay. Now, in case of conflict between directions issued by state and CAQM prevail. Correct. So it has a higher power in case of conflict. Third, SPCB of Delhi and UP, they participate in operational mechanisms through subcommittee. True. Why? Because GRAP is for Delhi NCR region. And remember, GRAP is not pan-India. CAQM is also not pan-India. CAQM is for implementing GRAP, which is for Delhi NCR region. Yes or no? So the scope is restricted here. So for pan-India, we have certain, for example, simple body CPCB. CPCB will have SPCBs. CPCB monitors AQI. Yes, हो सकता है. We also have a big pan-India program, National Clean Air Program, but that program is not for every village or district of India. That is right now for 131 non-attainment cities. Non-attainment cities कब बनता है? जब लगातार for 5 years, if a city does not meet NAAQS, then it becomes a non-attainment cities. And National Clean Air Program, the target is 40%, 40% reduction by 2026. Okay? So just for that. But please remember, I have not said it is there in every city of India. It is only there in 131 cities, and that number can again change. वो 131 क्यों है? That is a non-attainment city. And how do you create? No, it is a non-attainment city. A city which has for consecutive 5 years has not met NAAQS. Okay? National Ambient Air Quality Standards. So what is the correct answer here? Which is incorrect? None? Okay. Chalo, let's see. Stratospheric ozone is beneficial for life on Earth. True. Second, it absorbs major portion of biologically harmful ultraviolet radiation before it reaches Earth. सही है? Ozone in stratosphere exists in a dynamic photochemical equilibrium. This is true. अब बताओ, what is the answer? Out of statement 2 and 3, which explains 1? Right? Second one कर रहा है. So statement 3 is not wrong, but it does not explain the beneficial part of it. तो आंसर क्या हो जाएगा? B. In these questions, again with a cool, calm mind, you read carefully. You have to see, you are not testing whether it is true or not. That would be still, अगर वो नहीं true है तो best है, तब तो आंसर मिल जाता है सीधा. But in many cases, it can still happen. Both of them are true. But whether both of them are explaining on it, you have to see and examine. Now, चलो, let's see this. How many of you attempted this question? Greenhouse gas. करा है? ठीक है. कौन सा आंसर पक्का नहीं होगा? तो ऐसे पहले तो first you have to narrow down. First of all, I tell you, whenever you see a question which has 4 options, I am telling you it is a difficult question. चाहे वो environment हो, science हो, history हो. Why? Probability of getting it right is only 25%. You have to always try, if you are attempting it, this should be a rule, if you are attempting it, at least 2 option eliminate कर रहे हो. नहीं तो अगर आप random मारोगे ना, एग्जाम में आपकी बहुत गलत होंगे क्वेश्चंस. So this is something you have to practice here, which is why don't directly jump to the answer. At least if you're able to eliminate 1 or 2 options, then go for it. अगर आपने 2 eliminate किए, if you still mark it, if you get it wrong, still you're thinking in the right manner, right? Now let's try to see. कुछ कीवर्ड देखते हैं क्या लिखा है, शायद हमें हिंट मिल जाए. Synthetic, not naturally abundant. पहली बात, methane is naturally found, is also there. Second, what is the GWP of methane? 25 times, right? At max 80 times for a small temperature range, time range. तो ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता. मीथेन तो एलिमिनेट करो. Now I have 3 remaining with me, right? Now sulfur hexafluoride is there, nitrogen trifluoride is there, and perfluorocarbon. अब it is extensively used, etc. आप इसमें बताओ which of them is a very big umbrella? Perfluorocarbon. It's a huge range. So for that, if everything has to be there, it is not very certain, because ये बहुत बड़ा set है. I'm not saying it is not a greenhouse gas. It is a greenhouse gas. But perfluorocarbons by nature in fluoride is a huge subset. Okay, this may not be there. I have to choose between these 2. One is sulfur hexafluoride and one is nitrogen trifluoride. Now, अब इसमें एक specific knowledge चाहिए, वो है यहाँ पे, right? The specific knowledge that I would need is manufacture of, let's say, solar panels or flat plate displays. This is done by which one? The answer is nitrogen trifluoride. But अगर हमने 2 हटा के फिर अगर हमने मारा होगा, that is the point I'm trying to make. because GWP anyways SF6 maybe it has very high GWP. Now you will get stuck. Now you can only answer this if you know the first part. This is the second statement. But again the idea is to try to arrive and narrow down the options. जितने ज्यादा कोशिश करोगे narrow down करने के, that will help. ठीक है? Nitrogen, and this is also, see, to have all these fluorinated gases. Fluorinated gases will be your what? These are greenhouse gases. Now, if I say the fluorinated gases, all fluorinated gases are under Kyoto Protocol. Socho. So all the fluorinated gases are prohibited or covered under Kyoto Protocol. Think and answer. No, fluorinated gases. No. Socho. I'm again think of my statement. All fluorinated gases are covered under Kyoto Protocol. It's a very easy statement. The answer is no. How many gases are there in Kyoto? 6. How many fluorinated are there? 3. कौन सी हैं? Hydrofluorocarbons, perfluorocarbons, sulfur hexafluoride. It is not covering all of them. In fact, it is not even including this nitrogen trifluoride. This is also fluorinated gas. है ना? Okay. In these type of questions, you again try to recall what you know. और अभी पूरा game, अभी we are in starting of Feb. As you move ahead, recall पे ध्यान देना है ज़्यादा. चलो. Helsinki Protocol. Maybe there are a couple of questions where you find something new. Okay. So here it is a protocol adopted under CLR-TAP, clear trap. Okay. That is the Convention on Long Range Air Pollution. This is correct. ठीक है. इसका अलग नाम है ये long range. It mandates minimum 30% reduction in sulfur emissions compared to 1980. This is correct. Both are correct. If this was a new statement, new piece of information, add कर लीजिए अपने notes में. ठीक है. Helsinki Protocol, long range. Now, this is also a question which you can attempt. Green hydrogen is colorless, non-toxic, highly combustible gaseous substance. That is the first statement. Second one, green ammonia, भाई renewable energy तो सही है. Does not produce CO2. This is also true. And the gray ammonia, the hydrogen used in gray ammonia will be used from fossil fuels. So if I just know the names, why green ammonia has to be what? So green ammonia we've seen, green ammonia, green hydrogen, and gray. All the 3 colors, and all the 3 are correctly mentioned. In fact, if I say green hydrogen is produced from renewable or non-renewable sources. Renewable only, right? Non-polluting sources. Here, all the 3 are fine. What is the target of National Green Hydrogen Mission? How much has to be done? National Green Hydrogen Mission, 5 million tons of green hydrogen production by 2030. Okay? In fact, you should also know MNRE ने define किया है India में what is the green hydrogen. That limit MNRE, Ministry of New and Renewable, has mentioned exactly what is defined as green hydrogen in India. Okay. Now let's come to question number 7. IPCC. So assessment report 6 of IPCC is distinctive as it generates original, main चीज है यहाँ पे, original climate simulations for the first time. ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. Whatever was existing before, it tries to repurpose that and use that. So this is not correct. Now, the adaptation limits highlighted in AR6 refers to threshold beyond which adaptation efforts will become unnecessary once mitigation accelerates. Batao, is this correct definition? If English, just see the English and you'll get your answer. This is not correct. गलत है. बिल्कुल. And there are 2 separate terms. One is mitigation, one is adaptation. Right? We see adaptation gap report, emissions gap report. Developed countries are focusing on which part? Adaptation or mitigation? Only mitigation. 90% money goes to mitigation. Focus also has to go on adaptation. Now, सबसे आसान, the easiest statement is statement number 3. AR6 states that the world is on track to limit the rise of world's average temperature to 1.5. Is the world on track? Bilkul not at all. In fact, in this paper or the next paper, you will see if the emissions go on, it will lead to 2.5 to 3 degrees Celsius increase. ये तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं, not at all. We are already facing problems. So what is the correct answer? None. Correct answer हमारा है none. Now, how many of you attempted question number 8? Correct? इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर भी सामने है. The moment you see in this year, if you ever see the term in the context of climate change, which COP? COP 30. So this so absolutely is the factual thing that is wrong that is mentioned here. So COP 30 of UNFCCC happened in Belém. Where is Belém? Brazil, right? First thing is wrong. Now let's see other statements. Its purpose, the name is just transition to move to a low carbon economy, equitable, inclusive, all the good keywords. ये तो ठीक लग रहा है. Now come to last one. It functions as a legally binding compliance. अब आप बताओ. Most of the provisions of Paris Agreement are very soft in nature. It is not hard like or legally binding like Kyoto. This is not legally binding. अब आप सोचो. Developing countries are saying we have to go for just transition. Transition करना है, but it should be fair, equitable. How can they do it? They need money, they need technology, they need capacity building. Developed countries कभी चाहेंगी that this becomes legally binding. They will never want it to become legally binding. This is not legally binding. Right? So here, just to confuse you, COP27 was mentioned, Sharm el-Sheikh. ठीक है? अब यहाँ पे just a factual piece of information for you. Just transition program, the only just transition program was launched before. ठीक है? I will just cross check it once. To the best of my knowledge, I think it is COP21, sorry, COP26, but I'll just check. या फिर इसको कहीं पे जस्ट लिख लो, जस्ट ट्रांजिशन मैकेनिज्म, उसी में ही है. चलो I'll just check it once then. Okay, ठीक है. We'll have a look at. Okay, but in the Belém there has been an update on that. Okay. So when was this first created will be our homework. We'll see this once. I'll also have a look at it once. Now, I think we've already discussed what is the answer to this. है ना? 2 are incorrect here. Now, this is also an easy question. If you see UNEP now, you first fact for you, emission gap report is published by UNEP, United Nations Environment Program. Now, even if all updated NDCs under the Paris Agreement are implemented, the global temperatures are likely to rise by 2.5 to 3 degree. सही है? Yes or no? True. To meet the ambitious 1.5 degree global greenhouse gas emissions need to fall by 55%. This is also true. How many of you have done with me this initiative? याद है किसी को? This EU was doing to do carbon neutrality. So 55 से ये 55 याद हो जाएगा आपको. EU wanted to reduce 55% emissions to achieve net neutrality, carbon neutrality. उनका ईयर रेफरेंस था 1990 का, बहुत पीछे का ईयर. तो 55 अदरवाइज आपको ऐसे याद नहीं रहने वाला. यू विल नॉट बी एबल टू रिमेंबर 55. व्हाट यू शुड रिमेंबर 50 fit by 55 of EU and link it to overall. So this is also a line. Otherwise this will appear very factual to you that if you want to achieve 1.5 degree, how much reduction has to happen? 55%, huge reduction. Now, इंडिया का कार्बन एमिशन इंटेंसिटी टारगेट कितना है? हाउ मच इज द अपडेटेड टारगेट ऑफ इंडिया? It will be in percentage. Answer is 45. Initially it was 33 to 35, updated to 45%. चाहिए कितना? Need 55% reduction. सोचो. Now, India is going to also update its NDCs very shortly. It can be this year or the year end or maybe 2027. Let's see how much do we update. Third statement can also be solved simply by basic CSAT. India recorded highest per capita increase. कभी नहीं हो सकता. This can never happen in India. If the statement was highest emissions, you could still think about it. But the moment they say per capita, will this happen? No. So, which will make the three statements correct? First is already correct. Second is already correct. But if I replace per capita with highest absolute increase, then that is fine. This statement, this question को put a star mark. This is something you can come back to later. Because these are facts, hardcore facts. One is the report published by UNEP. Second is कितना बढ़ेगा temperature, कितना percentage GHG कम होना है, etc. etc. Right? You should remember. Now, अब देखो draft है पहली बात तो, so not that important, but from this question only this topic gets covered. As simple as that. Solid waste management rules. If you look at it clearly, almost everything will appear very logical to you. So, these EPR obligations, what is EPR? Extended producer responsibility applied to all waste generator, including bulk. Yes. Local bodies, etc. are mandated to prevent the burning. This is also true. On-site waste processing is encouraged. Yes. CPCB is responsible for driving and monitoring circular economy initiatives. Right? All these are fine. All the four are true. So here, even these 4 points are good enough to complete this topic. That's it. Is that आपको नहीं चाहिए knowledge? Which act gives penal provisions of powers? Agar if I have to impose a penalty, which act gives this power? EPA, Environment Protection Act. All the waste management rules ultimately get power from EPA. All waste, I think there was an exception that we saw. We just saw that. So वो exception रहेगा. That is there. Easy question. देखो, teal carbon, non-tidal freshwater, yes. Brown carbon, biomass, true. Blue carbon, बताओ, सही है, नहीं है? Blue carbon should have been. This is wrong. Ocean, coastal. Gray carbon, what it should have been? Fossil, some, but right? अब देखो, what is vegetation? This is green carbon. Biological particles is red carbon. So 6 types of carbon you will learn from this question. Right? So blue and gray are incorrectly matched. So how many of you are correctly matched? The answer becomes only 2. Right? Now, Go-Mako Convention. अब इसमें इसके just ऊपर लिखो. This will help you remember. Right? Basel Convention 1989. Basel Convention 1989. Now, Basel Convention is for transboundary movement of hazardous waste. Yes? But Basel Convention does not include what? Radioactive it does not include. अब क्या हुआ? When the waste was being put or let's say dumped, Africa में radioactive waste also was getting dumped. Think of developing countries, they don't have enough knowledge. So they came up with the Go-Mako Convention. This is more comprehensive. It even covers radioactive waste. It is more comprehensive than Basel. This is what you have to remember. Go-Mako Convention even covers what? Radioactive waste. So yes, it does cover transboundary movement of hazardous waste. वो तो करता ही है. But it also covers what? Radioactive waste. If you look at it, the options that are there, management of marine plastic pollution नहीं. Regulation, अब देखो, which one is the correct part which you see here? Go-Mako. Question number 12. Prohibition of hazardous waste imports into Africa and the control of its movements within the continent. This is the correct part. Okay. And for your reference, I've told you, Go-Mako is broader than Basel. So Go-Mako also includes what? Radioactive waste. Right? So answer here is this. And it is not under the UN framework, by the way. Okay? So Go-Mako, today we've heard about 2 small conventions. One is Helsinki. SO2 याद रख लेंगे. Here this is Go-Mako. Go-Mako, think of Africa, think of radioactive waste and dumping. More comprehensive than Basel. Now, easy question. Oceans act as carbon sink primarily through physical dissolution of CO2 and biological uptake by phytoplankton. बिल्कुल सही है. Physical dissolution of CO2. They do that actively. The oceans take up much CO2 from the atmosphere. Plus, even phytoplanktons keep on taking it. Right? Soils store more carbon globally than the atmosphere and the terrestrial vegetation combined. This is also correct. Okay. Third one. अब देखो, desert ecosystem will have a zero role in carbon sequestration due to negligible vegetation cover. देखो, this question tries to, let's say, prod you to make an error. If you think of desert and if you only think of vegetation, the point is, what about soil? Soil also stores carbon. Yes or no? So it has a role in carbon sequestration. We cannot make this statement. So this becomes wrong. Even here also, they have soil. Even there is some vegetation in some areas. So which is correct here? 1 and 2. Which will contribute to ocean acidification. When you see more than 4 or 5 statements in one, be very careful. कोई ना कोई odd one out होता है. ठीक है? If you look at it, you just see this and try to find the odd one out. Very easy question है, जिसने क्लास कर रखी है या फिर if you understood the concept. Ocean acidification, अब देखो. What happens in ocean acidification? Carbonates increase or decrease? Yes, carbonates, they decrease, and carbonates are useful for reef making. और होता उल्टा क्या है? Bicarbonate, they increase. Right? अब इसमें क्या है? Causes of ocean acidification: increased carbonate precipitation in seawater. This does not happen. Second, now what can cause? Absorption of atmospheric CO2, yes. Seabed decomposition, this can also cause. Wastewater discharge, nutrient eutrophication, this can also cause. Rising fossil fuel, क्या नहीं होगा? Of course. So 14th answer becomes A. Now, a coastal authority releases specially cultured bacteria directly into the oil contaminated shoreline to accelerate the degradation of these carbons. This is which question number? Question number 15, 1-5. But what did you mark here? Acha, you know what is bioremediation? The use of any microorganisms to treat the waste. Okay. अब इसमें साफ साफ क्या लिख रखा है? Into that specific area only. Then that becomes an example of in situ. Now, अच्छा, इसमें भी और टाइप के क्वेश्चंस बन सकते हैं. What is oil zapper, oilivorous? Okay, that is what? Oil eating bacteria. That can be there. Another question can be micro-remediation. Fungus can also treat it. Yes, it can also do though, right? Chalo, next. Carbon credit. A carbon credit represents, this is again a topic very much in the news every year. So the basics we should know about it. तो पहला क्या है? पहले स्टेटमेंट को अंडरलाइन करेंगे. 1 ton, it is not 1 kg. Exactly, you should know 1 carbon credit is equal to reduction or removal of 1 ton of carbon dioxide equivalent. Correct. Second statement is very easy to understand. It is generated only by afforestation, reforestation. Nahi. If I transition, if I do any other activity, if I save on the carbon, new technology, can it also reduce it? Bilkul sahi hai. So this is very obvious. The concept was introduced under Kyoto. Batao, true or false? Carbon credit was introduced. इतना सोचना क्यों पड़ रहा है? Yes. Emission trading scheme was under Kyoto. Then this was passed on to Paris Agreement. Under which article of Paris Agreement? Article 6. Strengthened under Paris Agreement. Absolutely. India follows CCTS, Carbon Credit Trading Scheme. है ना? Who implements CCTS? अभी देखा, BEE, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, right? Now, what is the correct answer here in this question? 2 को eliminate करो. 1 and 3, yes? चलो, not a partner organization of International Consortium on Combating Wildlife Crime. Factual state answer है इसका. But you can guess this. Guess कर सकते हो कैसे? देखो, first is if it is wildlife crime, CITES has to be there, right? Second, UN Office on Drugs and Crime, it is related to crime. World Bank Group is related to a lot of wildlife conservation. It supports a lot of financial incentives. International Criminal Court, by the way, why is it in news? वो क्या करता है? See, whenever you prepare in IR, there are three bodies you will prepare. One is you will prepare ICJ, Court of Justice. Second, you will prepare Permanent Court of Arbitration. तीसरा क्या prepare करोगे? So I'll give you this as also a homework. Parent के headquarters लिखना है एक जगह पे, right? Second is their objective. अब ICJ is under, this is the UN principal organ. PCA, for example, was sometime back in the news. PCA gave a verdict against Chinese NAND dash line. But ICC is unique because ICC can even try individuals, right? It can even try people accused of war crimes. So एकदम अलग है ICC का mandate, International Criminal Court. आपने सुना होगा The Hague, right? Where is The Hague? Netherlands. So here you should prepare what is the principal organ, where is the headquarter, and third is who can try individuals. यही कर सकता है try ICC. ICJ cannot try individuals. ICC में the countries who are a part of UN can only do so. This can also give you a tertiary question if you just prepare this. Answer is ICC. A wildlife exporter in a party country intends to legally export, etc. Describe the regulatory sequence under CITES. ठीक है? Relatively easy question. Exporter answer is B here. Exporter applies to the national authority. Application is examined. CITES permit is issued, and then international trade is permitted. CITES never means trade is prohibited. Trade is regulated. अब इंडिया में ये परमिट का काम कौन कर सकता है? Who can give a permit and who can facilitate? WCCB, Wildlife Crime Control Bureau. चलो. At CITES, I put a star mark. This is the most recent update of CITES, COP20. At CITES COP20, India supported listing of Google in Appendix 2. Any idea? Have you heard of Google? कहाँ use होता है? Right, in ritualistic purposes and activities. यहाँ पे India did not support the listing. India opposed. The moment this is there, the answer becomes. And India cited absence of adequate scientific assessment and concerns with respect to Google. Right? Because Google is in news specifically, maybe they don't ask you Google. Specifically for this, also underline this. Formifora vigeti, recently seen in the news, is related to. वो tough question हो जाएगा. Okay, not that you have to remember scientific name for all, but at least here you can remember. और side से related है. Now, aerial carbon sequestration from the air. Which of the following best explains adding lime? इसको क्या बोलते हैं? Ocean alkalinity enhancement. We increase the alkalinity of the oceans, right? इसका आंसर है B. It increases sea water alkalinity, enabling greater chemical absorption of carbon dioxide. Sea water alkalinity बढ़ जाती है. Now, talking of carbon sequestration, you should know terms. Many terms have been asked in this paper and the next paper. Terms like enhanced rock weathering. Terms like ACS or ocean alkalinity enhancement. Terms like DAC, direct air capture. ठीक है? बाकी terms, बहुत terms आपने सुन रखे होंगे, right? But ये कुछ और अच्छे terms हैं which have been asked in the test specifically also. Easy question. Incineration, oxygen starved. बिल्कुल गलत. Incineration is the heating which happened in the presence of oxygen. In fact, oxygen starved is what? Pyrolysis. One is wrong. So if one is wrong, which of the following is correctly matched? Can I eliminate one? Up 3 and 4 मुझे पढ़ना नहीं है. I just have to examine 2. 2 is your gasification, right? So gasification में it converts. If you remember, how many of you remember coal gasification, right? Coal gasification में क्या बनता है last में? Thin gas. Thin gas has many things including methane, right? Even carbon monoxide, hydrogen, All the three are correct. The answer becomes 2, 3 and 4. Which will qualify second generation biofuel? First generation biofuel is rich in, at least it's a food crop. Okay, sugar beet होगा? नहीं होगा. Second, algal biomass, will it be there? It will not be there. Why? This is third generation. Let's remove 2 and 5. Chalo, okay. Okay. Now, it is not rice, by the way. If this was rice, rice will be first generation, second generation. First, rice straw. Straw is second generation. That is non-food. ये तो होना चाहिए. Okay. Chalo, it does not still help me. 3, this is also there. अब बचा ये used cooking oil. Where this will be? Right? और फिर fifth तो obvious है, sawdust also. So you get your answer here. Right? इसमें if you know third generation is algal, you remove it. First generation is sugar beet. Other remaining options, you get your answer. ठीक है? What is fourth generation? GM. Okay. Used cooking oil में basically, हाँ, it's simply उसका idea ये cannot be used again. For example, used cooking oil can also be used to make sustainable aviation fuel also later on. There was also flight in Dehradun. There was an experiment some time back, not I think 2 or 3 years पहले. उसमें used cooking oil was also used as a SAF, sustainable aviation fuel. So used cooking oil का basic idea, it is not a food crop directly. अब वो खराब हो गया. It's a waste product now. That is being used. Now, so this is easy. Primary objective of Kunming Montreal. What is the primary objective? Simple है, बताओ. C is there, right? Reverse biodiversity loss. Place nature on this. Neutrality is what? वो अलग है. That is climate. And in that they don't mention the year. Every country has their own NDCs, right? Yes. Now, plastic pollution. अच्छा, इस क्वेश्चन को भी स्टार मार्क लगाओ. Phthalates are in news in current affairs. Phthalates, right? They are known as they are plasticizers. The question asks you which of the following is related to them, or a source of phthalate contamination. PVC pipes, yes. Perfumes, yes. Medical tubing, yes. Ceramic or glass नहीं होगा. Composition wise also they are very different. So the answer here is 1, 2 and 4. Right? Phthalate contamination, by the way, is in the news. Can also become a potential question. कौन सा source है इसमें phthalates का? This is that kind of a question, source based. Now, I think this question also you'll be able to answer. Which of the following tells the share of non-fossil capacity by late 2025? बताओ. हाँ, अच्छा, good. ये तो eliminate हो सकता है, बिल्कुल. This also can be eliminated, right? How much do we have? Nearly 49, and it is on track to meet its NDC target. What is the target? Which year? 2030, right? Acha, if you want to remember the NDC updated targets, only net zero is which year? 2070. The other 4 targets I have to be achieved by 2030. This is also one question asked later on. The answer here is B. Carbon tax. Let's see this. Okay. Now, सबसे पहले put a star mark on the 4th option. This was in the news. अब देखो. India voted in favor of the first global carbon tax on shipping. I've told you any carbon, greenhouse gas, shipping. कौन सी body होगी? And IMO is a UN specialized body. True or false? True. IMO is a UN specialized body. So ये सही है. This is in the news. अब other question statements. Let's see. Some Indian states have experimented with state level levies to coal based generation. बिल्कुल ठीक है. Primary objective for a carbon tax is to internalize environmental externalities by signaling a price against pollution. किसको स्टेटमेंट समझ में आ रहा है पहले बताओ. क्वेश्चन नंबर 2, स्टेटमेंट नंबर 2 देखो. You know externalities, there are positive as well as negative externalities. If I produce a car, let's say Mahindra is making a car, right? It will lead to some emissions. So carbon tax is simply the idea of polluter pay. तो उस चीज को बनाने में, for example, you emit 10 kgs of carbon dioxide, I'm putting a tax on you, right? So let's say your cost of manufacturing was rupees 100, but you've polluted the environment. In this cost, even this should be included. Now the cost is 100 plus rupees 10. अब इसको पढ़ो. The primary objective is to internalize environmental externalities, harming the environment, by creating a price signal against pollution. This is the meaning. This is standard definition हो गई है ज़्यादा, right? But this is the main simple meaning of it. It is levied based on carbon content on greenhouse gas emissions associated with fossil fuel. It has to be based on this. Now, यहाँ पे carbon tax लिखा है. Two things you should write just for your recall. There is a greenhouse gas protocol asked by UPSC. GHG protocol. याद आ रहा है? One is greenhouse gas bulletin. Bulletin is by WMO. Protocol is by WRI, WBCSD. The greenhouse gas protocol is by World Resource Institute, World Business Council for Sustainable Development. This GHG protocol is a UPSC 2016 PYQ. They asked you simply what is the greenhouse gas protocol. क्या करता है? It is an accounting tool. The example I gave you of Mahindra. It will help Mahindra to know that in the production of units, how much greenhouse gas they release. It can also help not only Mahindra but even the government. So greenhouse gas protocol can be used both by government as well as the private sector, right? उसके ऊपर the government may put up carbon tax. इसी से related concept है, if you know, CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism by EU. Okay. Now, very basic simple question. Air quality shows PM 2.5, black carbon, sulfur, SO2, NO2. इसमें से which is particulate air pollutant? At the back, you will tell me the answer. चलो आपके आगे कुणाल. And black carbon, right? देखो, whenever there is air quality, देखो AQI of CPCB has 8 parameters. Air quality will have, या air में दो चीजें होंगी, gas and particulate matter. PM 2.5 is what? Particulate matter. We wear masks so that you उसको stop PM 10, PM 2.5. And black carbon is soot particle. अगर कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड होता वो गैस है, ये है सूट पार्टिकल बिकॉज ऑफ मे बी इनकम्प्लीट कंबशन ऑफ कार्बन और ऑर्गेनिक कंपाउंड. तो आंसर पूछो फिर से, देखो पर्टिकुलेट एयर पोल्यूटेंट्स कौन से हैं? इट इज ओनली PM 2.5 एंड ब्लैक कार्बन. इट इज ओनली दीज टू इन दिस क्वेश्चन 27. नेक्स्ट relatively easy conceptual question है. Higher BOD generally indicates lower DO. सोच के बताओ. Be active. ठीक है? तो higher demand, अब भाई we know it is inversely proportional. For the same sample, COD is always equal to or greater than BOD. 28. True. And equal to is only in that rare consideration when you don't have any biological matter. Right? या तो equal होगा या हमेशा ज्यादा होगा. Increase in photosynthetic activity in the water body. Always पढ़ो ध्यान से. Always ensures high DO levels. They can be algal bloom also. Second, what if most of the oxygen is consumed in the night, let's say in decomposition. Now there is morning में there is high activity. Does it mean high sustained levels of DO? नहीं. The moment they say it on always, you can also now cross question. This is not right. So what is the answer here? Only 2. Relatively easy question. Why microplastics are considered more hazardous than plastic debris? बताओ. बिल्कुल. Surface area is more, very small, more surface area. They can absorb toxins. and these toxins can biomagnify. If easy entry nahi, it is magnifying across the food chain. So they, in that sense, provide a surface for the reaction to happen. This is a huge challenge, right? So the answer is B. अब देखो ये है, this term is related to carbon sequestration. Enhanced weathering, if they ask you, or enhanced rock weathering, both of them are related to carbon sequestration. Important term, again in the news, you should know this. Now, इस term को सीधे इन्हीं तीन statements you will understand. It involves spreading finely ground silicate or carbonate rocks over land or coastal surfaces. This is true. It enhances soil alkalinity. याद करो, ocean alkalinity, we also know that if we supply even lime, that also helps. While also reducing downstream CO2 emissions by neutralizing soil acids. बिल्कुल सही है. Last, its effectiveness increases when mineral particle size is reduced. The size reduce होगा, again surface area. Okay, all of this helps. Can biochar help in carbon sequestration? सोच के बताओ. It is yes. Biochar also helps, and biochar is again sprinkled or also sprinkled on this soil only. क्यों? सोच के बताओ. I've given the technical answer of this in the class also. क्यों? How does biochar help? Biochar, first of all, is rich in carbon. The moment it is sprayed on the soil, it slows down the decomposition. बहुत कम करेगा. So soil में carbon dioxide is stored for a very long time as carbonates. हमें तो स्टोरी तो करना है. That is what it helps in. ठीक है? So carbon sequestration, again I'm telling you, this will again be a theme, will again be repeated. Almost every year you are getting one question on carbon sequestration. Coming back. Sky glow is the most considered form of light pollution. This is true. Sky glow term is related to light pollution. Now, it is saying it is mainly caused by light trespass from residential lighting fixtures. Not really. There are various other sources of light pollution. Trespass is a very small portion of that. So it is not mainly caused by this. Statement 2 is wrong. What is the correct statement? So answer क्या होगा इसमें? C. 31. The answer is C. Okay. Main चीज क्या again? Artificial lightning, aerosols, है ना, upward directed, but it is not light trespass. The answer is C here. अच्छा, ये बड़ा interesting question है. How many of you attempted this question? This question, may one statement is directly from UPSC PYQ, right? Now, again I'll try to settle the debate. First statement: ASGM, artisanal and small scale gold mining, is the largest source of anthropogenic mercury emissions. True. Largest source. Let's come to third, then I'll explain to you second statement. Mercury is considered by the WHO as one of the top 10 major chemical pollutants of public health concern. Right now, you put a star mark on this statement. If you Google this, if you put it in GPT, everywhere, you will find a different answer. I'll tell you why. And this is a statement of 2023. Right now, if you simply just search this line, you will get a US EPA report, the Environment Protection Authority of EU. In their report, they have exactly mentioned this line. There is no safe level of exposure to mercury. If I say there is no known safe level, इसका मतलब इतना भी problematic होगा. For example, अभी almost in some months, बार-बार एक report आ रही है that millennials or Gen Z are drinking less alcohol, and with that, what they are saying, there is no safe level of alcohol consumption. It means even if when some people say, "Arey, I just drink it for health and this purpose," even that is wrong, right? उसमें क्या बोला आपने? There is no safe level for alcohol consumption, right? अब इसमें why it gets tricky is if you look at the COP5 of Minamata Convention, there they try to give you a limit. In other sources, they also try to give you a limit, which means if there was no safe level known of mercury, people would have not been allowed to eat fish. Fish में भी small amounts तो होते हैं. But if you again look at USA also, because USA for us abhi right now is the benchmark. USA में they also tell you that which fish can be consumed how many times. Right? So if you look at small fishes, उसमें limit नहीं है. But the bigger fishes, they will say only eat it 4 or 5 times a month. उसका मतलब है कुछ तो safe level होगा. Yes. When we saw this again, when this question, that is why if you look at coaching institutes also, most of them agreed with this because this was found in 2 places. Okay, properly line दी हुई थी reports में. But when UPSC gave the answer key to this question, उसमें 3 statement थे, and the answer UPSC gave was only 2. And 2 statements were very obvious that this leads to mercury pollution and one more statement leads to mercury pollution. But this statement उन्होंने सही नहीं माना. तो यूपीएससी ने इसको सही नहीं माना है. Right? So if we say there is no known safe level of exposure to mercury, according to UPSC, there is at least some level or some quantified level. And what are we referring to? Exactly the 2023 key of UPSC. Which is why even in the recent times, अगर आप कोई अभी भी कोई monthly compilation or if you read any source, हो सकता है वो यही line exact लिख दे. Okay? This will again create a confusion for you. For that, the best way is we will see the key of UPSC, and again they will not again directly repeat the same statement. But to settle the debate, the best thing is to know this, and you should also know why the controversy is there, because there are 2 sides. One side simply says no amount of data can quantify the toxicity, but we are not debating why mercury is toxic, even in small amounts. But there are certain reports which say that there is some trace of mercury beyond which it will become toxic. That is why this was a very polarizing question in 2023 also. Most of the people had marked all 3. UPSC ने last में क्या बोला? Only 2. The only possible inference in this question could have been कि भाई ये statement गलत होगा. Only 2 में this is always a debate, right? कि भाई कौन सा statement गलत है? Yes or no? That is why I'm giving you slightly detailed answer. Even in the explanation that we've given you, it could have been even more elaborate. But एक ही line दी है in terms of that particular, I think, a report is mentioned. उसमें there's a quantification of data. But my point is the explanation is even more detailed than what is given. Okay? And best reference is 2023 PYQ. Now, which of the following is incorrect? अब बताओ. Question number 32. Which statement is incorrect? Yes, second one. Answer is B. आपके में आंसर B दिया है ना? हाँ. अभी तक there is no other question which needs rectification. ठीक है, चलो. Now, हाँ बोलो. हाँ यही तो. The point is, if you look at some reports, this line exactly is mentioned, which creates the confusion कि ये line सही है. ठीक? This is the confusion. What has UPSC accepted? UPSC ने इसका उल्टा माना है सही. So for UPSC, this is incorrect. Yes, yes. That is why I'm spending more time on this statement. Right? And if we look closely at some of the COPs and some of the recent, let's say, points, you will find कि भाई there will be a limit beyond which it will become toxic. ठीक है? नहीं ये भी नहीं कर सकते, ये भी नहीं कर सकते, ये भी टफ है. I'm telling you, these kind of questions are difficult in the exam. That is why they will polarize. Some people will agree to it, some people will not agree to it. Okay? Even for alcohol, which I am giving you right now, there are a lot of studies, and you will see even proper doctors, on popular doctors I'm saying on podcast, let's say the ones who are heading liver centers and very 40 years of experience, they have made such statements. For example, there is no safe level or limit, for example. अब उसमें somebody will quote a Mediterranean study कि नहीं भाई wine consumption can help in heart, और उसके भी बाद में आप देखोगे what it creates, that also can be countered. So I'm saying that. इसलिए इस तरह का statement ना will be very polarizing. That who has the final call? हमारे केस में we have to go by what UPSC says. Okay. Now UNEP Colombo Declaration is basically related to nitrogen. Okay. Now let's see this 33. इसमें not much to add. 1 and 3 is correct. Here, if you see, it exclusively focuses on agriculture. The point is, it focuses on other things also. Multiple sectors here. Because of that, this becomes wrong. Other 2 statements are fine. अब देखो, nitrogen के लिए now you get a new. This is by the way not a new. This is an old declaration. बहुत पुराना हो चुका है. ठीक है? Helsinki पढ़ा हमने आज. Helsinki was for SO2 sulfur हो गया. This is Colombo, this is for nitrogen waste. Okay, but this is an old convention, but still has been covered, has been asked to you. Now, acidic precipitation, very easy question. देख के बताओ. Acidic precipitation. Why not carbon dioxide? Carbon dioxide can become carbonic acid. बताओ. नहीं वो तो ठीक है, but क्यों? एक level और आगे. I've given the answers to this in almost every class. अच्छा और कुछ? See, the answer is, main thing is you need to know how you say acid rain. पहले देखो, what is the normal pH of water? Water normally neutral. Okay. If you look at ocean water or in general, the pH is lower. Okay. If you look at carbonic acid is very mild. If you have carbonic acid, the pH will be still in the range of around 5.5. Acid part, it is by these oxides. They can reduce the pH to almost 4.4, even 3, even 2. So they are very much acidic in nature. Carbon or carbonic acid is in that sense very mild in nature. That is why it does not have that effect. In fact, normally when you look at ocean waters, in general water, वैसे भी acid rain, when you look at it, as normal rain sometimes even have the pH of 5.5 to 6. Acid rain is lesser, around 4.4, 4.2. It can be even less, by the way, because of the impact of nitric acid and sulfuric acid. The main thing is milder. चलो next आते हैं. Sites, sorry, traffic. This will always be true. सोचना ही नहीं इसके बारे में. ठीक है. अब ट्रैफिक है क्या पहले बताओ. You tell me what is traffic. NGO है. If you know this, you get your answer. Read statement number 2. It directly administers international licensing. बताओ. Would you give NGO this amount of power? We would never give it. This actually would be done by sites only. Yes or no? 2 is wrong. If 2 is wrong, you get your answer. Pehla part, it is highly factual. Nobody will remember. But you can still get your answer if you eliminate. Now, traffic was asked by UPSC once. Traffic is formed by 2 bodies. Tell me which ones. नहीं sites नहीं है. This is a UPSC PYQ. पक्का? अब तो कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए, अगर सही बोल रहे हो. ठीक है. Traffic, IUCN plus. Right. This is the PYQ. So now, the more you repeat it, abhi you are very confused. सही बोला है कि नहीं बोला है. So many people are watching. Point is, if you revise it more, you will have clarity. So some questions which have been asked in this test have been one level above of PYQ. Just to give you some reference. इसमें purely by logic you can also eliminate it if you know this is an NGO. चलो next आते हैं. Okay, this we have done in the classes. Even in many sources you would have done it. GIAHS. Who support GIAHS? FAO. Answer बताओ इसका. No need to even discuss it. Koraput, Odisha, Saffron, Pampur, Kutanad. ठीक है. Kutanad, Kerala. Right. India's GHG emissions in 4th BUR. Why does India have to submit BUR? Because of its commitment to Paris Agreement. How much have we increased, reduced, all of that. India almost 80% हमारा कितना है? Carbon dioxide. 80%, 80. Followed by methane. यही same sequence I tell you always in the class. CO2, methane, nitrous, other gases. This is exactly what India has. अब USA में क्या होगा? USA में instead of 80, it will be close to 65. Methane will be more. हमारे यहाँ, of course, it is understood CO2 will be more right now. So what is the answer to this? Achha, they've asked you decreasing order. Yes, it has to be A. Okay, not a difficult choice. Which is why, while we have asked you questions of fluorinated gases, but not that important. Hardly 1% of our emissions are fluorinated gases. ठीक है, अब मुझे बताओ nitrous oxide and nitrogenous waste, which convention? UNEP Colombo. Good. Now, how many of you have done this in the class with me? किसने किया ये question? ये topic किया है मेरे साथ? All the statements also we have done. ध्यान से पढ़ो. Greenhouse gas emission intensity target rules 2025 prescribes legally binding emission targets for industrial units. Yes, I've told you 4 energy intensive sectors: aluminium, cement, chloralkali, pulp. ये चारों सही हैं. इसके बाद we had also written 5 more sectors, if you recall. ठीक? Obligated entities must achieve carbon emission targets etc. under CCTS. बार-बार we are seeing CCTS. True? ठीक है. So that is also true. CCTS. Now, the last, so which of the following is incorrect in 38? None. None is incorrect. अब आ जाओ. Electrostatic precipitator primarily reduces nahi. Yes, it is there for particles. Okay. Sulfur के लिए think of flue gas desulfurization. So one is wrong. If one is wrong, do you get your answer? In many cases, if you are sure, अब देखो नहीं भी पता था, अब now you know. Right? Montreal Protocol में what is not correct? This question also can be solved by common sense. Now, if you look at statement number 2, the moment India becomes a party, आप सोचो, countries generally will have or conventions will have a entry into force. उसमें time ज़्यादा लगता है. So what it says, India became a party to the protocol in the same year it enters into force. बहुत कम होगा ऐसा. Very rare it will happen. Right? In fact, India joined it in 1987. It became into force in almost 5 years later, 1992 almost. So this is why this is wrong. This is not correct. Other three are correct. So that means legally binding, yes. Eliminating production of ozone depleting, ये भी सही और ये भी सही है. 99%. This is also there in your class notes. Of globally banned ozone depleting, they have been phased out. ये भी सही है. India has phased out CFCs, CTC and halons. बिल्कुल सही है. Ahead of Montreal targets. That is also correct. Now, Stockholm Convention. Let's have a look at it. Isme bhi the current affairs is this, so put a star mark. This can again be asked. I've told you. Chlorpyrifos. The recent COP has added this. Correct. The other two statements in this part, all the three are correct here. Legally binding, true. Protecting human health from POPs because they bioaccumulate. Chemicals, they are targeted for elimination because of their persistence. This is also true. Right? Now, Rotterdam, let's have a look at. Rotterdam Convention, hazardous chemicals and pesticides, yes. It has legally binding PIC. This is also true. And then the last statement is related to convention directly bans production of international trade of listed hazardous chemicals. This is not correct. It does not directly ban. Okay, what does it do basically? Consent, regulation. The moment statement 2 becomes wrong, our answer becomes only one of the statement is correct, which explains statement number 1. Now, wind energy, India is 4th. सही है? Wind energy contributes to less than 5%. This is also true. So underline 5%. अब इसमें क्या लिखा है? Total electricity generation. If the question is how much renewable, how much is it a part of renewable, then the percentage is different. In the total renewable, maximum contribution around almost 50% is solar, right? Followed by the hydro, etc. So usme bhi that then the percentage is different. Overall, for total electricity, wind is nearly 5%. And this is a factual part. Uppandal wind farm in Tamil Nadu is country's largest operating wind farm. True. Okay. So 43, again the question or the answer becomes D. All the statements are correct. Now, agriculture sustainability mixed question है. IPM, long term prevention, ठीक है. Vertical farming and pasture. Here again, all the three are correct here. Just to be aware about these terms. Vertical farming, देखो, vertical farming would not use space, right? So you can even use it independent of the variability of seasons. Now put a star mark on this question in the current affairs. TFFF, Tropical Forest Forever Facility, launched on the sidelines of COP30. Kyun? Why is this there? Remember, $125 billion is to be spent, and to make standing forests more viable than the cleared land. Simple. Standing forests will be more viable than the cleared land, right? And this may be, if you want to read even more how this this $1 billion, it is to be put in an account later on when the conservation is done, then this money will be released, which again made the countries will try to safeguard their tropical forest. That is the idea. Tropical forest forever facility, right? तो अगर आप अपने forest को save करोगे, there is a monetary incentive for that. इसीलिए this will make standing forest more valuable than the cleared land. If you're cutting down, you will not get this money. That is the incentive. Now, RAIZ, R-A-I-Z, is related to FAO. Okay. All these three are related to COP30. Put also star mark. Again, a COP30 based question. Belém Health Action Plan. Words first. बिल्कुल सही है. International Action Plan. UFFINI. Right. Making national. अब ये तो almost English. If you read, it almost aligns with what is mentioned here. That is correct. Fostering investable national implementation on 46. That is also correct. And the first one, even this also we had seen, RAIZ accelerator, to restore 3 million hectares of degraded land. Even you have blended finance and private capital. All the three are correct. What is incorrectly matched? Panchamrit. This you can do. Net zero is to be done by which year? All the three are 2030. So answer क्या होना चाहिए? 1, 2 and 4 should be 2030. The answer is A. 3 is 2070. 6.2. Again, put a star mark. This year 6 has come. This is a slightly more detailed question. 6.2 and Paris Agreement. The transferring country reduces its reported mitigation credits. पहला statement है. Correct hai? The receiving country can count the transferred outcome. That is why we see a term. We have also done this term. ITMOs. Internationally, this transferred mitigation outcomes. So if India and Japan have an agreement in Article 6.2, the receiving country वो count कर सकते हैं. अब देखो, third statement is a very obvious economics या basic logic statement. Double counting of emission reduction is automatically permitted. कभी भी होगा किसी भी केस में. Even in carbon आप छोड़ो, normal cases में, normal counting में भी, even in animal census anywhere, you would want to avoid double counting. वरना तो this is simply a violation. It will give you a far bigger number. Yes or no? This has to be wrong. 3. If you remove 3, you get 2 options wrong. The only option remaining is fourth one. The cooperative transfer, right, is conducted outside centralized. अब देखो, what is decentralized? 6.2. What is centralized? 6.4. Okay, this is true. क्योंकि देखो bilateral क्या होगा? 6.2. So this can be decentralized. 6.4 is UNFCCC, right? So it will be more centralized. 6.8 is totally outside. Well, this is non-market mechanism. So what is the answer here? B. Now, IUCN, let's have a look at. Now, IUCN is the biggest environmental conservation body. Second statement says it initially functioned as a regional limited to Europe. Nahi. It was always a global body. It has both civil society. So second statement, the moment you get it wrong, the answer is 1 and 3. It has both government and civil society, even scientists, experts. It's a very broad body. Founded in 1948, true. Okay, conference health is there. Where is the headquarters of IUCN? Glance Switzerland. Now EIA. Let's apply our knowledge. All category B projects require prior environmental clearance from central government. Galat. Category B projects will not go there, and there can be some projects which can be exempted. Yes or no? Category A will go to the center, category B will go to the states. I hope you recall. Statement ही गलत है. Now, third part was there in news. Recently, public hearing was completely waived off of mining of atomic minerals and critical minerals. This is correct. Was in the news. Right? Or India may the first formal application, etc. started with River Valley project. This is true. And here just remember, this is also done through Environment Protection Act 1986. Right? There's a mention of Environment Protection Act. That also helps. Okay? Now, Let's come to the last one. इसमें भी almost many concepts are getting repeated. The ones which require elaboration, I'll tell you. Chalo, let's have a look at the first one. What is the major climax community in ecology? First question. Smallest self-sustaining, relatively independent ecological unit. They rely on external energy, etc. And they act as a mature biosynosis characterized by high biodiversity and maximum niche specialization, right? So if you look at the statement here, in fact, yahan pe bhi you get a fair idea. One second. The moment I say something is major, try to think of major and minor communities. Major communities are dominant, self-sustaining. Minor are dependent, right? तो यहाँ पे क्या है? Smallest है, ठीक है, self-sustaining, relatively independent, right? Only dependent on external energy. This is absolutely correct, right? Minor community are dependent on neighboring communities, ठीक है? और last क्या है? They act as a mature biosynosis. Biosynosis is simply the biotic aspect. This is also true. In this question, all the three statements are correct. इसमें नहीं, इसमें actually the mention is of major climax communities. Major means they are distinct ecological units. Major में if you think of कि sir, I only think of forest and the final stabilizing communities, उसके बीच में mature communities होंगी. Even when we have a mature forest, you're only thinking of forest, but there will be other entities also. Yes or no? So overall, when we define the term major or climax community, that is that term. इसको आप contrast करो minor communities के. Okay? Individual, population, community, ecosystem, biome, biosphere. The community can be major as well as minor. Major are bigger in size, relatively independent, dependent only on solar radiation. Minor are opposite of this. Now, easier questions hai. Ecotone, I don't think this is a difficult question to understand. So ecotone mein, directly I'll tell you, this is, yeah, it is A. Both of them explain the statement number 1. Now, marine, just quickly, jo kuch achhe questions hai, because this is also a good question. Marine phytoplanktons and photosynthetic bacteria produce approximately half of extraspore. This is true. बहुत बार क्या होता है ऐसे ही सवाल किसी न किसी फॉर्म में you will get it in the exam. This is true. Well oxygenated surface water. इसको लगाओ star mark. This is a very important question or statement. Atmospheric air has far more oxygen compared to well oxygenated air surface. So this is not correct. Even these kind of questions, when they come in the exam, very tricky for us. इसका उल्टा है. Atmospheric air has more oxygen as compared to these surfaces. Okay. Now, killer whale calves. Okay. Now, a couple of points are here. They 50% of them die within the first year. क्यों होता है? इस क्वेश्चन में what is mentioned here? ये सही है, right? Particularly for the first born calf. No, it is not eutrophication. In this, what is the concept? Magnification. अब इसमें लिखा है these are apex predators, they accumulate high concentration, etc. Contaminants are transferred in utero, true, mainly by placenta. नहीं, it is mainly by the mother's milk. And mother's milk is very rich in fat, and that has a huge amount of toxins, which ends up killing the first born calf. So, because of drinking the mother's milk, in this case, it is very rich or very high in persistent organohalogens. So, इसमें क्यों? Why is there a very high mortality in the killer whale calves? क्यों? Because they die drinking the mother's milk, which is rich in organohalogens. So, which statement correctly explains it? Right? तो ये गलत हो जाएगा. This one is wrong. Okay, so 1 and 2, fine. No, eutrophication, normally, for example, if there is an increase in phosphates or nitrates, which will lead to an algal bloom in general. यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है? There are multiple toxins, for example, which can be persistent in nature. They are magnifying. Now, nitrogen fixation, carbon sequestration, phosphorus cycle. एक बार जल्दी से देखते हैं. Phosphorus cycle lacks a significant gaseous phase. ठीक है? Availability of silicon is as critical as nitrogen, ये भी सही है, और सिलिकॉन के साथ ऐड करेंगे इसको, think of diatoms. What are diatoms? Phytoplanktons. They are also important in carbon sequestration. Now, while nitrogenase needs an anaerobic environment, the diazotrophs, they require oxygen. Okay, this is correct. And these are simply the nitrogen fixing, or the bacteria which require or which do the nitrogen fixation. Okay, so they would require nitrogen, that is true. Which pair is correctly matched here? All. इसमें maybe you did not know the name of diazotrophs, that can be there. इसको देखते हैं. This is also an easy question. Which of the following is not correct? बताओ. अच्छा, right. It is written, trees in tropical rainforest can alter the rainfall rates by holding the water. कैसे होता है? Do they hold the water or they release the water? They release the water. They release the water. हाँ, and not holding it, and thus, तो ये point गलत है. Other than that, this is an absolutely correct factual point. Tropical dry deciduous is the most widespread forest type. Okay, forest system में canopy is the most productive. Yes, maximum sunlight is captured here. बाकी FAO, this is the factual part. How FAO defines it? Okay, in our case, we have the Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change. In ISFR, we have another definition, right, which is again inspired from Kyoto Protocol. ठीक है? Okay. Answer is D. देखो, अब ये बहुत सिंपल क्वेश्चन था, but you could have made a mistake. Question is saying, बहुत ध्यान से पढ़ो. Plant. The moment you see the term zero coals, what are coals? Animals. Here it should have been zero. All the other three bryophytes are the ones which have very deep roots, are also found in desert ecosystems. Epiphemerals, they also have certain adaptations. Succulents, already you know. Isme zero coals are animals, these are not plants. This is the main trap. The answer is only 3. अब देखो, phenomena of trophic cascade. With this term we have seen. What is trophic cascade? It's like a domino effect. Okay, so what is the answer to this? ठीक है? Starfish decreases, sea urchin increases, leads to decrease in kelp forest. I can even change it. Think of the wolves in Yellowstone National Park. Wolves reduced, herbivores increased, grasses, beavers, सब कुछ खत्म हो गया, right? That is trophic cascade. Now, couple of zones are mentioned here. Neritic zone, slightly tougher question is there. Compensation depth, profundal zone, etc. अब इसमें the factual part, I'll just tell you here. There is a neritic zone, for example. Okay, so इसमें the only one I think issue is the compensation depth. Here it is written the light intensity is approximately 10% of full sunlight. कितनी होती है? 1%. Now profundal zone we have had a look at is the aphotic zone. Yes or no? Aphotic means क्या होगा? हाँ, light does not come in. Bioluminescence is the primary source of light in aphotic zone, and we have seen certain organisms doing this. Jellyfish can also do bioluminescence, right? And this neritic zone is above the continental shelf, higher diversity है, open oceanic zone ये है. Which of the following is not correct? Only one. Now another related term here. अब देखो, there is a benthic realm. Benthic सही है, chemosynthetic bacteria होगा. Pelagic realm is there. Phytoplankton, etc. That is part is going to be found here, right? Third one is lotic. What is lotic? Flowing. Okay. So you have lentic, static, lotic, flowing. Periphyton. All these are correct. What is the periphyton? Attached. These are attached to some of these organisms. What is the plankton we have seen, periphyton. Okay, what is a neuston? Floating, right? These are unattached and floating. Pelagic realm is the light is available in the upper part, so higher productivity is there, dissolved nutrients. ठीक है. अब इसमें भी ना some of the terms that you also see in geography are also there, right? So some zones I've not gone in sometimes in so much of detail कि भाई neretic zone क्या है. Even from the test, a couple of terms which you're not aware, you will just see that. उसके beyond no need to do PhD. Otherwise, because I'll tell you, इन सारे पे ना, if you read about carbon compensation depth, these are very deep concepts. How does CCD change with other parts, etc.? How much CO2 is there? There's a CO2 solubility line also above and below. And how does climate change impact? These are also very advanced concepts. If you're able to do everything, uske baat karo, but repeat, you have to draw a line somewhere. Now, this is a good basic factual question. You will be able to understand it. Algal blooms and cyanobacteria proliferation tends to be more frequent and intense in semi-arid regions. सोच के बताओ. ठीक, ये होता है. This is true. Conditions of potential evapotranspiration exceeding precipitation leads to concentration of salts and nutrients. बिल्कुल सही है. This is what it explains. So semi-arid, yes. Don't only think of big water bodies which will have it. Main issue is nutrient enrichment has to happen. It can also happen via evapotranspiration. So this, both statements are correct and they explain. Now, statement you have to see about estuaries. Relatively easy question if you just look at the options. इसमें हमें देखना है कौन सा सही नहीं है. देखो, statement 1 is correct, even 2 is correct, 3 is also correct. Estuaries are, sorry, 3 nahi, D. Estuaries are termed as nurseries of the sea because 75% of fishing species are there. This statement, if you now see, freshwater estuaries do not provide similar ecosystem services, and you don't even need to know the ecosystem services. All the ecosystems will provide 4 broad services. Yes or no? Even if it is freshwater, even if it is brackish, forget about this. Even if it is a desert ecosystem, provisioning, regulating, supporting, cultural. तो ये तो गलत ही होगा. Question says which is incorrect. This is incorrect, right? The ecosystem services, so broadly all, both of them will provide the same. Just that the exact, yeah. Exact services it is not asking. Of course, अगर ecosystem change होगा. For example, if I say a particular species in desert is different from a species in some other area, but provisioning services, all of them will provide, right? In that sense. So estuaries do not provide the similar system, and it is not same. It is saying similar, by the way. Okay. High nitrogen levels stimulate above ground overshoot in salt marshes and mangroves while significantly reducing, देखो, nitrogen levels अगर high हैं, right? The below ground biomass, why does it not grow enough? क्यों? It requires oxygen which is not available. ये क्या है? These salt marshes, etc., these are waterlogged conditions. Whereas if the growth will happen, this will accelerate the shoot growth simply because of the conditions which are present in the region, right? इसीलिए नीचे साइड नहीं ग्रो करेंगे. इसलिए we have used 2 separate terms, above ground and below ground. Below ground because of obvious issues. Anaerobic conditions हैं. At max they will try to filter the water if they can, if the sunlight is present. But if the nitrogen is present, it will help in growth. तो shoot part ज़्यादा ग्रो करेगा. Above ground इतना ग्रो नहीं कर पाएगा. नहीं, अब उसमें ना उसमें कंडीशन है. इसमें we've already had a condition of waterlogged condition, right? If it is a normal condition, both of them should grow, है ना? In this case there is already anaerobic. Second, it is saline, highly saline. Now some roots may have root extrusion in the root itself. किसी में leaves में होंगे. Mechanism ही अलग है. Now, good overall question if you look at Darwin's theory suggests a sequential progression of reef types, fringing reef, barrier reef, and atoll. This is true. Reef building corals require nutrient-rich, cold upwelling waters for optimal growth, which explains their abundance across the western coast of Africa and Americas. Batao. This is incorrect. Where are they most abundant? Coral Triangle and Australia. सबसे ज्यादा कोरल ट्रायंगल, पहली चीज. Second, when you look at reef building corals, okay, what they generally want, they want soil should be saline, tropical, decent temperature. But zaruri nahi hai they want cold upwelling waters also. In fact, instead of cold, they generally want a warm 25, 27 degrees Celsius, right? That is more important. So both things do not actually gel well. One is the cold upwelling, not very helpful. And second, this region wise, not correct. Now, certain chemical ingredients used in sunscreen can lead to coral bleaching. Yes. The answer is only two. Teal vertical migration, huh? They are the best fishing grounds. That is separate. But fishing ground does not automatically mean it will be good for corals. Corals will require more coral growth is there in warm waters, right? Second is saline waters. Fishing grounds will have mixture of both. Fresh water and saline water mixed will have the best fishing zones. So fish is separate. Fish diversity ज़्यादा है, एक चीज़ है. Coral diversity भी है. And in some cases, because of coral diversity, you can also have fish diversity also. ठीक है? Over a period of time, there will be an optimal temperature. But if you only look at the cold, for example, it is saying cold upwelling. ठीक है? उससे ज़्यादा better है हमारे लिए क्या चाहिए? We require generally warm waters, especially in the tropical region. Okay? Now, this we know. Deal vertical migration क्या answer है इसका? Daily movement of zooplanktons, darker waters, etc. Fine. Now, if you don't know, this is a new term for sea cucumber. There's a process known as bioturbation. It helps them to recycle nutrients and maintain health of benthic zones. True. India has established world's first sea cucumber conservation in Andaman. True or false? Lakshadweep. This is wrong. Sea cucumber are protected. Wildlife Protection Act. Absolutely true. Answer is only two. Now, four terms are there: alpha, beta, gamma, zeta. Okay, normally you hear about alpha, beta, and gamma, but let's say there is one more term here. Alpha is within an ecosystem. Okay. Beta, overall diversity for different ecosystems. Galat. Beta is basically between. The definition has been swapped. Okay. Then you have gamma. So of course gamma and this has been swapped. So these two, both of them are wrong. Zeta, if it is a new term for you, directly you will see the answer. This is correct. Shared species diversity among multiple sites. And if there are multiple sites, as the number of sites will increase, shared diversity kam hoti jayegi, dekha jayega. This is zeta diversity. So here just remember alpha, beta, gamma. Even bigger than that is zeta. Acha, what is the option given? 16. What is correctly matched? Acha, the answer should be. ठीक है, you are right. ठीक है. Answer, this is test number 4, right? Okay. Number 6. All right. ऐसा कोई और, if you get any other question, you let me also note. I think till now I have 4 questions. 3 in test 1 and 1 in this. Now, an ecosystem with high species evenness is considered more diverse and resilient with low evenness, even with identical richness. This is true. अब आते हैं this other two statements. Okay. The answer here is A. Both the statements actually are explaining this. But you quickly go through. If there is a doubt, I'll tell you. Second statement hai, it tells you the definition of these two terms, and third even goes one beyond. Okay. Both these two are explaining the very first part. तो अगर आपको ऐसा क्वेश्चन में मिल जाए in maybe a different form, the species with high species evenness, and they compare it to richness also, then you would know. और इसमें मेन चीज क्या है? When you have high evenness, a single species does not dominate. अगर सिर्फ एक single species dominate कर रही है, that ecosystem can easily collapse. So species with high richness, or ecosystem with high richness is not very sustainable. You want high evenness for more sustainability. That is the whole crux of this question. The answer is A. हाँ सेम कॉन्सेप्ट, राइट राइट राइट. आई थिंक आप गला गया ना. चलो हाँ. नेक्स्ट, ऑल कीस्टोन स्पीशीज, ऐसा स्टेटमेंट दिख जाए इन एनवायरमेंट बी वेरी केयरफुल, आर एपेक्स प्रेडेटर्स ऑफ द टॉप ऑफ द फूड चेन. नॉट रियली. There can be certain maybe there's some keystone species which can be herbivore also. They will not be the top of the food chain. Wrong. Under the Wildlife Protection Act, all endemic species are automatically classified as keystone species. नहीं, गलत है. There's nothing like this. Jaguar is a species that can simultaneously act as, this is true. It can be flagship, it can be umbrella, it can be, if they change jaguar to even tiger, that would also be true. So here the answer is 3 only. Now, the primary criteria for to be classified as a mega diverse country is that it must border marine ecosystems. True. Critical Ecosystem Partnership Fund provides funding specifically to protect biodiversity in hotspots and high biodiversity wilderness areas. Okay, this is true. And last one is also correct. This term global 200 ecoregions is by WWF. This is also true. Okay. Answer factual है थोड़ा सा. The last two statements at least. Now, which is not HBWA, because Western Ghats is the biodiversity hotspot. Now, IUCN Protected Area 1B. अब देखो, this is linked to the previous concept. यहाँ लिखो कहीं पे. It inspires HBWA. But who identified HBWA? बताओ. Who identified HBWA? Conservation International, right? Now, coming back. 1B, these are big areas, generally larger than category 1A, correct? हाँ. So, first statement is correct. 1B is far bigger. देखो HBWA दुनिया में 5 हैं. Amazon basin is HBWA. It has to be a huge area. 1B में लिखा है it is strict natural reserve. It is a smaller area. So this is correct. Or modern infrastructure is prohibited is also correct. And third one, 1B allows for continuation of indigenous lifestyle. Yes, because Congo basin, etc. They will have a lot of tribes. All the three are correct. This is slightly a more detailed question on HBWA. A tropical moist broadleaf forest in Central America and in New Guinea will have which characteristics? दोनों में क्या characteristics होंगे? Now, different biogeographical realms, but similar biomes, right? Brahmaputra River, significant dispersal barrier in the northeast, which is describing the species distribution caused by this. This one. So Hulog gibbon is restricted to the south bank, true, and golden langur is restricted to the north bank. ठीक है? इसमें और भी चीजें लिखी है. Pygmy hog, where is it found? Only pygmy hog is only found in Manas. Red panda, we have seen it. Okay, Darjeeling में the conservation is going on. It is the state animal of Sikkim, etc. We have seen that. Rhino, Kaziranga याद रखो. Clouded leopard, now northeast, etc. ठीक है? एक और चीज देखना later on. Where is Binturong famous for? Which region of the world? Binturong. Okay, now. No. This is very, very detailed, very difficult and tough. In this question, although, see, actually there are some. See, Hulog gibbon was in news. Hulog gibbon yaad karo, Assam's Hollangapar Wildlife Sanctuary. Okay, so the locations are there. This is slightly more बहुत ही geography oriented question है. Okay, golden langur. So some species based or area based question can be thought about. Otherwise, there is no limit of Brahmaputra river. If the UPSC wants to ask you pure geography, left bank, right bank, they can ask you. Yes. Now, which biotic interactions? Simple देखो. Provide stability. Energy transfer हो रही है. देख के बताओ. Population stable कौन रखेगा? सबसे आसान है. बस obvious है, predation है. When they eat it, this is how energy flows, and this controls the population, no doubt. A researcher identifies an angiosperm. अब this is मतलब थोड़ा bio specific question है. हाँ, the answer is this. If you know monocots and dicots, the answer is D. ठीक है. Biotic potential. Just a more detailed question on this is given here, 26. अब देखो, at least two terms mentioned here are lifted from the NCERT and two more are added. Just quickly have a look at. क्या पूछा आपसे? Incorrect. Biotic potential है क्या? It is the potential. Potential in that sense is unlimited. It represents the fastest possible growth rather than actual. तो ये सही है. Fastest possible growth, yes. Now, if there is a disease, unavailable space, can it stop the population from reaching its potential? Yes, ये भी correct है. Ratio of males to females in a population is a characteristic that is used to determine, ये भी ठीक है. And ratio में again how the species will go on, speciation and all of that part, overall related to biotic potential, right? इसीलिए related to this are also your pyramids also, right? Because if there is a disease, for example, or issue of demography, this can also cause a problem, right? Number of individuals of reproductive age in a population is a parameter. This also, that is why. इसीलिए दोनों linked है साथ में. Answer is all four. All four are linked to a biotic potential, right? And another extension of biotic potential is a term I think all of you will know, carrying capacity. And carrying capacity के साथ Earth overshoot day. Okay? Now, transition. अब देखो इसमें लिखा ना short day and long day is triggered by length of the light period. That is not true. It is not like that. Right? In fact, it is the opposite. Short day plants, they require a long night. A long day provides, the long day plants, they require actually very short night. So it is not triggered by the length of the light period. This becomes wrong. Somatal closure, या opening I should say, physiological mechanism to conserve water, carbon dioxide, ये सही है? This is correct. So answer is 2 only. All the three programs, at least the first one is in news. RODIS क्या है? DNA based, profiles of rhino, very recently, even in Kaziranga, the Assam government was in news, so this is correct. Secure Himalaya में first species check करो, snow leopard, correct. It is UNDP, correct, and GEF. This is a very old program. Secure Himalaya. Vulture safe zone, 100 kilometers, yes, and NSAID, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. All the three statements are correct. इसी के examples are diclofenac, aceclofenac, ketoprofen and nimesulide. Okay, so answer here is all the three are correct. Now, अब ये है term, इस पे लगा star mark. We have seen this in the class, but again I'll re-emphasize it. This term critically depleted is never present in red list. It is there in green list. Right? This is in the IUCN green status. It is far from its range and ecological role. And IUCN green status is in the news for many species in India also. It is news in for ghadial. It is in the news for even tiger and even Asiatic lion. There are many species for which green status is being done. Right? और green status क्यों होता है? जहां recovery is going to happen. For example, Asiatic lion, the numbers are increasing. Almost there is a 32% increase. Right? घड़ियाल के भी many successful programs are happening. Tiger में India was able to double the population of tigers. Right? So this is critically depleted is green status. It is not related to red list at all. The answer is A. Now, sea turtle. Normally, sea turtle will be omnivorous. Only the green turtle is the species which is primarily herbivorous. Okay? यहाँ पे the very first statement is factual in nature. But that is correct. In fact, here all the three statements are correct. But सबसे important है हमारे लिए, it is a herbivore. It is under Schedule 1, correct? And its IUCN status has changed from endangered to least concern. That means, is it threatened or not? Not threatened. ठीक है? अब देखो, these two are in news. What are these two? Yes, the recent Ramsar site. Where is Silisar Lake? Rajasthan, right? So here it is the, अब देखो इसमें हर एक चीज you have to underline. Is it man-made? Second, the location. No, it is in the news. This is the best way to cover it. आप सीधे MCQ कर लो उस पे, right? So Silisar Lake is man-made, correct? It is there in Alwar, Rajasthan. Tariska, true, located in buffer, and a important habitat for black stork. It's a bird. कोपरा जलाशय ये भी है मैन मेड रिजर्वायर, राइट? वेयर इज दिस? छत्तीसगढ़, अपर कैचमेंट्स ऑफ महानदी रिवर, और यहाँ पे क्रिटिकली एंडेंजर्ड ये भी है इजिप्शियन वल्चर. दैट इज आल्सो ट्रू. ऑल द स्टेटमेंट्स आर, ऑल द टू आर करेक्ट. आंसर इज 1 and 2. अच्छा, 1 second, I'll just cross check once. Because we have seen this for, अच्छा हाँ okay. अच्छा, then it is ठीक. Okay, please make this correction. चलो इसको याद करने का एक और आसान तरीका है. In India there are 9 vultures, 4 are critically endangered. 4 आप कैसे याद रखोगे? 2 are based on beak, 2 are based on color. So there is a slender billed and long billed, these are critically endangered. कलर की बेसिस में रेड हेडेड, चाहे वो व्हाइट हेडेड हो, व्हाइट हम्प्ड, these are the critically endangered ones. ठीक है? Out of the 9, so that simply means, good observation, that Egyptian vulture is endangered, it is not critically endangered. तो इंडिया में कितनी vultures हैं? 9. 4 are critically endangered, right? Slender billed, long billed, red headed, white headed. इसमें you just एक बार कहीं पे लिखना इंडियन वल्चर. इंडियन वल्चर इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ दीज 4. उसका एक ऑल ऑल्टरनेट नेम है which is also one of these. I'm not able to recall right now the other name for Indian vulture. It is also critically endangered. तो इन्हीं में से नाम है, या तो बिल्ड होगा या इट इज बेस्ड ऑन कलर. दैट यू विल हैव अ लुक एट. ठीक है? तो इंडियन वल्चर इज दिस. So then you don't think कि अरे मैंने सुना नहीं है तो कोई नई स्पीशी. 2 are based on bill and 2 are based on color. This is very simple way to remember vultures. So good that you pointed out. I think आंसर में भी सही लिखा हुआ है फिर, इसलिए इजिप्शियन. Slender, long is Indian and color is red and white. Simple. याद हो जाएगा आपको. And that is how I tell you in the class. 4 of 9, and I remember fatal 4. That is NSAID. Diclofenac, aceclofenac, ketoprofen, nimesulide. ठीक है? What is the answer here? 1 only. I think the answer is correctly then. आपके आंसर ठीक है. Okay. Now, ये क्वेश्चन में you could have made a mistake. I'll tell you where the mistake could have been there. Member secretary of CSAT serves as ex officio member of NBWL. This is correct. Ex officio chairperson नहीं बोला उसमें, because the chairperson of NBWL is the prime minister. Ex officio members can be many people. Right now, CSAT regulates the exchange of animals in Schedule 1 and Schedule 2, etc. ये बिल्कुल ठीक है. If the question is about zoo, they will do this part. अब इसमें लगाओ स्टार मार्क थर्ड स्टेटमेंट पे. नो कंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ जू एंड सफारी कैन बी अंडरटेकन इनसाइड वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी विदाउट द प्रायर अप्रूवल ऑफ नेशनल बोर्ड फॉर वाइल्ड लाइफ. इफ यू रिकॉल, आई हैव टोल्ड यू, इन नेशनल पार्क और वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी, इफ द बाउंड्री इज टू बी ऑल्टर्ड, किसकी जरूरत है? NBWL. इफ देयर इज एनी सच प्रोजेक्ट कंस्ट्रक्शन, अगेन यू नीड द परमिशन ऑफ NBWL. तो CSAT कुछ नहीं करेगा. ऑल्दो यू मे थिंक अरे हाँ जू होगा तो रिक्वायर्ड होगा. NBWL में जस्ट कंसल्ट देम, बट अल्टीमेट अथॉरिटी किसकी है? नेशनल बोर्ड फॉर वाइल्ड लाइफ. ठीक है? So for the creation, ultimately the authority is with the center or the state government, right? But even that, there also they will take the recommendation from them. But that again, of course, it is not overriding, है ना? What is the answer to this one? A, right? Which of the देखो directly address the problem of ocean acidification, right? Kunming Montreal, हाँ है ना? 30 by 30 land and oceans has to be there. Sustainable development, which goal? Tell me goal. 14, 15 is land, yes or no? These two are direct. A Paris agreement is related to direct is climate change. Indirect impact of that is ocean acidification, right? Barcelona Convention on Mediterranean, this is also indirect. What is the answer to this? Direct क्या हो जाएगा? हाँ, 1 and 3. Right? I think here also the answer is correctly mentioned. D only. हाँ, ठीक है. Now, which is distributed renewable energy system? Offshore, can it be distributed? Why, this is centralized. ये तो नहीं होगा. Solar rooftop, can it be there? Yes. Biogas, do we have a decentralized scheme also for this? कौन सी scheme? Right? Third is micro, right? So what is not there? Right? Third is not there. अब देखो इस क्वेश्चन में I've already given you the hint in the classes and in the PYQ discussions. Microbial conservation specialist group. What will you mark if you have to make a tukka? IUCN. IUCN has something known as species. क्या आ रहा है? Species Survival Commission. In this commission, it has even invasive species group, even for amphibians, even for reptiles, whatever you will think, there will be a group for this. Even for microbial conservation specialist group. The answer is IUCN. This SSC is a huge body, Species Survival Commission. Okay? Now, CCTS aligns more closely with India's commitments under Paris as compared to PAT. Bilkul sahi hai. CCTS is in the news. You've seen 3 or 4 questions on CCTS. This is correct. It builds on PAT and operates as a high or intensity based baseline credit system rather than traditional cap and trade. This is also true. PAT focuses on energy efficiency. CCTS directs GHG emissions. This is also true. Right? CCTS, yaad karo. Who implements it? BEE. Right? So CCTS is there. What is the answer to 36? I think this is. This is. All the 3 statements are correct. इसको star mark लगा लेना exam से पहले, because the ones which are in new CCTS, just to recall it, 3 statement पढ़ोगे, you will remember it. Okay. Now, interesting question on FRA. I think you will be able to solve this. I think there is hardly any statement which is a problem here. All the 4 are correct. FRA, habitat rights, IPR, community forest resource, all these are correct. Okay. UNFCCC, etc. अब देखो, question is saying precautionary principle was highlighted in Rio Earth Summit 1992, but it was mentioned even before. A very important treaty. The answer is simple: Montreal. And Montreal, देखो यहाँ पे जो लिखा है ना, one of the most successful multilateral treaties in the world. The answer is Montreal. Okay, far more successful than Kyoto and what Paris can be right now. तो वो आइडिया वहां से आया, प्रिकॉशनरी प्रिंसिपल. ओके, two most important principles are precautionary and polluter pay principle. Now, SAF is by Corsia. अब देखो, ICAO is a UN specialized body, ये याद रखेंगे. This initiative is Corsia is of ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization. Now, अब इसमें देखो, production of sustainable aviation fuel is globally regulated under ICAO and requires mandatory sustainability. This is too far-fetched. First of all, sustainable SAF is still under development. Many countries have different ways to produce it. Aviation may, first of all, to standardize it will be a huge challenge. Countries have taken test flights, even in short durations, etc. ICAO उस चीज को govern करेगा global norms पे, which is a norm which has already passed all the tests. Of sustainable aviation, for example, if I made it out of ethanol, somebody has made it out of some other feedstock. Yes or no? उसमें भी सारे pressure standards, global consideration, safety, etc. It is a very tedious task. Second, why would it make it mandatory as of now? This is an emerging topic. It will take a lot of time. तो ये इसको नहीं करता ICAO, right? It is globally regulated. तो अभी पहली बात तो SAF will take a lot of time, even in India. आपको साल में 2 बार अपडेट आती होंगी कि that the new test on SAF has been done. A small flight went from Dehradun to maybe some other place. Okay. Now, so this statement, because of two terms, globally regulated and mandatory, becomes wrong. First is wrong. Now let's see the other two. Under CORSIA, only those SAF supplies are certified under this, which are eligible, for example, for this part here, 39, right? That is correct. Yes, it has a very small mandate. CORSIA applies to international aviation and does not directly regulate domestic aviation. बिल्कुल सही है. Domestic ones will be taken up by the national governments. Okay, they will take it up. Answer is only 2. World Bank has warned India could become one of the first places where wet bulb temperature routinely exceeds 35. True. A wet bulb temperature above 35 makes it very difficult. क्यों? The body loses heat. बिल्कुल, it will, and in fact, this will also increase your health burden, diseases, okay, heat strokes, etc., etc. Last, such conditions are predicted to primarily affect peninsular India through increased flooding and tropical cyclones. Through these basins, it is going to impact more, right? The Gangetic basin, but not these areas for now. What is not correct? Only one. Now, benefits associated with agrovoltaics. Okay, and now here two statements are deliberately added, which are not directly related, but sometimes people have the habit of marking all. इसलिए इसमें option नहीं all the 4, right? So here, yes, it improves the productivity, it reduces the heat stress, but last two are not correct. Okay, in 41, for example, if you see, the last two means it shortens the duration of chemical exposure and field lifetime. Not true. It allows for real-time evaluation of soil nutrient remotely, etc. This is more far-fetched. This is not directly associated with agrovoltaics. Okay. So these kind of questions, again, you can go through some of the explanation that will also help. Highly factual, ये थोड़ा सा मुश्किल सवाल है. इसमें I'll just tell you the overall answer because you're not expected to know all these dates अभी के लिए, right? The answer is actually B. Right? This question is factual, does not require much of explanation from my part. Skip कर सकते हो, इतना याद नहीं रहने वाला. Basic convention याद हो जाए. This is highly detailed on forests, establishment of this IPFF and then unit strategic plan. If you are skipping it, ऐसे questions are good to be skipped. Okay? I would also not recommend to attempt this question. Now, this is still a question which we can debate and think on because it includes all the BRS. Okay? Basel, Rotterdam and Stockholm. All the three are exactly mentioned here in this one, right? अब इसमें क्या है? The text of Basel Convention, etc., was amended to include, in case you do not know, this is correct. 2019 mein it include plastic. For your reference, they are right here, 2022 e-waste, and right 2025 textile waste. These are the three amendments. It happens every 3 years, for example. 2019 mein plastic waste, 2022 e-waste, 2025 textile waste. Okay? Now, while Stockholm Convention on POP generally restricts the use of DDT, it is used for malaria vector. हाँ है ना? DDT is still sprayed. If you look even in many states of India, why is DDT used? It is cheap. But we are seeing DDT used for malaria control, not for agriculture. Right? If you get a statement, DDT is totally banned in India, not correct. Banned for agriculture, etc. use, that is correct. This is a nuance. Okay? This is correct. Rotterdam, it excludes narcotics, radioactive waste and pharmaceuticals. This is correct. What it includes is hazardous chemicals and pesticides. Rotterdam में सबसे recent क्या edition है? बताओ. And carbosulfan and phentheon, not fentanyl. Okay, and Stockholm में one example that we've seen was chlorpyrifos, but there are two or more longer names, right? हाँ, वो भी है. What is not correct here? None. All the three are correct. We are almost at the end now. International Whaling Commission. अब इसमें बाकी सब सही है. Just to tell you, Japan actually withdrew. Other things are right. Okay. Whaling stations. There are more factual details, but main thing is Japan actually had withdrew it to resume the coastal hunting because they have right karo Japan, Oyashio and Kuroshio, old and cold currents, wind proper fishing zones. Now, EIA, SEA. You tell me which is more broader in nature. SEA, strategic environment assessment, which would happen in developed countries. EIA, SEA. SEA, right? If you know that, you get your answer. EIA is proactive, SEA is reactive. Nahin, it is the opposite. EIA identifies specific, SEA identifies environmental impacts broad. Bilkul sahi hai. In fact, strategic here is long term. In a SEA, if they don't allow an EIA, they also give you alternatives. EIA does not do that. EIA kya bolega? Your project is not allowed. SEA will say, why these are the probable alternatives this you can go through. That is broad in nature. Strategic impact assessment. So you'll see Australia, UK, developed countries going for SEA. Very much comprehensive. Now, daughter instrument of CMS, ये तीनों के तीनों हैं daughter instruments. Legally binding is Eurobats and Gorilla Agreement. Dugong MOU is there. MOU. Dugong MOU is not legally binding. Okay, this is again very micro detailing of Bonn Convention. So you're not expected to know everything here. अब जैसे if I ask you Raptor MOU, is it legally binding? नहीं. MOU is not legally binding. Here Raptor MOU is also not legally binding. Is it also an instrument of Bonn Convention? Yes, it is an instrument of Bonn Convention. Right? Raptor refers to these birds. Now, IUCN, in the IUCN, in the national NGO category, all these organizations are there. So Aranyak, Wildlife Trust, BNHS, all the three are under the national NGO category of IUCN. Okay? Now, this question, if you look at question number 48, it is asking you which of the following is incorrect. Indian citizens intending to access biological resources for commercial utilization are required only to provide prior intimation to the state biodiversity boards. This is correct. Okay. Now, if this was a foreign citizen, they require an approval from NBA or a foreign company or a foreign any other entity. Approval of NBA is not required for codified traditional knowledge. Bilkul sahi hai. By Indians. In fact, the Hakims, traditional dwellers, they are also not required. There is an exemption given. In the recent amendment, even the exemption is there for Ayush practitioners. They are not required to pay a ABS fee. BADA 2002 defines land race. अब इसको लगा लो एक स्टार मार्क, ये शायद नहीं सुना होगा आपने. As the primitive cultivator which was grown by ancient farmers and their successors. Okay. Many times when a variety is there, उसके लिए एक term कभी कभार use होता है in the diversity part, whether this is a land race. So it's a very old primitive variety, for example. Just as a term, you can know that even this term is defined in the Biological Diversity Act. Other things you already know. So which is incorrect here? All the three statements are correct. The none. ISFR 2023 report. अब इस report में there are few things which stand out. Again, in case somebody wants to do this report in detail, I've taken a very extensive video on this. Is on YouTube. आप देख सकते हो. Normally, whenever we say northeast, you think of very high forest cover. इस region का forest cover कम हो गया है. This is the very first statement that is asked. Northeast region, which hosts one of the four, has showed net increase in forest cover. No, it has shown a net decrease. This statement is wrong. 49. That is a very startling fact. Open mangroves constitute largest portion of total mangroves cover compared to very dense, and this is true. In fact, when you look at forests are also divided in open forest, dense forest, very dense forest. That is based on canopy cover. You get 40 to 70%, greater than 70%, 10 to 40%, less than 10%. So this is true. अब ये बिल्कुल exact statement सही है. Pre-fire alerts by FSI is based on a fire weather index, जो NASA की global fire whether database से it takes up data. Okay, so in case our fire alert system has become very better now. Okay, we can track it better. Better alerts are given. So that is one. In this question, all you need to know is these terms only. ये बहुत ज़्यादा detailed question है. इतने level पे you'll not be able to remember. Frankly speaking, you need to know what are pneumatophores, what are prop and stilt roots. You need to know, for example, ultrafiltration क्या होता है और viviparous क्या होता है. बाकी detailing. This is a very highly specific question, gray, because the point is this can again change. I can take two other random species of mangroves. अब हो सकता है मैं राइजोफोरा पे पूछूं आपसे, किसी और पे पूछूं, आप नहीं कर पाओगे सवाल वो. This is that question, very difficult, but for your reference, okay, यहाँ पे all the three statements are correct. Again, a small takeaway can be if you get Avicennia or Rhizophora, these are your mangrove species. But उससे ज़्यादा don't try to recall a gray crypto viviparous होता है, ये true viviparous होता है. Don't go in that level of detail, right? So that brings us almost to the end of our discussion. Now, the point is, I think you have now a fair idea. Again, I've told you out of 200, there will be certain questions in every test which are more than the difficulty of UPSC. Even I'll say far more than the difficulty. Some questions, like we saw this one. Here, your temperament is also there. That what kind of questions are you required to skip? Because you have to have a good exposure of environment questions. पहली चीज. इसमें first is if you were able to now understand concepts better. Main चीज है हमें concepts को reinforce करना है. Okay, concepts must be reinforced. In certain questions, there are factual details which can be important, which we saw today only. ऐसा नहीं इसके beyond जाना है, ठीक है? That you should make a note of. Overall, what I would want, or generally what you should do, out of these 200 questions, आप लगाओ star marks after the discussion of whatever time that suits. Now, this can be a mix of certain factual questions, like let's say you want to revise COP 30 based, या अच्छे कुछ नए questions हैं, या maybe something which covers the summary, or you've written the jottings in the question itself. ठीक है? Ideally, what I would want, एक second, just share a question paper. I'll tell you something. देखो, tests keep on accumulating. ठीक? अब जैसे environment के 4 tests हैं, आप because एक level के बाद आप answers नहीं पढ़ पाओगे. Be very practical. या तो questions top पे लिख लो. Okay? What all? Just question number. What I have to see. If you don't want to do that, put a star mark. एक इतना होना चाहिए, आपको ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि बार बार वही क्वेश्चन पूरा पढ़ना पड़ रहा है. Because you have to ultimately cut down on your revision. There will be some questions in every paper that you just देखोगे आपको आंसर आता होगा. अब हमें वो नहीं देखने. What we have to filter down is priority wise. कि अच्छा ठीक है, I know out of 50, 10, 15 questions or 20 depending on what is your comfort level, what you have to revise is all that you should know. ठीक है? And this then you try to do for other subjects, so that you will have your folders. जैसे 4 टेस्ट यहाँ पे हो गए इसके, और किसी में और टेस्ट 4 या 5. That will filter down and reduce your time. Okay, so that is something that you should do progressively. If needed, update your notes. ठीक है? कहीं पे आपको लग रहा है कि अरे यार ये तो मैंने लिखा नहीं है, I should be remembering it. Or only follow this. दोनों चीजें चलेंगी. It depends on your comfort level. किसी के short notes से कहीं पे आपने डाला, अच्छा mangroves में this is a portion I'm forgetting. I saw it from the test and I do it. This is what is expected. ठीक है? ये करिए. So ultimately, if you're sorted on your notes, current affairs आपने पढ़ रखा है अच्छे से, PYQs कर रखे हैं, MCQ practice आप कर रहे हैं, because in environment be ready for shock every year. But we are exposing you to this also. अब ऐसा नहीं लगेगा कि questions tough भी होंगे, कुछ आसान भी होंगे. We have to get easy questions correct. Moderate में at least we'll use elimination, but be very smart to leave the tough ones. Tough में अगर कुछ नहीं सुना है, random species है, okay, and if there are 4 options A, B, C, D, it will be a very tough question. अभी आपको सुनने में लग रहा है waggle dance is easy, right? For example, but in that waggle dance question, if there are 4 separate species and if you have no clue which is the one doing the dance, it is a very tough question on that day. तो ये assessment हमें कैसे पता चलता है? हम बार बार अपने आप को रिफ्लेक्ट करेंगे. तो इसीलिए if you simply chase the score, आपको सारे लर्निंग नहीं मिलने वाली है. कुछ पेपर्स में से deliberately, even if I had to solve you in the time limit, I also would have made some mistakes despite teaching the subject, let's say. पर आप लोग तो you are not expected to have that level of expertise, for example, right? तो इसमें have practicality also. जो सब्जेक्ट अच्छा रहा है उसमें ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए जोश में ओवर अटेम्प्ट करना कि नहीं यार ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है कि आई एम नॉट एबल टू सॉल्व. हो सकता है इन दैट यू नेवर नो. वो तो आपको एग्जाम के बाद, फॉर एग्जांपल 2023 वाज अ वेरी डिफिकल्ट ईयर फॉर एनवायरनमेंट, बट 2024 वी हैड मोर डूएबल क्वेश्चंस, 2025 आल्सो हैड डूएबल क्वेश्चंस. ठीक है? So that is all which I wanted to say. इसके बाद भी you have a lot of time. कुछ और क्वेश्चंस पहले प्रैक्टिस करने करिए. इफ यू हैव एनी डाउट्स यू कैन रीच आउट, पूछ सकते हैं मुझसे. ठीक है, ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट. Agriculture, I think the team will tell you what is to be done on that. ठीक है, आगे का कैसे क्या डिस्कशन है. I was allocated the partial environment. Okay, ठीक है, thank you so much.